Here we are. Hello. Only Gothic and Vol at the moment. Don't know where Hazy is. Hopefully he'll show up soon. Right. So, as discussed yesterday, today is all about actually doing a proper fucking rehearsal. Since the con itself starts at 6-7 p.m. UK time tomorrow, this today might actually be the only chance that we have to do a proper rehearsal, so make sure we're getting the best use out of it, yeah? So, Gothic, I saw that you made your audio of talking to Princess Celestia, that thing. I've added it to the playlist. I've got all of the audio on a proper playlist now, so I can play them on demand. Is there anything else to update? Or is that it?
No, that's it.
Okay.
I mean, did you listen to it? Like, is the audio like
Yeah,
good
I
volume?
listened to it. Yeah, it sounded okay. Right. Daisy, where are you? We need you, mate.
Probably went to sleep. I mean, still sleeping.
We'll give him a
We need to
few.
have this.
We'll give him a few minutes. I mean, it's not essential. We can start it without him. We just need to have someone read his introduction on his behalf, and then hopefully he'll show up by the time it's his turn to talk about his image AI timeline. In other news, update from my end, I have successfully downloaded more RAM. So my computer now has 64 gigs instead of 16. I decided I wasn't going to fuck around. If I'm making the upgrade, I'm going to do it properly. And I have noticed a significant improvement in how the slides play, especially the animations that Hazy put in of Pinky, Sweetie Belle, and similar. They played very jankily, very laggy. Now they don't do that very much. So I'm feeling alright. Need to grab water? No worries. If anyone else needs to grab water, Gothic, do so now. I've got a can of cherry soda with me right now. It's a proper drink, isn't it? Pepsi Max? Yeah, boy. Was there another thing from my end? I had another idea. Oh, yes. Actually, I'll wait until the vote comes back, because I have a question that I need to ask that ideally involves everyone. So I'll just wait for them to come back for that. Otherwise, the only thing... Oh, yes, one other thing that's been added. Actually, no, I'll wait for them to come back. But yes, I have added one other thing. Goes back. Okay. So I've added one more thing, and that is one of the intermissions, specifically the intermission that we'll do between the end of the presentation and the Q&A happening. So from the AI Ponies stream, in that thread, someone posted a 4.5-minute compilation of some
Oh,
of
I
the
was
funny
gonna
stuff.
ask you to
So
add that, but you already did that.
I've put that in. So when I say I've done one of the one of the intermissions, what I mean is I've made a slide for it and nicked someone else's video. But I think it's still relevant and a good thing to have, and I'm very much appreciative of the clipping that whoever it was that
It's
did
good
it.
enough. Like at least like two of my entries are like in that video, so it's good.
Ooh, okay. You must have come up with some pretty good prompts then.
I mean, less of good prompts and more of like AI, like taking them and like just miming them out into like space.
We still need to come up with a good input to get a good output, so it's not entirely something you can't claim credit for. Anyway, I'm bored of waiting for Hazy, so I'm going to ask you. Again, ideally, all of us would be here to answer this question, but Hazy ain't, so that's his problem. I've been asked by Perp about Family Feud. Remember, we've entered as a team for that.
I see the post about that in the con thread.
Yes,
Yeah,
this is a different thing. So what Perp needs from us is a team name and a team picture. And by team picture, we mean something that's going to be displayed in the Jitsi crew. So it doesn't need to be anything that's super fancy, because again, it's going to be a small thing. So anything overly detailed isn't going to be helpful. I don't know what kind of picture we'd want to go with, maybe something AI generated, but exactly what, I don't know. So I was going to ask if any of you had any ideas for
I was thinking like
what we could be.
maybe something with the old Twibot, like from like first year of PPP. If you have like any picture of her.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, the very old ones. I'll have a few of those, sure. Um, anything else? Any other ideas we could create? Team name is PPP. Probably something along those lines. Team PPP.
Broken image, and then we just base the name off the broken anatomy or something. Like Twilight's second pair of wings. That's the team name.
Twilight's second pair of wings. If you can get an AI picture that reflects that, maybe that would be funny. Though I feel like it would be better if our team name actually reflected who we are in PPP. What pictures do I have then that we could potentially use? I'll put it on my screen for you. Okay. Where are the pictures? Thinking here. Load the map. Here we are, Twilight pics. Yeah,
Have this candidate.
yeah, that's what I had in mind. So either that or Robo Fluttershy.
Oh yeah, that one is nice too.
So I think I prefer the Robo Shy one actually. It looks a bit more finished. Okay. What's this one? Is that supposed to be Pinky in a microchip or something?
It's based on the I have no mouth and I must scream.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think I'll keep that as an open question for now, and we'll see if we can get some input from Hazy. Synthbot might show up sometime later as well. We'll see if he shows up. Okay, right. Hazy's had 10 minutes, and that's long enough. Right. Is everyone ready? I'll read Hazy's lines in the interim. Okay.
Moderately.
Do you need time to sort yourself out?
For some reason my audio decided to break, at least with the keyboard thing. But I mean, I can troubleshoot that while going through the other parts. So
Okay. Right. In that case, we'll keep an eye out for Hazy, but waiting, so let's go. I'm going to have a timer going as well, actually. So this will also serve as a way to help us work out where our intermissions should go. We'd want to have one probably once every hour, so presuming the panel's going to run about 3 hours, the final intermission serving as the bridge between Q&A and, well, end of presentation and Q&A, so we're looking for 2 break points, basically. Right. So, having played a 5-minute introduction, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hello, Anons, and welcome to the 4th annual Trot of the Pony Preservation Project's panel for /MLPcon. Here today we have a herd of 4 Anons from the Pony Preservation Project, all chomping at the bit to show you the progress of yet another year of AI-powered autism. Autism that powers some of the most advanced AI models currently available to the public. Autism that powers an insatiable drive to preserve all the data that makes this fandom one of the greatest to ever exist. And autism that powers us relentlessly along the path of making waifus real. Over the years, the Pony Preservation Project has built a whole dragon's hoard worth of data, covering voices, text, images, 4chan posts, and even high-quality animation assets. But unlike dragons, we do not jealously cling on to this data. All of it is freely available for any who wish to use it, and use it they do, to create all manner of models that see daily use across the board, all of which culminates in the continued production of high-quality fandom works, examples of which I'm sure many of you have seen in the monthly new content streams. That is what the Pony Preservation Project is all about. The open distribution of data, AI models free of censorship, and the greater prevalence of tools to enable the continued longevity of mares. I love them. So, as part of this presentation today, we aim to cover a wide range of topics from high-level explanations of the most recent advancements in AI, and then more technical explanations of their inner workings, and a healthy dose of audio and visual examples showcasing just how great it is. Before we get properly into that though, let's all take a minute to properly introduce all of this year's panel participants. Starting with myself, I am Clipper. And Clipper is very much a literal description of what I do. I create, curate, and maintain datasets, primarily voice data, and provide support to all those who need help using it, or with the creation of new datasets for other applications. More recently, I've been increasingly turning my focus to content creation, where my goal is to push the AI as far as I can to demonstrate to all just what it's capable of. It is my aim to show you all that you need not have a technical background to make a meaningful contribution to the Pony Preservation Project, or to use the AI to produce high-quality works. I want to see as many Anons getting involved as possible, and I hope that the wonderful material you see here today will inspire you to contribute your autism, and turn your fantasies into realities.
Hello. I am the musician known as Vol. You may know me by hits like Sigma Mare Grindset and Call in the Border Patrol. You may also ask, what the hell am I doing on this panel? I'm hijacking this panel and crashing it with no survivors. By the powers of autism and excessive free time, I have manifested myself here through harnessing new AI technology to create higher quality mare singing voices.
Hi there, I'm Gothic Anon, the diversity hire. Oh, and also, I keep helping Anons in the thread whenever they need to get some pointers with the scripting stuff, as well as using all of the newly created AI tools that help in making all kinds of new content that I couldn't do before.
G'day mates. I'm a male-obsessed content fag and Aussie who goes by Hazy. I also test various technologies to inspect and promote their mare potential, and I'm also incredibly late to panels. And with introductions all done, let's now do a quick outline of the material we'll be covering in this presentation. To start, I'll introduce you to Heisei, the PPP's answer to the "how the hell do I keep track of all these voice models" problem. This will be a quick overview of what it is and how it can help you streamline your AI audio creation process. Staying with the theme of AI audio, Vul, our resident musician, will take you on a journey of singing ponies, covering the latest development in AI voices, that being Sovit's SVC and RVC, essentially a tool for an anon-to-pony voice converter. This will be broken into two sections, first covering the basic details of how it works and its advantages over the previous generation of singing AI, that being TalkNet, and this will be accompanied by the best examples of what it's capable of throughout, and there'll be a second section covering its more technical inner workings later on. Following the introduction to Sovit's SVC, we'll cover the emergence of various new image-generating models, mainly covering Stable Diffusion and Midjourney. This will again start with a general overview and timeline of recent developments, and we'll also have a section on how to make better use of it to produce higher quality outputs. There also may or may not be a test for you, the audience. So make sure you stay on your toes, lest you be unable to find the fake. Following that, Hazy will then take you on a chaotic journey through methods of confusing digital mares to achieve results you might not expect. This covers both image and voice-generating AIs. After the image AI segment, Vul will take over again for the second section covering Sovit's SVC, that being the technical segment. This will examine what's going on under the hood that allows it to operate as a speech generator without the use of text, a feature that has it working in a way that few other speech generators have done so far. Then, a relative newcomer to the world of AI, that being AI music generators. These are just starting to gain serious traction, so it's worth taking a quick moment to give an overview of what's been going on here and how it may later evolve for pony music. In this section, Gothic and Hazy will cover text-to-music, jukebox, Bark, MusicLM, and MusicGen, a range of musically capable AI architectures roughly covering the past year's worth of progress, right up to some very recent entries. Then, onto text. Gothic Anon will tell you the stories of his adventures with ChatGPT, using it as an assistant to write a song about Milky Way and to help fix a bug in the code of one of the PPP's dataset processing tools. As part of the text model section, Vul will also have a little mini-segment covering what he's been doing with local models, particularly with Llama, a text model made by Facebook that was recently leaked. And when all's said and done, Hazy will give you some final pointers on how to please your AI mares, and there'll then be an opportunity for all of you in the audience to ask us any questions you'd like. If you think of a question now or at any time during the presentation, please post it in the con thread, linking to the post number shown on screen now. That'll help keep us organized and allow us to get through as many questions as we can. Alright then, let's saddle up and get right to it. To set us off out of the gates, I'd like to introduce a new piece of software that solves a problem that the Pony Preservation Project has involving voice models. So, here's the thing. The Pony Preservation Project has, rightly, put a lot of effort into re-educating various AI architectures about the fabulous way of the mare for many years now. However, in the haste for us to have as many ways as possible for you to call your fellow Anon a faggot in the voice of your chosen mare, one particular thing has fallen somewhat on the wayside, that being an easy way to use all these voice models. The issue is that these all exist in different architectures, with each new generation of speech model typically being built on the next big thing. From the early days of Tacotron to the new age of Sovit's SVC, every new iteration has come with a caveat, that being a need for a new user interface to run it. With every new interface comes new features, new adjustable parameters, and an increasingly long and complex list of setup procedures to remember, not to mention the ubiquitous Python dependency hell that would strike whenever anyone was brave or foolish enough to try installing all of these models locally. So, say hey to HeySay, the cure for all your interface confusion, created by Hydrus Beta. Put simply, HeySay takes all of the PPP's most recent models and hosts them all on one singular platform, with all installations and dependencies taken care of for you. It also features a modular user interface capable. Fuck's sake. Right, there's a truck reversing outside my door. It's pissing me. Sorry about that. It also features a modular user interface capable of being modified to handle any parameters, inputs, post-processing, or any other variables that go into a particular speech model. Everything is run via Docker Desktop, so once you've got it installed for the first time, you need only open Docker Desktop and execute a single command to have all the mayor speech at your Cheeto-stained fingertips. Currently, HeySay supports TalkNet, which we covered in last year's presentation, and also the recently trained Sovit's SVC and RVC models, which Vol will cover in just a moment. Just in case it wasn't obvious already, HeySay offers you the benefits of a much more streamlined workflow compared to all the Google Colab or local installation steps you would have had to do previously. No need to run a Colab script or tear your main out over a random Python error anytime you need your mayor voice fix. And since these models are all in one place, you can easily switch between them to compare outputs, more easily finding the best model for the job. And finally, everything runs locally, so no need to rely on your patchy internet connection. There's just one slight catch there. Since HeySay runs locally, everything, including all the individual models, needs to be downloaded and saved onto your PC. In total, that's around 75 gigabytes of hard disk space. Not insignificant, but I dare say it's not so large as to be a deal breaker. The real issue arises when all the rest of your drive space inevitably gets filled up with mayor noises. Though, thinking about it, it's not really much of a downside now, is it? So, what are you waiting for? Head over to Hydrus Beta's GitHub page and install HeySay now, and experience the latest in mayor technology. Powered by the most recent innovation of voice synthesis in the Pony Preservation Project, Sovit's SVC and RVC. But what exactly are Sovit's SVC and RVC? You kinda need to know that in order to get the best out of these new models, so with that in mind, I'll now hand the reins over to Vol to take us through the latest and greatest of the AI singing soundscape.
Right. As Clipper mentioned, we have essentially entered a second generation of technology for singing AI. The new technology on the block for generating mere choruses is Sovit's SVC. What is Sovit's SVC and what does it do? Your first instinct might be to look at the name, Sovit's SVC. Rolls right off the tongue. Yes, it's an acronym. But not only is it an acronym, it's a nested acronym. If we unwrap the acronym once, we get SoftVC Variational Inference with Adversarial Learning for end-to-end text-to-speech singing voice conversion. And the VC in SoftVC stands for voice conversion. So yes, the full name is, repeat after me, Soft Voice Conversion Variational Inference with Adversarial Learning for End-to-End Text-to-Speech Singing Voice Conversion. As you can see, the guy who made this, all credit where it's due because I didn't make this, put as much effort into a catchy name as I put into trying to find a job. And it's a misnomer too because there is no text-to-speech functionality in Sovit's SVC. And we still don't know what Sovit's SVC is. However, do note that the phrase voice conversion appears twice in the acronym. That's what Sovit's SVC is all about. Voice conversion. Unlike alternative services like 15.ai and other services which shall not be named, we don't generate voice from text. We generate voice from voice. The objective of Sovit's SVC and tools like it are to convert an existing voice from reference audio, for example, your crusty baritone anonymous self, into the much more merry, mellifluous, melodious musing of a mare. Watch this. Mare, 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 mare.
Mare, 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 mare.
If you are familiar with the Pony Preservation Project or watched the PPP panel from last year, you may recall that we already had a tool that we used to do this, Controllable TalkNet. So, why should you use Sovit's SVC? Well, Sovit's SVC better. Why Sovit's SVC better than Controllable TalkNet? There are a number of problems with Controllable TalkNet that render it inferior to Sovit's SVC in terms of audio quality. One of the biggest problems is artifacting with long notes. Long notes sung through Controllable TalkNet will tend to sound buzzy and or fail to preserve the correct vowel sound or pronunciation. You can hear a textbook example of this in time to show my own work in the worst way possible. The Party Will Last Forever off the Mercillium album. Now, there's a section in there that's kind of scuffed, with effects and instrumental to cover up the garbage, i.e., what you hear on the album. That sounds like this.
You partied harder than anyone would think. Just a little, really.
So the intended lyric is this: you partied harder than anyone would think, just a little relief. How it sounds more like is you partied harder than anyone would think, just a little relief. Because we're trying to summon Cthulhu to continue the party. But maybe you're a little bit undergeared and you forgot your pot, so you're not quite ready to fight the Moon Lord yet. First, optionally, re-record the vocals because you don't like the original reference vocals you used. Then, feed it into Sovit's SVC, and a little bit of editing later.
You partied harder than anyone would think. Just a little relief.
What a transformation! It's like Twilight getting her wings, but in reverse. Let's compare that again. First, the original, this time without effects and instruments.
You partied harder than anyone would think. Just a little relief.
Secondly, the result from Sovit's SVC.
You partied harder than anyone would think. Just a little relief.
Clearly, Sovit's SVC just sounds better. There's less buzzing, and the words are actually kind of intelligible. In other words, it doesn't sound like hot garbage anymore. Just ignore that almost my entire discography up to this point was built off of that hot garbage, and you realize that my music is less of a tech demo and more of a tech struggle session. Anyways, we were talking about Sovit's SVC compared to TalkNet. Clearly, Sovit's SVC is better. But wait, that's not all. Sovit's SVC also offers us a more safe and effective vocal range for our mares compared to Controllable TalkNet. If you watched the last PPP panel, you may recall that TalkNet internally uses a pitch representation cyclic over octaves to help our mares sing in their natural register, even when it's a smelly baritone singing into the reference audio. If you don't know what an octave is and you don't understand what I just said, you better get ready to die. Let's take a step back for a moment. Remember those piano lessons that you may or may not have taken as a kid? This is a piano keyboard. Each key corresponds to one note. The notes are just like mares, cough. They have names, except they're named by letters A through G, and the letters repeat on the piano keyboard. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A.
Not hearing your audio.
You're not hearing my audio.
No.
I am hearing him. Oh, you mean the music? No,
Ah,
I
okay.
don't hear the music.
Hold on. Are we hearing anything, or?
I'm hearing your voice, not any music or anything. No.
Huh.
Did you remember to tell Jitsi to share your audio?
Yeah, I did.
Hmm.
It's supposed to be sharing my audio. I don't know what, Okay. I mean, it should be, if it's Windows Audio, it should be able to pick it up, so I don't know what the problem is. Oh, do we want to keep going and just pretend like you can hear the piano for now, just for the sake of timing?
I guess, yeah. I mean, I've got it paused. It's okay. So
Oh, you have
can
it pause.
Yeah, so you can spend as much time as you need fucking around with it. It's alright.
Okay. All right. Let me try to.
Okay, I'm hearing it now.
It's good?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me make a note on how I. Okay, ready to continue. Should I just start from the top of the slide?
Yeah, just from the top is fine.
Okay. This is a piano keyboard. Each key corresponds to one note. The notes are just like mirrors, cough. They have names, except they're named by letters A through G, and the letters repeat on the piano keyboard. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. You'll notice that when I play one A and another A, they sound quite similar in a way that they don't if I play A and B together. These A's are said to be an octave apart. In a nutshell, note names on a keyboard repeat over an octave. Notes an octave apart, notes with the same letter, sound very similar, but not quite the same. One of these A's is clearly at a higher pitch than the other, despite the fact that they are both called A. This is going to be crucial to understanding the issue with TalkNet's pitch representation. So, back to TalkNet. When I say the AI uses a pitch representation cyclic over octaves, what I mean is, to oversimplify, internally controllable TalkNet perceives notes kind of like letter notes. When it hears an A, it has no idea whether you sang this A, or this A, or this A. All it knows is that the input pitch is A, and so the output letter note must also be A. TalkNet produces whatever sounds it has been trained to associate with Rainbow Dash singing A. This was a decent design solution to get around some limitations at the time. However, this also introduces some problems. One is that if you're around the edge of the character's usual vocal range, the character may not sing the pitch that you are intending. So its SVC can, kind of, sing either high or low.
Gonna tell a story, morning glory, all about the serpentine fire. Surely as light begun, you will as one banner with the serpentine fire. Gonna tell a story, morning glory, all about the serpentine fire. Surely as light begun, you will as one banner with the serpentine fire.
TalkNet defaults with low, but sort of fades in between the two.
Gonna tell the story, morning glory, all about the serpentine fire. Surely as life begun, you will as one battle with the serpentine fire.
Another problem is that if you go too high or too low, the pitch sort of wraps around by an octave back down or up, or it sounds like the upper and lower octave are being sung at the same time. Just listen to this scale. The input for this scale was just notes linearly going up, but that's not how it comes out of TalkNet.
Ba 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 ba.
One example of where you can hear this problem in production is in I Am the Science, where Twilight manages to sing what sounds like two notes an octave apart simultaneously.
So I made some small mistakes. Who really like beagles anyways?
Not so with Sovit's SVC. It starts straight with an absolute pitch representation that is not cyclic and allows you to arbitrarily shift input pitch, the result being that we can sing our characters as high or as low as they have data for.
So I've made some small mistakes. Who really likes beagles anyways?
Thus, Sovit's SVC achieves a safer and more effective vocal range for our characters. Last but not least is a difference more on the usability side of things. In order to achieve its conversion, TalkNet required that you provide a transcription of your input audio, which it would then translate into a phonetic language, alphabet, internally in order to help it decide what to sing. This could be quite tedious at times because anything that you recorded to put into TalkNet, you wouldn't just have to record, but you would have to write out. Sovit's SVC does not require a transcription at all. In fact, internally, it doesn't use any kind of human engineered phonetic representation. From a workflow standpoint, this is a large improvement in terms of productivity and ease of use. To understand this, it's worth going over a few scenarios where TalkNet's drawbacks really slow things down, and where Sovit's SVC can provide massive increases in usability. Scenario 1. You're making a song. You're not the best at labeling your input audios. You put the input audio into TalkNet and you put your lyric in, but you put the wrong lyric in for the file or the wrong file in for the lyric, or you sang the line slightly differently from your lyric. After you hit generate and wait about a minute for the output to be generated, you realize that the character is singing complete nonsense and you just wasted a bunch of time waiting for the generation. With Sovit's SVC, there is no chance for an error where the transcription and the input audio are mismatched, because there is no transcription. Scenario 2. You're making a song with a lot of non-lexical vocalizations, like singing la la la. With TalkNet, you manually have to try to approximate those vocalizations using English transcriptions or manual alphabet transcriptions. Do you like counting the number of la's you were supposed to sing? Again, with Sovit's SVC, you don't have to worry about counting the number of laws for your transcription because there is no transcription. Scenario 3. You get everything right, the transcription and the audio are matched. Still, the model can mispronounce things because of AI magic, and although you can try to fix mispronunciations by providing manual alphabet transcriptions, this is quite tedious and involves a lot of trial and error. If you're making a pass through an entire production to fix a bunch of small errors, you have to provide a little transcription for each little snippet you make to fix those errors. With Sovit's SVC, you can just make a new input audio with all of the corrections you want, maybe even with multiple retakes of the same line, feed back into Sovit's SVC, and get a different, hopefully improved generation out without having to provide a transcription or copy and paste lines for retakes. It's also important to note that because transcriptions aren't used, you don't even need to have a transcribed dataset to train Sovit's SVC models. All you need are relatively clean voice clips, making Sovit's SVC and other voice models related to it much more accessible to train compared to other architectures. Oh, and also, Sovit's SVC just straight up runs faster than TalkNet. From a simple test on my 3080, conversion of 41 seconds of audio took 12 seconds with Sovit's SVC and 56 seconds with TalkNet. That's a speed up of 4.6 times. And those time savings mean less turnaround time for finding mistakes and more time to do retakes. However, it should be noted that lack of transcription is not an across the board gain. Because Sovit's SVC gets all of its information from the content of your speech audio rather than relying on an external transcription, that much more of the information from your reference audio will be used to construct the output. That means if you mispronounce something in your reference audio, Sovit's SVC will be happy to accurately replicate that mispronunciation in whatever voice you desire. It also means that if you talk with an accent, Sovit's SVC will talk with an accent. So if you happen to be British and trying to make something like a fan episode where the main character is Pinkie Pie using your own natural accent while recording reference audio, you might end up with a result like this.
I'm gonna hug you for as long as it takes for you to understand how amazing hugs are and you stop your crazy anti-hug ski. So it wasn't you? That must mean there's another pony in power purporting to peddle this pernicious plan. Come on, England! Score some fucking goals!
On the other hand, maybe that's intentional. Maybe you want your character to have an accent. Maybe you want your mayor to use her English voice to speak in a language that isn't English. With the power of Sovit's SVC, these things are also possible. Yes, we all want to hear more accented characters.
Promise not to bleed on my suit and I'll kill you quickly.
So, that's how Sovit's SVC is better than TalkNet. Now, let's take a look at some ways that you can run Sovit's SVC and train your own characters, as well as some tips and tricks for getting better generations. So let's talk about running this stuff. Now, we won't discuss specifically how to run Sovit's SVC, as there are already instructions for that in the PPP Quick Start doc, as well as video tutorials provided by Gothic Anon and me. See the links in this slide. If you're confused, ask the thread. At least one of us is likely to be in there. Instead, we're going to focus on logistics. There are currently 3 main ways to run Sovit's SVC that are maintained within the PPP. Locally, using your own GPU or CPU on Heisei, or on the Effusive Periscope GUI written by myself, or if you prefer to use Google's GPUs, on Google Colab. There are also other solutions for running and training Sovit's SVC not maintained by the PPP, because it turns out that this tech has become quite popular outside of the Mere Lover circle. If you've seen an AI cover of a song on YouTube recently, chances are it was done with Sovit's SVC. Most YouTube tutorials outside the PPP, look it up, use a GUI program not affiliated with the PPP called Sovit's SVC Fork that can actually be installed straight from pip, if you already have a Python installation and know how to do that. However, if you do use this program and you have tech support problems, don't post it in the thread expecting the best answers, because we don't maintain that program. Now let's discuss why you would decide to run Sovit's SVC locally on your machine versus running it on the cloud with Google. The main draw of running Sovit's SVC on Colab is that it's free and doesn't use your system resources, meaning you can use it on pretty much any computer that can run a graphical web browser. Again, refer to the previous slide for the link to the Colab. On the other hand, local Sovit's SVC will use your system resources, so you can only ride if you're this tall. You will need 8 gigs of DRAM. If you're using my GUI, you will need an NVIDIA GPU with 4 gigs of VRAM, but with Heisei, you can run Sovit's SVC on the CPU, albeit somewhat slowly. And you're going to need about 12 gigs of disk space plus 1 gigabyte per speaker model. With AMD GPUs, local inference only works on Linux, and some extra work has to be done during setup. With my own GUI, CPU and AMD GPU inference have not been tested. OS-wise, I've literally never seen anybody with an Apple machine run this. Not saying it's impossible, just saying that I haven't seen it happen. It does work on Linux, though. People generally find Colab easier to set up. Since it's running on Google's fairly standardized computers, it'll work fairly consistently, at least until Google decides to update Colab's Python version again. Local solutions such as Heisei only need to be set up once, and Heisei in particular allows running Sovit's SVC on the CPU. Because it's set up through Docker, it should work fairly consistently across all platforms, but it doesn't work very well on macOS. My GUI is more power user oriented. It should be fairly simple to set up on Windows. If you go to the releases for its GitHub repository, there should be zip files containing a setup batch script that should make a base installation easy for the non-technically oriented. Again, if you are confused, refer to our tutorials. However, Because there is a lot more variability on how people's local systems might be configured, I can't guarantee that it'll work on your system. The primary drawbacks to Colab are setup times, as well as not having access to some features that are available with local inference, which we'll discuss later. The thing with Colab is that it's effectively a free cloud VM. But to make these resources available to random users for free, they don't save anything you do, and they only allow you to run the VM for a limited amount of time. You can get more time with Colab Pro if you're not morally opposed to giving Google your money. The upshot of this is that every time you want to run Sovit's SVC, Colab needs to re-download Sovit's SVC and all of its dependencies first, which takes about 10 minutes. With local, you set it up once and you can run it on demand. Another drawback to Colab is general UX clunkiness compared to local usage, since you have to wait for things like file uploads and downloads that you won't need locally. For me, personally, I really like my own GUI because it's a lot more suited to my production workflow. It has built in recording and audio previews right in the program, and it has drag and drop. But I might be a little biased. So that's everything about the different ways you can run Sovit's SVC. However, suppose you wanted to train your own characters using the PPP datasets or perhaps one of your own making. Again, while we won't go over specifics on how to train because there are already resources for that both inside and outside the PPP, we can go over logistics and things that you need to have. Firstly, recordings of the voice that you want to copy, preferably without sound effects or external noise. The cleaner, the better. Preferably with over 2 minutes of data. Sovit's SVC performs surprisingly well on small amounts of data compared to any other open source voice model before it, but it still benefits from having more data. There are notebooks available for training on Colab. As training is a more technically demanding process than inference, if you want to find more resources on training, you'll find those in the main doc. However, do note that if you wish to train on Google's GPUs, it is recommended to train on Colab Pro to avoid hassle with timeouts. If you want to train locally on the system requirements side, you're going to need an NVIDIA GPU with about 8 gigs of VRAM if you don't run anything else and you use a small batch size, and about 8 hours of time. Training hasn't been tested on AMD GPUs. There is a way to run training on the CPU, but from my tests, it is around 16 to 20 times slower. Considering that I need to run training for at least 8 hours in order to get a voice that I would consider passable, CPU training is probably not desirable for most people. So, those are the basic requirements for training. Again, not going into detail. Now we can discuss some tips, tricks, and experiments for getting the best results from your Sovit's SVC generations. In order to understand what we can do well, we must first understand what could possibly go wrong. In this section, we're going to talk about artifacts. One of the most prominent artifacts is that if you have segments of silence in your input audio, a random buzz might appear during the silent parts that will sound a little bit like this.
So I've made some small mistakes.
Although some efforts have been made to minimize this, it still happens from time to time. Luckily, I've never seen it overlap with actual speech, so with some basic audio editing, it's pretty trivial to get rid of. Another thing that isn't technically the fault of the AI, but I've seen posted a bit in the thread by new users, is stuff that sounds like this.
The oddities opposite offering my ocular orbit adorable deplorable exploring of the world of what a workout ought to be.
That's supposed to be Rainbow Dash, by the way. No, she didn't lose her voice from smoking. For what it's worth, if your generation sounds like this, the most likely reason is that you are trying to make Rainbow Dash talk at the same pitch as your baritone voice. In terms of generation parameters, we'll talk about those more later, your transpose is set too low. The transpose is the amount by which the AI adjusts the pitch of the input to get the pitch of the output, and it's measured in musical semitones. For converting from a male voice to a female voice, the best transpose to use is 12, which is equivalent to 1 octave. Here's that same example from above, but using a transpose of 12.
The oddities opposite offering my ocular orbit adorable deplorable exploring of the world of what a workout ought to be.
Doesn't that sound better? If you're doing anything musical, you want to use multiples of 12 for your own transpose. That is, only moving up or down by octaves so that your output audio is in the same musical key as your input audio. All that being said, there are also errors that can happen with pitch that are not just due to user error. Pitch detection artifacts sometimes take the form of detecting the wrong pitch, and frequently take the form of a sudden dip or increase in pitch, which will sound somewhat like this.
Spies sapping my sentry. You're a statue of a moron.
They tend to be more likely to occur in cases where the input audio contains vocal fry, vocal distortion, or popping and clicking. Not all of you may be familiar with these things, but the easiest way to demonstrate them is with examples. Vocal fry is the lowest register of the voice. A lot of people like to dip into the vocal fry register at the end of sentences, especially if they're not used to projecting their voices. The problem with vocal fry is that it can mess with pitch detection. Let's hear an example of input audio with vocal fry.
The problem with vocal fry is that it can mess with pitch detection.
And here's what Sovit's SVC can make of it.
The problem with vocal fry is that it can mess with pitch detection.
Another thing that can mess with pitch detection is vocal distortion, gravelly voices, or screaming. Suppose our input speaker will be Alex Jones.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Here's Pinkie Pie trying to copy that.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Popping and clicking can happen with plosives or bad editing. What are plosives? Plosives are basically phonetic sounds in spoken language that produce bursts of air like P and B. Why are these a problem? If you're really close to your microphone and say a lot of words with P and B in them, you can create an undesired low frequency noise that, worst case, sounds like this.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
The resulting noise can interfere with pitch detection, causing artifacting.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
There are a few things that can be done to remedy these pitch detection artifacts. If you're the one recording the input audio, try to avoid vocal fry and vocal distortion. You can remedy plosive popping, 1 by getting a pop filter, and 2 by not speaking too close to the mic. In a pinch, you can just put a towel over your mic. Remember that Sovit's SVC is really engineered around singing, so it helps when the model can detect a clear, definite pitch at every point when the input is speaking. If you're using the local GUI, you can also attempt to work around pitch problems by trying a different pitch detection algorithm than the default. The default pitch detection algorithm, Harvest, works well in most cases. There are 2 other pitch detection algorithms labeled Parselmouth Old and Parselmouth New in the interface. These are mainly considered legacy algorithms as they were the first pitch detection algorithms used in Sovit's SVC. In some cases, they can be more accurate than Harvest and Dio, but are generally more prone to sudden pitch dip or increased artifacts. In contrast, Harvest and Dio have a slight tendency to drift out of tune in extended notes. A 4th pitch detection option, not included by default, can be installed with the CRAPE network, convolutional representation for pitch estimation, which may introduce fewer rapid pitch artifacts in some cases, but can introduce oversmoothing. It's also slower performing than the other 2 options, so I would use it sparingly. Lastly, the Dio pitch detection algorithm performs similarly to Harvest, and may perform better than it in cases with cleaner input audio. Another form pitch detection artifacting can take is when the pitch starts going up and down in a long continuous pattern, which might sound like this. This is usually an indication that Sovit's SVC can tell that there is supposed to be a pitch, but it doesn't know what pitch to put there. And this often happens when using excessively noisy reference audio or reference audio with multiple simultaneous voices. I shouldn't need to tell you why trying to convert a single output voice from multiple input voices is a bad idea. Yet another form artifacting can take is what I call vowel artifacting. In other words, mispronunciations. This artifact seems to happen often with long vowels recorded alone, for example, like a held out oo. Take this input, for example. Ooh. Listen to the output.
Ah.
Instead of saying ooh, the model says something more like ooh ah. Although I haven't really tested enough to be sure that this method works reliably, I've observed that one possible way to fix it is to provide the model more context on how your voice sounds by saying or singing something with more information immediately before the mispronounced portion, like so.
Provide some extra context. Ooh.
And then,
Provide some extra context. Ooh.
buzzing is a type of artifacting that was more common with TalkNet, but still present, although less so, with Sovit's SVC. It is more obvious with sibilants, those are s and z sounds.
She sells seashells by the seashore.
A workaround to reduce buzzing can be to modify the noise scale, which we'll talk about in a bit. Another form of artifacting that may occur is what I'd refer to as, for lack of a better term, ghosting. It almost sounds like there's a quiet ringing of the target character going on in the background. This artifact is pretty hard to reproduce reliably, but it tends to happen more with noisier input audio. You can sort of hear it in this example in between the actual singing.
If you know trust in the science, follow the science.
So, now we know some of the things that can go wrong with Sovit's SVC generations and some basic things that we can do to fix those problems. Let's look at some actual tips and tricks to get the best we can out of Sovit's SVC. If you're recording audio from a noisy environment or you're using input audio with a lot of noise, there are several things that you can do to clean it depending on the nature of the noise, which will help Sovit's SVC understand your audio. One tool that you can use is a free online service known as vocalremover.org. It is a free, as in beer, proprietary service that produces relatively high quality vocal isolation. Let's hear a sample of what vocalremover.org can achieve.
My name is Pinkie Pie. Hello. And I am here to say, how you doing?
Another tool you can use locally if you have a powerful enough GPU is a free AI-based program called Ultimate Vocal Remover, or UVR for short. It's primarily oriented towards removing vocals from music, but can work with removing background noise from dialogue to an extent. Let's hear an example of what UVR can achieve.
My name is Pinkie Pie. Hello. And I am here to say, how you doing? I'm gonna make...
And here's Rarity trying to sing Smile.
My name is Pinkie Pie. Hello. And I am here to say, how you doing? I'm gonna make...
The primary draw of UVR is that it is hosted locally, and it can use a wide range of vocal isolation models that can be independently developed and installed in a modular fashion. In addition, new models for UVR are being continually developed. For dialogue with background noise, the best option available for free, for now, is Adobe Enhance. However, it does require a sign-up. I say for now because Adobe Enhance is being offered for free during beta testing, but it's not guaranteed that it'll stay available forever. All you have to do to use it is upload the file you want to denoise at podcast.adobe.com/enhance. Here's an example of a separation performed by Adobe Enhance from the airplane scene in Dark Knight Rises.
The flight plan I just filed with the agency lists me, my man, Dr. Pavel here, but only one of you.
And here's Rainbow Dash reenacting that scene.
The flight plan I just filed with the agency,
This me? My man, Dr. Pavel here, but only one of you!
It works decently well at removing noise, but as you can hear, the separation can introduce unwanted distortion or changes in the voice of the speaker, which may not be desired. There are also more proprietary tools that are commonly used in the world of music or audio production, like Isotope RX. If you're a music producer or audio engineer who already has access to these tools, or you don't have a problem with sailing the seven seas, you can also use these to clean up your audio. There's also a free VST called Goyo, which can be used for both removal of background noise and reverb at real time processing speeds. In discussing tips and tricks, we can also talk about the parameters you can adjust during generation. Clustering is a technique that you can use to enforce a bit more similarity to your target character or speaker at the cost of some intelligibility. For most inputs, it works quite well. However, it can't be applied to just any model. For clustering, a separate model file has to be trained. You'll know if a model folder has a cluster model available because the cluster model file will have the extension .pt. Some models may include multiple cluster files for different characters. Clustering can be adjusted in the generation parameters for all major UIs using a clustering ratio, which defines the amount of clustering to use from 0 to 1. 0 means no clustering, and 1 means full clustering. Relatively high values work well, such as 0.5 to 1. Here is an example of audio generated using a clustering ratio of 0.
As an AI language model, I am not able to answer that question.
Here is an example of audio generated using a clustering ratio of 1.
As an AI language model, I am not able to answer that question.
Technically, you can use ratios over 1, but that's not recommended. For instance, here's how it sounds when you use a clustering ratio of 3. Noise scale. So when I first came across this option and played with it, I thought it did some kind of denoising, because when you set it really high, it sounds like shitty denoising, like your mirror is underwater. Here's what it sounds like if you use a noise scale of 3.
Where the hell is my alfalfa?
Turns out this has nothing to do with denoising at all. See, Sovit's SVC inference is actually non-deterministic. Given the same parameters, it won't generate the same output for any input every time it's run. And the noise scale setting affects the variability of the generated audio. More on that in the technical section. Generally, we leave it at a low setting like 0.2. At slightly higher settings, it may reduce buzzy artifacts at the cost of introducing more weirdness. Here's how it sounds when you use a noise scale of 0.
She saw seashells by the seashore.
And here's how it sounds when you use a noise scale of 0.6.
She saw seashells by the seashore.
So, those were some tips and tricks for getting the best quality out of your generations with Sovit's SVC. Now, I'd like to talk about a second speech generation architecture. Since Sovit's SVC, a new, mostly unrelated voice conversion AI has appeared, Retrieval-Based Voice Conversion, or RVC. This AI performs better than Sovit's SVC in cases where the target character has very little data. Think like 2 minutes of data. But in cases where there is more data available, Sovit's SVC offers slightly better character recognizability. It also trains much faster than Sovit's SVC. It can be used to produce a viable voice in as little as 10 minutes for small datasets or 2 hours for larger datasets. In cases where a pony has little voice data, RVC may be the only way to produce a viable voice. So Derpy Hooves has about 2 minutes of usable speaking data. First, here is an example of a Derpy Hooves Sovit's SVC 4.0 model.
That's life. That's what all the people say. You're riding high in April. Shot down at me. But I know I'm gonna chase that tune.
Here's an example of what RVC can achieve.
That's life. That's what All the people say you're riding high in April. Shot down in May, but I know I'm gonna change that tune.
As you can hear, RVC can achieve better quality given this limited dataset than Sovit's SVC. Twilight Sparkle's singing voice has approximately 20 minutes of data. Let's see how well RVC stacks up. First, RVC.
Well, that's when they said yesterday. There's nothing left to do but pray. I think it's time I found a new religion. Whoa, it's so insane to synthesize another strain. There's something in these futures that we have to be told.
Then Sovit's SVC 4.0.
Well, that's when they said yesterday. There's nothing left to do but pray. I think it's time I found a new religion. Whoa, it's so insane to synthesize another strain. There's something in these futures that we have to be told.
And RVC again.
Futures made of virtual insanity now always seem to be governed by this love we have for useless twisting. All the new technology, oh now there is no sound, for we all live underground.
And Sovit's SVC 4.0.
Futures made of virtual insanity now always seem to be governed by this love we have for useless twisting. All the new technology, oh now there is no sound, but we all live underground.
To my ear, Sovit's SVC 4.0 is closer to Twilight's actual singing voice. Here are some other examples of what RVC can achieve.
However much you try to convince the world or yourself that you don't fool me, Scratch. Also, I'm repaying a debt.
Years ago, I became a student of music theory, thinking that I would find answers. What I found instead was that making music is merely a means of proposing questions with our hearts that our minds can't formulate. Every time we sing or play an instrument, we are searching. Every time we fill the air with notes of rhythm and tonality, we are endeavoring to get in touch with the parts of ourselves that our words cannot contain.
So, what are the ways to run RVC? As of writing this segment, RVC can be run in Heisei. There is also a web UI you can download and install or run on Colab. We also have a basic Colab for RVC that functions very similarly to the one for Sovit's SVC. And that's all I have to say for RVC for now. The AI voice models we have available to us are quite good, but they could, at least theoretically, get better. What are some areas where they can be improved, whether by external researchers or perhaps even you? Artifacting. As you can hear from examples, there are still some artifacts that make Sovit's SVC and RVC generated audio sound unrealistic. This could potentially be mitigated with future AI voice models that use more recently developed, higher quality components like NVIDIA's Big Vegan vocoder. Text to speech. Neither Sovit's SVC nor RVC are capable of text to speech. Currently, we don't have access to a text to speech model that can produce audio at the quality of either voice conversion model. Performance on all dataset sizes. Although RVC can achieve best in class results for small datasets, for larger datasets, Sovit's SVC achieves higher recognizability given arbitrary input audio. An ideal model would be able to achieve both, preferably with the same low training times as RVC. Emotiveness. Sovit's SVC has been used to synthesize speaking voices to some success. However, as with most available voice models, it cannot reliably produce emotive voices with non-neutral vocal timbres, such as screaming, laughing, or whispering. Speaker accent controllability. Although Sovit's SVC can achieve high controllability by allowing you to make your target character speak in any accent you desire, it loses the benefit from controllable TalkNet of being able to impose the character's natural accent on your speaking. Dataset denoising, cleaning, and augmentation. The existing PPP datasets have served us well up to now, but it is possible that the quality of our AI voices is now being bounded by the quality of input audio in our dataset. Since the datasets were originally compiled, there have arisen many new solutions for isolating and denoising vocals from audio tracks, which could potentially allow us to get more clean data to use for training our voice AIs. That concludes our general overview of voice synthesis AI models. We'll revisit Sovit's SVC in more technical detail later. And again, if you're interested in learning how to use this stuff, here's the final slide with some helpful links. Take a screenshot. It is now time to enter the image AI section. I'm going to pass it off to Hazy to give you a general overview of how image AIs have developed in recent history.
Okay, pause. Hazy's still not here, I don't think so. I'll just read his stuff in a non-performative manner, just for timing. That's pretty much bang on an hour, and will probably be closer to an hour when we account for the 5 minutes of intro audio that we'll play at the start. So I'm going to propose that we put the first break here, with the idea of having 1 audio break per hour. And it's also a clear cut between voice and image.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, makes sense.
Write that.
So write that down somewhere. I'll make a note. Also, Synthbot is here, so we can bring him in. So, Synthbot, I've just messaged you in the chat with a Jitsi
5-minute
link.
break, or
yeah, we'll put a 5-minute break here. I'll just add 5 minutes to whatever we want to do. I've got the timer paused. It's okay. So end of rules. So it's intro into Hazy's timeline. First 5 minutes break. And Synthbot's here. Hello.
So I'm gonna. Can you hear the fan in the background?
Speak again.
Can you hear the fan in my background?
No, you're a little quiet though. Is there a way to boost
the
you up?
noise reduction is kind of aggressive on your voice.
Oh, interesting. So I raised my voice for a clipper, and let me see.
That's
I don't
better.
think I have anything specific for noise reduction. Does Jitsi do something?
Yeah, it does. Just by default, I think.
I see. Okay. Oh, the noise suppression is actually disabled on Jitsi.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, then I don't know what's going on.
Maybe it's one of my sound settings.
Maybe try turning your phone off and then speak, see if it's doing anything.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. Right, so Vol, feedback on your speech. You started off pretty good, and then gradually you got a bit flat about halfway through. I'm going to presume that's something to do with, like, vocal fatigue or something. My suggestion is going to be the same as it was yesterday, and that is when we're done here, go and listen to the stream again, specifically listen to the bits with your voice, and do a direct comparison of when you started speaking at the start of your section and how you were towards the end. Hopefully that'll get across what I mean, because it's difficult to explain.
Yeah, my mouth started
verbally.
getting dry, like in the middle.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't like in some portions of it. I don't have like enough time to just like take a sip of water, or like I have to like pause for a noticeable amount of time.
It's okay. Pauses are not nearly as long as you think they are. As a speaker, as someone who's got the full attention on them, you're going to be more conscious of awkward pauses. That's just a natural human thing. It is perfectly okay to take 3-5 seconds, however long, just to have a breath, take a drink of water. That's absolutely fine. It will not be nearly as bad as you think it is in your mind. Right.
When I'm recording voiceover, I don't like
You won't do it all in one
templates and
section.
stuff.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah.
Right. Synthbot, have you?
Yep, I'm back.
Hello.
Is it still as bad?
It's better.
I think that's better. Yeah.
Better.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
For reference, I've got a fan going right now. I don't know if that makes my voice sound any different. I won't have that running on the day. But anyway, so Synthbot is here because at the end with the Q&A, you can field any questions that come up on the dataset side, specifically animation. And also, just to bring you up to speed with the Family Feud game. So you weren't here for this earlier, but I had a message from Perp, the guy who's organising it. From him, the question is, what is going to be our team name? And we'll also need a picture to use as like a team avatar. So if there's anything more creative than Team PPP you can suggest, or anything, any pictures you might happen to have or remember, or any ideas to prompt an image generating AI with, that'll be something useful.
I can think about it. Maybe I can work on that while you guys are practicing your presentations here.
So we've also, the current one that we're thinking of using is this one, Fluttershy. Do you like it? RoboShy. If we think of nothing better, that's probably what we'll use, but open to suggestions. One other thing I'd like to ask you to do in the background, Synthbot, you remember the Pwn Paste link that you made last year with all the information in it that was put on the slide for when we were doing the Q&A?
Yes.
Would you be able to update that with links for this year?
Yeah, sure. As long as there, I might need to ask you for what stuff to put in there, but I can at least follow the format and do all the stuff that I can find.
Okay. My audio is to be muted. You can't hear any answers regarding the time. What date / time according to Greenwich time zone is it all happening again? Panel starts at 6 o'clock UK time on the 1st, that being Saturday. And as Gothic says, use the MLPCon official site. That'll show the the schedule with everything converted to your local time. Synthbot, I will get you some links. Give me one moment.
I think I can start with whatever I can find from the doc and from the slide.
Do you have links to the slides and the doc already? You should have those, actually. They should be in the thread.
Yes, I think I opened them yesterday. I can probably find them again.
I think that's about all you would need for this year, I'm going to tentatively say. If I'm wrong about that, let me know and we can go digging for something else.
Sure. Yeah, I can just let you know. So I'll work on that in the background.
Right. Any other questions from you currently about Family Feud or anything else really in general?
I don't think so. It sounds like for Family Feud, there's not much info, so it's just.
Yeah. I think that's again it's by design.
How do you play that? Because I've never watched that TV show.
I have no idea. So Perp hasn't told us anything about the games we're going to be playing or anything like that. Again, I think that's by design. He doesn't want to spoil anything. What I can do is just show you again the thing that we put forward. This. I'm going to need to change my Jitsi, aren't I?
In his panel description, it does say that it won't be a carbon copy of Family Feud, so...
Screen 2, I'm going to share, right. So you should see this. So this here is the form that I filled in. So all of our names, here we are. Our favourite ponies, or at least all the answers that I got. So Rainbow Dash from me, Octavia from Vul, Sunset Shimmer, Ponk, and Apple Bloom from Synthbot. Gothic and Hazy did not provide me any answers.
Is BGM joining as well?
You didn't ask.
I would have, I'm sure I did, but okay. Would you like to add any to the list, Gothic?
Derpy.
Derpy. Okay. I did ask BGM, he declined. Right. So this is our description of our group, how we know each other, how others would recognize us, what bond we share, what would make Anons root for us or hate us. We are Anons representing the Pony Preservation Project, both on the AI training and technical side, and the content creation side. All have participated in the yearly PPP panel at least once. Anons would love us for making waifus real, and hate us for putting artists out of business. The thread generals we all frequent: Tempo, Bail, Merch, PPP, Chag, any drama and happenings. Any others to the list?
I think, yeah, not from my side.
Okay. There is no question here, just 6 options. We opted for Cutemare. What talents and skills does each member bring to the table? Especially things that you can make interesting games with. So wrangling voice, image, text AI, dissecting everything pony into datasets, programming, music, video editing, simple animations, campaigners for AI mayor rights, art, sometimes with AI assistance, and diverse nationalities. We've got an American, we've got a Brit, we've got Polish, and we've got Australian. And free space, put whatever we want, put 2 more weeks.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so that's what our response looks like. Anything off the top of your head that you think would be good to add? No?
No, not for me. Not for me, at least.
Alright. So I will submit the updated one with Derpy, and we'll come back to this. Right, anything else for now?
I don't think so. So I'll try to have some text generator running in the background, maybe an image generator running in the background as well. So if anything comes up in the games where that's useful, I can try to use that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Perp can expect us to run AI in real time, but I'm sure we have the capability to do that if need be.
They might expect us to write something creative or to draw something, so it might be useful for that.
Yeah, we can cheat with the AI, sure.
Yep.
That's perfectly in character for us.
Yep, we need maximum cheating.
Okay. Right, so we're now... Do you want the ability to run AI in real time? By real time, we mean running it on demand, quickly, to a time limit. So I'm going to presume, like, Perp may say, draw a picture of XYZ, and we'll type XYZ into the prompt of Stable Diffusion or Midjourney, whatever. And it will take as long as it takes. So some of us will run things on Colab, some of us have the capability to run locally. So, I mean, I can run Sovits and RVC and TalkNet locally via Haso. It's not particularly fast, but it's fast enough, probably. Vol can do that as well with his own GUI. And Hazy has access to Stable Diffusion and Midjourney fairly easily as well.
And I'll see if I can get GPT Pony and what that llama model.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good.
Yep.
Right, so what I'm gonna do now is carry on with the presentation. Of course, it's supposed to be Hazy right now, but he's still not here, so I'm gonna read it in a conversational manner just simply for the sake of timing. Okay. Right. Oh yeah, Vul or Gothic, could you do the, polls for Find the Fake?
Yeah, I could do it.
Yep. So, again, we're gonna do it all properly. Even if it means sitting around doing nothing for 30 seconds. It's gotta be authentic. Right, I am gonna restart the timer. Right, everyone happy to continue? Yes. Any objections?
Yes.
Right, cool. 3, 2, 1, timer starting. Thanks, Vol. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty of ways to use the various image AI tools, it's worth taking a few moments to reflect on how they've gotten to where they are today. We're going to examine a brief history of the development of image AIs, and most importantly, the progressively more Mayor-compatible technologies that have emerged since the beginning. It's only been a couple of years since the idea of AI-generated imagery was commonplace, and there has been an explosive amount of various offshoots of the concept. So many, in fact, that if I were to explain them all, we wouldn't have time for anything else. So let's focus on some of the more dominant outliers, most of which have been prominent in the thread and useful for Mare-related productions. Let's start with a simple timeline. Beginning from June 2021, when AI image generation was first in its infancy, all the way up to the present day, or right now, which looks nicer on the graphic. Bear in mind, I'm not the best time manager, or manager of lines for that matter, so some of these may not be entirely sequential in terms of release, but it still is more or less in rough order. The point we're focusing on is allowing clearer demonstration of how far AI imagery has come along in terms of quality and accuracy over the past couple of years. Beginning with the messiest of the AI imagery, the first AI mares were made from all of your dropped spaghetti. Welcome to ClipDraw. This was one of the first mentioned in the thread, or at least since I hopped on the board, that took off and sparked many various testings, some of which you may remember from the previous panel back in 2022. The way it works is by creating noise in the form of countless long lines, thus spaghetti, which it then morphs into an image, sort of, leaving you with what the AI thinks is your desired prompt. While it only lasted a thread or two, it showed great mare potential and resulted in many of them, including the, and I quote, "best pony from My Little Pony," pictured on the bottom right. Well, that certainly is one of the ponies of all time. Let's also take a look at a few more images generated with ClipDraw. We'll be doing similar for each AI in the timeline. Notice how all of these clearly prove that it does indeed possess knowledge of numerous popular characters, and was able to combine them with the other elements, like the scene they're put into. The loose form factor of this allowed for artistic interpretations to be traditionally drawn later on, as seen in the top right. Continuing on, we've got yet another early and still mostly distorted prototype of the image generators, DALL-E Mini, or Crayon as it's known now to avoid confusion with DALL-E 2. It is very similar to ClipDraw in that it doesn't draw very well, but boy is it fast, generating results in seconds as opposed to a few minutes like with earlier AI. This extra speed does seem to help it with filling in the details though. Bad or otherwise, this ease of access allowed it to be quickly spread and played with by the masses, and thus it was a powerful catalyst for generating interest in image AI and perhaps AI in general, and thus great improvements and new technologies began to emerge. Much like ClipDraw, it too serves as a great baseline for artists to then recreate the mare, such as this lovely cool paletted mare on the top right as drawn by Anon, and the bottom mare on the left was generated and vectored by yours truly. Because of how clearly defined her cutie mark strangely turned out to be, and its seemingly leaky nature, I decided to name her Juicy Peaches, and I'm quite happy with how she turned out. I'll leave it up to your imagination as to why her peach is juicy. Anyways, these two mares in particular were made entirely possible thanks to Crayon's provided baseline and motivation by giving a kick-start into the creative process. As you can see with the other images, its knowledge of who the characters are was high, while its ability to draw them to acceptable quality was low. There have been some improvements since though. Next up, OpenAI's DALL-E 2, the first to achieve fully coherent mares, or at least to the limited few who were granted access to it. OpenAI isn't well known for being open, contrary to their namesake, but should you have been the one of the lucky few at the time to experience DALL-E 2, you'd receive very coherent mare forms, tasteful mare booty shots, and a jumbling of letters, including the new My Little Pony logo, Litty Pon Tapf Esnay. I'd watch it. A little to the right of that, you may have noticed in the third image down, it's especially good at generating appealing equine hindquarters, which is done so by adding Annie Le Boutie's boudoir photos to the prompt. I may have butchered that pronunciation, but in any case, the results speak for themselves. Let's take a short moment to appreciate the quality and intricacy of these various plot lines. very nice mares. As you can see, the boudoir term works well for most of the various mares, but as much as I enjoy staring at mare hindquarters all day, it's time to continue our timeline. This point in time was a couple months after the last year's panel, and where the realm of image AI absolutely exploded. All thanks to Stability AI, who were based enough to unleash their AI on the world, free of charge, and with full documentation on how to use and fine-tune it. All across the internet, various communities were making their own fine-tuned specifically tailored to their interests, including us. Stable Diffusion, by default, even today with their XL models and whatnot, still struggles with mares, particularly with recognizing them by name and keeping with their overall design. We could do horses okay with a fair amount of effort, but clearly this is a lack of data. And who better to provide masses of mare data than the pony-obsessed individuals that we are? Here are horribly some of the best results I was able to achieve with it early on, lack of data or otherwise. A lot of AI wonkiness exists here, allowing for all your cursed mares, those that exist within one of Discord's alternate dimensions. Either way, mare is mare, and you can still find her here. Low poly mares, peaking mares, whatever the hell that top right mare is, a pinkish mare gracefully leaping over what seems to be her liquid sibling, a lovely Technicolor poster mare, and finally the AI's first attempt at drawing a mare and can't decide if she's a unicorn or not. If there's one thing Stable Diffusion is not lacking in, it's a vast knowledge of variety of styles, scenes, and situations for which to draw. What it certainly lacks still are show-like ponies of at least adequate quality. Are our beloved pony waifus too far out of reach for AI to conceptualize? Is this as far as technology will allow for the dream to infinite mares? Nay. Our beautiful mares are all certainly within reach, and the first well-defined ones came from an offshoot of Stable Diffusion. This fine-tuned model serves as an example of what normies, weebs, and furfags combined can accomplish. With the creation of novel AI's image generation, with sufficient mares thrown at it, which I'll be just calling novel AI in this panel to minimize confusion. Compared to base Stable Diffusion, its character recognition and pony form knowledge are leagues above, partly because there used to be a dedicated pony model developed before it was eventually merged into the furry model. The addition of mare, as expected, is a powerful conduit and comes with great strengths, but still not enough mares to correct all its various flaws. For example, it doesn't know who a non is, and it struggles when asked to draw multiple subjects, as is typical with most AI still to present day, and has so much furry content that some of it leaks in sometimes. But on the bright side, moderation is finally out, for the most part, and you can create all the lewd prompts of the mare you desire, without repercussions. Seems that the mods and Jannies finally gave in and decided to coom along with everyone else. The quality still isn't quite peak or overly flexible though. This is partly because novel AI primarily focuses on narrative AI like stories and whatnot, thus novel AI. And also because their models are optimized for anthropomorphic abominations and kawaii anime waifu content. It hasn't been updated much since though, and you should expect similar results to what you see here if you were to use it now. Most of the images seen here are many months old, including these.
Clever Hazy's here now.
Yes, just seen. One moment. There you go, Hazy. I'm going to pause the timer as well. One sec.
Your life, man?
What was that? Heard you briefly there. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're partway through doing a proper run-through rehearsal thing. You weren't here for the start of your segment, so I was just reading it for the sake of timing. Though you are more than welcome, in fact, I'm going to suggest
Oh wait,
that you
I
definitely
forgot.
should
Just realized.
take over from me right now.
Okay, what line are we up to? Or
Just the start of slide 95.
Okay, what correction did you make? Because I heard you said, okay, cool. So what line?
Just the start of this slide.
So start from the beginning.
Yeah.
Of this slide. Okay, cool. Wow, look at these pretty mares. You can already see, compared to base diffusion, that it has already seen the show and knows who the characters are, as well as enough knowledge of the mare to form, to create pretty pony OCs. I feel like I should do E1 form for that or whatever.
Try and keep edits to a minimum if we can.
Okay.
We're trying to do it properly.
Such as the Linux mare, or Minty as I've been calling her, in the top left, who's been sitting comfortably on my desktop for the past half year. The other OC mare on the bottom right is drawn at a great angle and seems to incorporate that weird hoof butt artists tend to do. In addition, Applejack has upgraded Bucky McGillicuddy and Kix McGee using a newly available augment technology. Don't know if she's named the front ones too, but it seems she's liked them so much that she decided to go all in. Meanwhile, Twilight has awoken to the apocalypse, and Fluttershy is very much happy to see you. Look at that face. As you can see, all of these are pretty much pony coherent and indeed pretty mares. But wait, this isn't the end yet. There are still many more mares just beyond the horizon. We're only around halfway there. Half the journey, you could say, or mid-journey. Most of the modern image generation AI are all offshoots of Stable Diffusion in one way or another. Midjourney breaks that mold by using its own unique architecture, and so could be considered a competitor or rival to Stable Diffusion. It had very shaky beginnings, but quickly gained traction, as its recent version 5.1, in my humble opinion, has greatly surpassed Stable Diffusion, which has kind of stagnated over time. Midjourney is, however, limited to its exclusive evolutionary line, as it remains closed source and community driven. So a show-specific mare-focused model in the future is unlikely, as it stands now. But there could always be leaks or minor change in the future. Who knows? I won't provide too much of the best that Midjourney v5.1 has been able to achieve right away, as you'll soon find out shortly. So keep an eye out, as images generated using this will be actively featured throughout this panel's presentation. In the meantime, starting from the top left, we have a lovely brittle horse enjoying her flowery meadow. Berry Punch in Anon's embrace. The very first AI claymation production featuring a tiny mare, the Mare Cave, the Mare Field, and, although not mare related, I felt I had to include how coherent and realistic it's capable of by showing this aperture-like knot of endless paradoxical progression. You could argue it's just a heavily sized ponut though, if you prefer. Returning to fine-tuning Stable Diffusion, focusing greatly on mare data does indeed give us the beautiful AI mares we all deserve in the form of Pony Diffusion, provided by Asherlight. The realm of infinite mares is now within reach, and all available to be locally synthesized and admired without any paywalls. A potential downside, however, is the training, or at least Pony Diffusion, has gone a similar direction to Novel AI, where instead of just mares, it also features a fair amount of furry, anthro, and anime data, also Barbie fag garbage. But it has been optimized really well to make the process of generating specific subjects, like only generating mares, seamless with minimal unwanted elements leaking in. so long as you word your prompt correctly. So, regardless of your stance, there's no reason you should deprive yourself of the beautiful, soulful mares lurking within the liminal space of pony diffusion. Little obstruction preventing you from gazing upon your pony waifu, all thanks to these last two. Out of all the previous models, this is the point we've reached optimal mare recognition and coherence. This time, I've ordered the images to show the mares at the beginning. This time, I've ordered the images to show the mares at the very beginning of Pony Diffusion's inception up top, and the bottom showing the latest version, version 5, which is currently a recurring number with these various AI, it seems. Currently. Anyway, while the earliest versions were still fully capable of canonical mares, I'd like to take this opportunity to share with you some of my favorite early OCs I had previously generated with it. We have an adorable little filly named Matchstick on the top left, her name inspired by her design being eerily similar to that of Redhead Matches, a matchstick product in the land down under, with similar colour and likeness to her. I also like to imagine she's so tiny she fits comfortably inside a matchbox for a little snoozle and whatnot. Beside her is another mare, which I named Dawn Effluence. I really like her mane, and especially her tail, which has a flowing form of many layers. The dawn-like colors and the way they're separated are very unique and appealing with how the colors are separated. Oh, I need to work that sentence because I've done separated twice. Lastly, of the odd ones, on the top right is another mare with an unfazed expression, and probably the best 2D sketch-like mare that could be generated at the time. All of these mares are well structured, and I remain incredibly impressed with them. These bottommost mares need no introduction, so as you already know who they are. So much improvement has been made since, including more adaptation to the environment, with lots more shading, fluffiness, and overall more pony goodness. But this isn't the final form quite yet, and more quality mares from V5 are still being actively produced. I mean, just look at this lovely apple-scented and possibly flavored mare. This is easily one of the best outputs I've had the pleasure of witnessing from any AI image generators to date. There's still much more development to be done, and there's one more final offshoot from here. That being lastly, but certainly not leastly, Pony Soup, which takes all the previously pony-focused fine-tunes by Ashra and then combines them with broader datasets, like wiki art for more style information, as well as adding noise offset optimizers to allow for true darkness, which Stable Diffusion by default is seemingly incapable of. The result is truly refined and stunning mares, with a safe for work focus, and is a notable alternative to base Pony Diffusion, with its fair share of flaws and quirks, of course, as is the case with pretty much all AI. Bear in mind, this uses a combination of early versions of Pony Diffusion, so expect different results that may not quite match up with base V5, at least for now. Let's see a little more what Pony Soup has to offer before wrapping up this timeline. The top leftmost image really emphasizes capabilities for allowing for darker scenes and more style options. This galaxy mare is weaving the cosmos as she sees fit. Next to her is a little chibi dashi enjoying the awesome snow, and besides her, Twilight, and within Twilight will Twilight with that should be cool. And beside her is Twilight, with probably the best AI main I've seen yet. The strands are actually fairly well defined, and that nice soft shine feels more natural. Her eyes, muzzle, and horn remain very well formed too. On the bottom row, we have Bon blepping at you a light blue mare who has either fallen over or is cutely sneaking up on you, and finally, Pinkie Pie bouncing around on a lovely tropical beach, ready to interrupt your sunbathing with a special surprise snuggle. Bright is the future of mares that lay before us, and further perfection of AI technologies await. But that's it for this timeline overview thing. I hope you enjoyed in witnessing all the marvelous synthetic equines.
Okay, pause. I'm going to chalk this up to you having just woken up, Hazy, but you're not really performing with your voice, you're just reading. So try and...
Yeah, I know.
It's okay. It's okay for now. Just try and keep that in mind for when we do this properly for real.
Yeah, that shouldn't affect the future session because
yeah.
The only reason why I'm so tired in this instance is because I spent 6 to 7 editing previous to this so everything is in.
That's okay. Right. Are you good to do polls for Find the Fake?
Yeah, I'm just going to get a drink because I'm fairly dehydrated. I just didn't want to delay much further, so I'll get a drink and caffeine in my system, and hopefully should be good.
All right, that's fine.
Oh, an hour earlier, huh? Cool. That should be good because that means just less late. It's Saturday, you say? You don't mean tomorrow, do you?
Tomorrow is Friday.
Well, the day after, it's Friday.
I think I'm just going to go grab a drink as well. I'll be
Oh,
right
sorry. I think it's like the time thing. Like it. What day is in Australia right now?
30.
Yeah, it's Friday in Australia, so you know.
Only by
Sunday,
3.5. Only by 3.5 hours. So when is it? Is it on the 1st or the 8th? Or hold on.
The schedule should adjust time zones for you. So if you go to the Pecan website.
Oh, okay, it's the 2nd of July. Yeah, so it's in 2 days. Okay. I wasn't expecting it to be so soon. All right. Okay. So I take it we have
pretty much our only rehearsal.
One more planning session after this.
Well, the con starts tomorrow, right? So.
Okay. Yeah. But will we be doing a planning session, or is?
My understanding is that this is the only planning session.
Yeah, that's the last one.
Okay.
I mean, you can do like your own, like try to prepare yourself in the background when like other videos are playing in the stream.
Okay, I am back. Is everyone here and ready?
Yes. Yeah. I still need to get a drink, but yeah. So we'll work on my delivery, I suppose, for the other ones.
Do you need more time to go and get a drink? Will you have enough time?
This is the end of my section, so I've got between your next until my next section.
You need to do Find the Fake. Pause.
Oh right, shit. I'll quickly get a drink.
While we wait, Pinky, everything going okay with you? Animation's still on target? Is she there? Hello, miss.
Okay. Alright, I'm ready.
Okay. As am I. Right. Time resumed. But wait! There's more! Something that the live PPP panels have been promising, mute yourself please, Hazy, well, threatening, actually, for a long time. Something that we need your full attention for, so, just for a few minutes, I need you to all stop jacking off, close the image guru, and put the PPP panel back on your main monitor. Come on and on, we haven't got all day. Okay, good. Thanks, Anon, and I promise I won't tell anyone what was just on your screen. Now, I suppose you're all wondering why I've insisted you pay full attention right now. For fun? No, just the opposite, actually. Anons, you've been brought here to take a test. Don't worry, it's a simple test, about as simple as they come, and whoever passes gets to stay. Curtain, please. The test will be find the fake. The premise of this test is simple. Image AI has become much more widespread in the previous year, and we're now at a point where people are routinely fooled by fake pictures all over the internet. Perhaps you're familiar with this fake image of the Pope that was doing the rounds recently, apparently enacting the new 11th commandment, "Thou shalt drip or die." But surely you won't be fooled, right? The fine anons of /MLP are of course a cut above the normies, and you've all been witnessing AI develop right before your very eyes. So it should be easy for you to spot the deceitful AI masquerading as a genuine soulful artist, right? Well, we'll see. Here are the rules. I'm going to show you a series of images, 2 at a time. Out of each pair, one is a real picture drawn by a real artist, or photographed with an actual camera, and the other is AI generated. All you need to do is identify the fake, and there'll be a side-to poll for you to cast your judgment. The polls will only be open for 30 seconds, so don't dilly-dally on your votes. And one quick note on voting from a logistics point of view: if you're currently viewing the SciTube chat in chat-only mode, make sure you switch back to the default view now, otherwise you won't be able to see or click on any of the poll options. And, just to be clear, there will be no tricks here. None of the AI pictures have been edited to remove artifacts and imperfections, and there will always be one real and one fake image. I'm not going to pull a, "haha, they were both fake," or anything like that on you. Okay, good luck, Anons. Here comes your first image pair. We start off with a photograph of the world record for the highest jump by a horse. But one of these is trying to deceive you and claim the record with a fake photo. Which one of these photos is fake? Right, for this, since I have 2 options, I'm going to use my calculator to just give me a random number each time, and depending on where it lands, I'll read whichever one. And the results are in. We have 3 votes for A and 1 vote for B. And the answer is A. Congratulations, Anons! You've managed to put together your few remaining brain cells to successfully deduce that a horse jumping all the way up to the stratosphere is somewhat unrealistic. Or at least, It'll remain that way until Rainbow Dash finds her way here. With that comes a useful tip for spotting fake images. Use your goddamn brains. AI can draw basically anything, including the nonsensical. If it looks too good to be true, probably is. And, for anyone curious, according to Wikipedia, the source of the real photo, the world record for the highest horse jump is 2.47 meters, set on the 5th of February 1949 by a horse named Huaso, a record that, somewhat surprisingly, remains unbroken for nearly 75 years. Right then, on to the next image pair, and continuing with the theme of horses, here are two cute snoofers. But wait, hold up, wait a second, something ain't right. One of these snoofers is one that you can't share breath with, or it was generated by an AI. Which one of these is the fake snoofer? And the results are in. We have 1 vote for A and 3 votes for B. And the correct answer is B. So I see that most of you have upheld your reputation as the prime snoofer connoisseurs. Or maybe you simply noticed that the fence in the background is on a weird curve, or that the snoofer appears to be missing the rest of the horse. So there's another tip for spotting fake images. The AI may end up focusing so much on one main thing that it was asked to do that it forgot to make sure that the rest of the image made sense. Okay, we're now going to move on to some drawings. 2 cute robo-mares, but one of them isn't a real mare. Oh, well, okay, technically both of them aren't real mares since they're robots, but you know what I mean. Which of these robots was drawn by a robot? Okay, the results are in. We have 3 votes for A and 3 votes for B. Shit, I didn't account for a tie. If you're tied, I'm going to assume that you're wrong, because you're going to need a majority, because fuck you. Clearly, the robo-mares are too powerful, for the correct answer is A. The main giveaways of the fake on the left were that the eyes and the mouth look rather off. There's also a bit of blurriness down the bottom, which is an odd artistic choice that probably isn't used too often. And another more subtle clue can be found under the eye of the real robo-mare on the right. See the word memory here? Image AIs aren't trained to understand text data, so they'll almost always fail at drawing coherent words. Okay then, time for some more drawings. Make a wish, Anon, because it's your birthday. And Ponyville's premier party pony has thrown a big birthiversary bash just for you. But don't be so easily fooled. One of these pinkies is a phony pony. Can you spot the imposter, Anon?
I feel with how many users are going to be joining, I feel like the chance of a very even poll is going to be very minimal. But if
Yeah,
there's
I agree.
half of the ones that are full, consider it a loss.
I I wouldn't give it
50-50
past
on
like some anons. to just
50-50 I'm going to consider a loss because clearly it's fooled a significant quantity of the audience. That's going to be my policy.
I mean, sometimes people just go to like tired because they can.
Well, they can't because the results are hidden. Anyway, the results are in, and we have, fuck you, 2 votes each. So it appears that Pinky has fooled you. Better luck next time, Anon. Maybe the somewhat odd-looking eyes of the real Pinky threw you off. Just because it was drawn by a human doesn't mean it isn't subject to some somewhat odd artistic choices. Other ways to spot the fake could have been the eyes lacking black pupils, instead being varying degrees of darkening black circles. The fake Ponk also seems to have a bit too much mane behind her, and notice also that this balloon has 2 tie-offs. Okay then, let's switch back to some photos. Earlier today, I was stalking your waifu, and took a photo of her taking a bath. Now, I was going to put this into my personal wank bank for later, but I thought it would be better to bring it to you for evaluation for entry to the Navy SEALs. But one of these mares is trying to get in under false pretenses. Can you spot the suspicious pseudo-splishy splasher? And the results are in. 3 votes for A, and 1 vote for B. And the answer is... A. Keen eye, Anons. You'd make for good Navy SEALs recruiters. Or bathroom stalkers. I think the AI actually did a really good job with the horse here. Looks pretty realistic. The main giveaway was likely the splashing water. Doesn't quite look like it's moving in the way we'd expect if the horse was rushing forwards. Also, a lack of isolated water drops at the top here contributes to it looking off. Were it not for those water oddities, I put it to you that this one would have been a fair bit harder. Another tip then for spotting fake images. While the AI has seen pictures of physics in action, it lacks the fundamental understanding to draw the fine details correctly. How to undo a vote? Just click on the other one. Alright then, let's do another photo. So when I were a wee lad, I loved to dawdle about the Scottish Highlands, and I'd often meet 3 beautiful lassies glazing out in the fields. But something sinister is afoot, for someone out there is trying to pretend like they went on a quest to find the same beauties of my childhood. So, which of these is pulling the other one? I wonder if we want to have some music playing for the 30 seconds. I don't know. Don't know what we would play. And the results are in. 3 votes for A and 3 votes for B. The correct answer is B. No, sorry, A. Shit. You gotta made a light shit kind of that, haven't you? You can't spot the dafty blur in the background, trying to cover up the deformed legs of the poor brown mare. You lot of utter bloody menses. Alright, I think my brain's gonna fall out if I try and keep that accent up, so I'll just have a sip of some good old sclumpy and move on to the next. Alright, I think most of those so far have been fairly easy, so let's up the ante a bit with some paintings. As the premier appreciators of fine mare art, you Anons have been selected to vet the latest submissions for Ponyville's art gallery. But be careful. Word on the street is that Flim and Flam have snuck in a fake painting, drawn by the Easy Peasy Pony Painty 4000. Can the AI fool you with its digital paintbrush? Okay, the results are in. We have 3 votes for A and 2 votes for B. And the correct answer is A. Ah, curses. Foiled again. Was it the eyes? It was probably the eyes. Or maybe the horn. It isn't quite straight, is it? Well, in either case, Flim and Flam aren't going to give up that easily. So let's fire up the new and improved Easy Peasy Pony Painty 5000. Here are some horses being led to water. But will they drink? Well, we'll never know since these are just still images, but you can come up with your own headcanons if you want, after you find the fake. And the results are in. We have 2 votes for A and 3 votes for B. And the correct answer is B. Ah, good job, Anons. You found the fake. Now, I think this one was actually quite difficult, as the usual tells of weird eyes, wonky horns, and bad anatomy aren't really present here. It even managed to do a plausible reflection in the pond, which I was quite impressed with when I first saw this image. The only real clue I could find about this one was that the hind quarters of the grey horse look a bit off. It's missing a bit of roundness at the back here, though. Maybe that's just my personal preference talking. Okay then, one more painting round before we move on to another category. Let's give Flim and Flam one more chance with the Easy Peasy Pony Painty 6000. And the results are in. We have 3 votes for A and 1 vote for B. And the correct answer is A. So clearly the legends are true. No more fake paintings are making it to the Ponyville Art Gallery, all thanks to you, Anons. This one, I think, was also very difficult, as the somewhat odd shape of Luna's horn and her fur texture could have been quite effective red herrings. There also aren't many obvious flaws with the fake. A strange yellow highlight above her eye and some yellow-orange splotches throughout her face are the only parts that look wrong here. Right, just a few more to go now. Don't get complacent.
We are the mares. We will be stimulated. Humans will adapt to pleasure us. Resistance is futile. Determining the fake is irrelevant. You will comply.
Okay, results are in. 2 votes for A and 3 votes for B. And the correct answer is B. And so you managed to fend off the inevitable. But now, I was actually quite impressed with the fake here, particularly with the backdrop and the machine bits on the cyberhorse. The giveaway here lies mainly in the dangling cables. Some of these back here don't quite look like they're going along with the demands of gravity. Okay, for the next round, we're going to take a step back in time. Remember the glory days of Ponymaker? All the bronies flocking to DeviantArt to show off their latest and oh so unique original characters, complete with 10,000 plus words worth of tragic backstory and the obligatory "do not steal" watermark? Well, the AI wants in on that too, and is ready to make its mark on the front page of DeviantArt. That is, unless of course you can stop it in its tracks by finding the fake. Okay, results are in. We have 3 votes for A and 1 vote for B. And the correct answer is A. That's correct. The filly was the faker. Though again, I think this was another one of the more difficult ones. The AI clearly knows how to draw in the vector style of the show, which is generally quite simple. Well, simple at least until a bunch of autists with no artistic taste start hanging every accessory they can find off of their oversaturated red and black alicorns. As far as giveaways go, the 2 I see most clearly here are that the eyes are a bit too far apart, and the shading on the back leg here is incorrect. However, both of those issues would be trivial to fix with a quick bit of editing, so if you ever find yourself in need of a visual reference for an OC, I put it to you that this would be a pretty good tool. Alright, for this round, we're going to do something a little different. One of these was painstakingly built, block by block, over many hours, in Minecraft. And the other was generated in about 30 seconds. You know the drill now? Which of these is fake? I'm not worried about people here spoiling it in chat, because I'm sure there will be a bunch of other people all saying, "Oh, it's A, oh no, it's B." I mean, people in chat don't know who was here for the planning, so it'll just be one voice amongst a couple hundred others. Okay, results are in. We have 1 vote for A and 1 vote for B. And the correct answer is A. And so it seems your eyes for detail weren't quite fine enough. This one is made more challenging by the discrete building blocks, or pixel art style, that comes with Minecraft, which gives the AI a bit more leeway to make small mistakes that would otherwise be more easily noticed. Horse Mountain here certainly looks like something that could have been plausibly built, so the key to finding the fake here is in the ridge lines of the foothills. Notice that they don't follow the right angle pattern that they should be. That aside, I think it's fair to say that this is a pretty impressive output. Now, on to the penultimate round. And as Celestia's sun sets on this exhilarating game of Find the Fake, it's up to you to determine which of these two horses is truly basking in her majestic rays, and which is robbing her of her light to fuel the AI singularity. I think people will get most of these right as well, but I'm interested to see the margins, and if they get some of the ones that I consider to be more difficult wrong. And the results are in. We have 2 votes for A and 1 vote for B. And the answer is A. Looks like that horse flew a little too close to the sun, and so has been burned under your judgmental gaze. I gotta say, good job on that one, because this is one of the most impressive AI pictures that I've seen. I mean, just look at it and ask yourself, would you genuinely have identified this as an AI image if you weren't explicitly looking out for it, as you are now? I dare say no, and I feel no shame in admitting that I probably wouldn't have either. As to what may have given it away as a fake, well, maybe this plume down here doesn't quite fit with the rest of the background. These notch-like indents in the hooves, and the eye being up here, don't look like they're particularly anatomically correct, though maybe our horse can correct me on that. But it's getting quite far into the fine details, so I just wanted to point this one out as a clear example of just how convincing the image AI can be, even when it's still in the relative early stages. And now, it's time for the final round. To finish, we have a beautiful expression of love between man and mare. But I must admit that, as awful as it sounds, one of these mare lovers is a fake. As the internet's premier horse lovers, this should be easy for you, Anon. So, which of these is fake? And results are in. We have 1 vote for A and 3 votes for B. The correct answer is B. Aha, truly your mere love knows no bounds, for you have found the ultimate fake. Now you can hug your mare in peace. You found her, and can cherish her forever. While you're riding high on your mere love, why not put all that positive energy to use by professing your undying love in the chat? So, how could we have found the fake on this one? Well, by pulling out all the stops and scrutinizing every little detail. Let's start with the snoot. Look at how the fluffy fur just kinda stops before it gets to the nose. Doesn't really fit in with the rest of the face. And then we need to split some hairs, specifically of the manes. The real horse mane looks wiry and coarse, and you can pick out individual hairs much more easily. The fake mane lacks sufficient detail to pick out individual hairs, despite the fur on the face being much more detailed at the same relative distance to the viewer. This could be interpreted as a depth of field error. Staying with the theme of hair, look closely at the lock just above the fake mare lover's forehead. The texture of the hair there looks quite odd. And finally, channel your inner rarity and look at the stitching between the collar and the jacket. There are 2 seams where there really should only be 1. There's no stitching on the far left that would create this second redundant seam, and to top it all off, the seam seems to realise that it should not be because it just fades out to nothing before reaching the shoulder line. And on that particularly autistic note, this game of Find the Fake comes to an end. Collectively, you've achieved quite an impressive result, getting most of the AI fakes correct. So give yourselves a pat on the back for a job well done, for you've shown that the artists aren't all getting replaced. Yet. Make sure you stay on the lookout for more fakes in the wild though, because it's only going to get more sophisticated from here. Now, before I hand off back to the others, I like to do just a quick fire round of honourable mentions, these being images generated by AI that I was impressed with and would have liked to use for Find the Fake, but just couldn't find a comparative real image to pair them with. We'll carry on with the theme of mare lovers, some expressing their affection in a rather formal setting, and some more impromptu hugs at home. These all look pretty nice, but there are a few funny little mistakes. Mr. Old-Fashioned here has 1 too many fingers, and his horse has 1 too few legs. This bouquet of flowers has sprouted a pair of hands, and I can only wonder where the rest of this berry punch lookalike has gone, because there's no way her whole body fits in this tiny space down here. Funny mistakes aside, this guy has a rockin' moustache, and I really like the colours of this guy's suit. So much so that I think I'll wear one just like it for my future wedding with Rainbow Dash. And this one, well, this one just looks really comfy. Now, on to a crystal horse and a cyber horse. What stood out to me about these were that, if not for the tail not quite flowing right, and for these hooves clearly not touching the floor, if you showed me these and told me they were screenshots of 3D models that someone made in Blender or whatever, I honestly would have probably believed you. When it comes to images where 100% accuracy to real life isn't a factor, it really can be quite difficult to tell real from fake. 2 more funnies. Here we have Pinky's idea of world's bestest statue, with a combination of horse and chocolate. AI in general has actually been pretty good at combining 2 completely unrelated concepts, often with pretty tasty results. And the other picture, well, just made me laugh. Looks like he's got a double-barrel shotgun for a face. Okay, back to another category that featured on Find the Fake, that being Show Accurate Drawings. I deliberated for quite a long time over this one, but eventually decided that the extra eye shinies and the incorrect shading on the front leg here would have been more obvious than the white filly that I eventually went with. Though, again, both of those issues I just mentioned could be easily fixed with a quick bit of editing, just in case you needed any more convincing about the OC generating idea I posed earlier. I included these 3 other fillies here, again because they're really cute. The cutie marks, actually, are done quite well, which is something that the AI often struggles with. And I also just really like the flower bits that it's put in the background here. Adds a nice little bit of extra style. Up next, a portrait of the average /MLP user. Other fandoms can only wish that they had this much class, and a minty horse to go with it. The only downside... Whoever's not muted, please mute yourself. The only downside is that he had to sell the rest of his furniture to keep up with the oat bills, which isn't exactly unprecedented. And finally, an OC that left me mesmerized. So captivated was I by the chromaticity generated by Midjourney here, that I took to ChatGPT in search of a name. And after a quick back and forth to describe this beauty, I picked out Aurora Hughes from the list of suggestions. In my headcanon, she's an OC that represents image AI. The rainbow in her mane, representing her ability to draw anything, and the odd colour splotches on her body representing the slight variations that come with each new generation. As a cool little quirk, because of course any AOC worth its salt needs one of those, is that any time you draw her, you have to slightly change the colours of her mane and coat splotches. Again, representing how no 2 inputs will ever give the exact same image. And, just to top it all off, the prompt that generated her was Rainbow Dash, meh 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 meh. Okay, so, there you go. Proof that AI art has evolved and matured significantly since we discussed it last year, and that the images it produces can be good enough to genuinely pass as real. The progress here has been lightning fast. This here represents 1 year of progress. You may still be able to find some flaws, but I wouldn't be surprised if that gap is closed soon. Again, I really want to emphasize, we've gone from this to this in 1 year. So now that you've seen all those examples, the next logical step would be to learn how to make them yourselves. So, I'll now hand back over to Vol, Hazy and Gothicanon, who will talk you through their experiences in using the image AI and how to get the best out of them. Okay, pause. So, according to timing, we're pretty much perfectly at 2 hours here, so this may actually be a good time to have another break.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Indeed.
Wait, so are we actually having a break now during this?
No, I mean to insert one of our 5-minute breaks.
Right.
So currently the other one, end of Vul Sovit's intro into your timeline, is where we're proposing we put the first 5-minute break, because that's almost perfectly 1 hour as well.
When's the other one, sorry?
At the break point between Vul Sovit's and your timeline.
Okay, cool.
Just give me 1 moment, I'm going to note this. End of Find the Fake into Getting Better Images. Second 5-minute break. So we've now done 166 out of our 384 slides. I'm just wondering if we're going to end up running this for 4 hours or something. We'll see.
That is most likely.
Yeah, I would imagine like we would probably go just under like 5 hours, a little bit, if we're gonna include like breaks and QA.
Yeah, we might have to review. I think we have an hour's extra. I've asked for 3 hours, and I'm sure we've got an hour extra. as per the current con schedule. In fact, let's look this up. Just the schedule, so...
Schedule said that we have 4 hours until like of Plash and Plashimancy presentation
and
happens.
we can push back half an hour, probably, because baking with the donuts is supposed to be 30 minutes. And we'll want a 15-minute break in between each of those, which will put us at 17:30. Wait, no. Wait, shit, hang on. No. 17:15 is the start, which means that I end at 7:45, so you want 15 minutes, that's going to put us at 1800. Okay, never mind. I'm stupid. We don't actually have that. Okay. And we can't go before them because Pony Nostalgia Zone ends at 1700, so we're pretty rigidly locked in here.
Could we be moved to SciTube 2?
So Pony Arcade, Panel Arts, is on SciTube 2.
Right, but could we go like way before them, or is that?
We could go to SciTube 2. We'll see. When's the next one on SciTube 1? 2200. So 18. That gives us 4 hours. Okay. So if we stay where we are now, we have 4 hours before SciTube 1 is needed again. But that will make us overlap with Pony Arcade, which isn't ideal.
According to the time, the first thing that's mentioned on SciTube 1 starts at 8 AM and lasts for 5 hours.
Bear in
time
mind,
zone, so.
yeah, it's going to be referencing your time zone.
Yeah, so that starts at 2 PM as alright, so that starts. Hold on.
Pony Nostalgia Zones, are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the like the
What's the name of the thing?
Like the one before the Pony Arcade on SciTube 2 is the
Baking
No
with
Slam
Lemon?
Jam Spectacular. So that starts at 8 AM and lasts for 5 hours, so that makes it 2 PM on the Sunday, right? Awesome. What is my
So No Slam Jam Spectacular starts at 1 AM BST and lasts for 5 hours, which means it'll end at 6 AM. Again, going off of my time here. And then 6 AM through to the next time, which I think is Pony Arcade, is 9 PM. So we've got a massive gap in there.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can consider just pushing ourselves back an hour or two and moving over to SciTube 2. That's an option if we need it.
I feel like with how long these are going to be, because we're like halfway through, and we still need room for the Q&A, so I feel like that's required.
Yeah. So we'll know for sure when we get to the end of this. We'll have authentic timing data. Okay. Are we ready to continue?
Oh, yes, hold on. Let me just get a better seated position. Mez. Let me know when we're ready to.
Yep, I'm ready when you are. Just say go.
Cool. To begin with, let's take a look at the ways AI mayors can assist you with your creative process. They can provide you with inspiration or concept art pieces to motivate you to create, make poses and action movements to provide you with interesting positions to use as a reference for drawing practice, and a quick and efficient way to play around with certain ideas, styles, and combinations of. The artificial mayors can also keep you company by being there to provide emotional support during long and possibly stressful art sessions. The digital space of mares also contains all kinds of new OCs and other mystery mares, who you may easily fall in love with and adopt, also possibly make artwork of. The AI mares can provide you with many colors to brighten up your day and find a color scheme that works well. And finally, with some mentioned earlier, she can provide you with a head start, or if you're struggling to finish, she can help you out too. Oh, didn't slide to change. Cool. Here's an example of general experimentation and concept art using Midjourney 5.1 to generate cybernetic mares. This is actually a combination of results I merged into one image with some light editing via GIMP. Fun fact, this pony is actually prompted to be Fluttershy. I can kind of see it with the mane and maybe some of the yellow colouring and blue eyes of the middle mare, but other than that, she's a little Pinky-esque. Though, of course, if I wanted to, I could have gone all in on that idea and extrapolated it to its logical conclusion by doing a collage of the whole Robo Main 6. Another cool idea provided by Messing Around with AI. Regardless, the result turned out really well and provided a lot of insights into its capabilities. The plating is an interesting design choice. Perhaps this is a glimpse at what your eventual real-life robomares will look like in the future. I guess we'll see. Now, I'll hand it off to Vol to further dive into the creative process and some other ways AI can assist the workflow.
Hi, I'm back. I'm going to talk about two examples of mine for using AI in the creative process, specifically in visual art. I'm not going to go into great detail about the techniques used. This is more to help you get a general idea of processes available to you and the results you can achieve with those processes. We'll go into more detail on some specific techniques shortly afterwards. Firstly, in case you weren't aware, the cover for my album Mycelium was actually made with the assistance of AI, specifically Stable Diffusion, which was used to generate both this example and the following one. Just to get a starting point, I used text to image prompting to generate a bunch of concept images, some of which you can see on the left. The basic idea I had for the album cover was that it would involve Twilight Sparkle wearing a red mushroom on her head. You can see the earliest iterations of this concept on the left side of the slide. As I generated images, I got a better idea of the style I wanted to go for. I fine tuned Astrolite's pony Stable Diffusion model on some of my own art and merged it with another model I found online and modified my prompt, generating new images until I eventually arrived at the middle image, which I was happy with as a starting point. So here is an example of how AI can still be useful to actual artists. It can provide you with a starting point or ideas for your work. Or, you can just become a glorified editor like I did, and therefore not have to worry about things like composition or color scheme. After that, I modified the middle image further with some in-painting, for example, by making the growths off of Twilight's mane look more distinctly mushroom-like, and some manual painting, for instance, to make Twilight a unicorn and make her face look more like my normal ponies, and upscaling before arriving at the album cover that you may recognize. For something that requires a little bit less artistic skill and discipline, the rarest by example you may have spotted earlier was also generated using image to image, a process in which you can give the AI a basic image to start off of and let it draw in the rest of the details. This can give you more control over the result of your generated art than simple text prompting. On the left, you see an extremely rough sketch of Rarespy, and on the right, you can see the image to image result. We also manually added in a darker background in post so it's less glaring against the slides. So now that we've gone over these brief examples, I'll hand it off to Gothic Anon to discuss in greater detail the kind of techniques you can use to improve your image generations.
Thank you, Vu. Now, let's expand on the idea of using Stable Diffusion along with its existing sets of tools. As wonderful as Stable Diffusion is as your very own personal commission artist, sometimes you really want to get that one or two specific pieces, and no matter what kind of prompting mastering techniques you are using, the AI simply refuses to cater to your fetishes. I mean, your very colorful imagination. The standard method of getting the model to create the desired image is to write text that uses the tag style keyword for your desired image, as well as the separate text for the negative prompts for things you don't want, such as rendition of Mare as a Cthulhu monster drawn by H.R. Geiger. After that, you press generate and wait for the code to create the most horrible monstrosity your eyes have ever laid upon this mortal world, instead of producing the cute mare you wish to see. So, you change the text prompt around and try again, and again, and again, until eventually, huzzah! You get the image you want after 2 whole hours of prompting. And no, this is not an exaggeration that this image took 2 hours to make. I've lost count of how many failed images had proceeded, but I can promise you, the early days of image generation were as pleasant as watching the grass grow. And yet, this is still much faster method of getting your very own custom fan art as an alternative to drawing it yourself or paying for a commission. If there's an if only there's a way to explicitly tell AI what you want the output to look like. Well, lucky for us, there is. And its name, image to image. You can start using it by plastering blobs of color onto a canvas to represent the subject you want to create, such as the purple blob for Twilight or a yellow blob for Fluttershy. Stable Diffusion can use those blobs as a seed or sod. No, not that sort of seed. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's more of an idea seed to help put the correct pony in the correct position. What we have now is a way of turning your MS Paint masterpieces into an actual masterpieces, and with the power of image to image tool, almost anything is possible. Whenever it's making your very own donut steels into cute Slavic poners, or turning abstract global homo illustrations into an appealing scenery backdrop taken from some alternative point of view setting, or finally being able to draw the rest of the fucking owl. Now, onto another feature that is spin-off of image to image, that being in-painting. In-painting is a very powerful tool that I think is best used to fix any mistakes and generally improve the quality of any image inside of the Stable Diffusion or any other image model that is able to support that kind of function. First, a quick explanation of what in-painting is. In Stable Diffusion and a few AI image architecture, in-painting allows you to select a region of generated image and then tell AI to redo the prompt again, or even do a different prompt, only within the selected region. For example, you could generate a picture of bench, use in-painting to select the region of that bench, and then generate a mare in that region. And just like that, your bench now has a mare upgrade. Now on to more practical steps demonstration of in-painting. Here's a picture of Pinky in a brown cape. It looks alright, but the hooves and tails are rendered a bit strangely. And also she has five hooves, not necessarily unprecedented for Pinkie Pie. Maybe she's extra happy to see you, but this is probably not what you want most of the time. As a first step, I use in-painting to remove the tail. In my case, I use in-painting to select the region with the weird tail, then remove the tail by having Stable Diffusion generate more of the background in that region. It's much easier than to remove it by hand. I then use in-painting again to select the cape and regenerate it in a more appealing color. I remove the hooves, just like I removed the tail earlier, mess around the cape some more, follow up by regenerating the hoofs and tail. Once that was done, I select the region below the cape and regenerated the missing chunk of tail. And with a few more passes to fix some of the minor details, I end up with this. Yeah, I think this tool is pretty impressive, especially when you have to generate, especially when you have a generated image that is 95% cute mare and 5% the most retarded artistic expression that has ever existed on internet. So, with the tool of inpainting, those usually can be simply Photoshop away. However, the next segment will present the even more impressive abilities of Stable Diffusion. I feel the previous tool was pretty neat, but some of you may ask, why should I put more effort into making AI art when I wish the computer to do all of the work? You do not need to feel alone in that, as there's already enough people, some of whom are proper codefags, that also wish to let the computer handle such a pesky details like the exact poses a character should be staging in. One of the most successful executions of such idea was the use of OpenPose. What is OpenPose? Here's a statement as written on their official site. OpenPose has represented the first real-time multi-person system to jointly detect human body, hand, facial, and foot key points in total of 135 key points on a single image. Basically, it started as a Pulseman automated rigging system that was meant to be used on a live footage and somehow was hijacked by the Stable Diffusion community to help them make their waifus better. And since they can do it, so can we. Here's an example of what I was able to do with a quick ponification drawing of the 2D image of OpenPose. That Twilight image came out pretty decent. The hooves are making her a bit tall, and the hair is pretty long, but for the most part it follows the provided information. In the next set of images, the instructions are not followed as closely. All of the Fluttershy hooves are on the ground, and her head is completely turned to the side instead of three-quarter pose. Also, the blonde mare's hooves are weirdly bent, as if preparing for a jump. As you can see, for most part, the AI-generated images are pretty similar to reference pose, well, with the exception for Dashi. As her pose become a pony form of Schrodinger's cat, neither of her legs are drawn as a front, nor completely as the rear, and yet both at the same time. As for that OC, well, that's a case of prompt tags not translating well into the desired outcomes. It's one of those things you don't think about too much and just keep pressing that generate button. And as recently, and when I say recently, I meant like 3 months ago from the time of this presentation, some people have made a very simple 3D model that are meant to recreate the 2D image rig inside of the Blender in a matter of minutes, speeding up the process of creating the reusable custom poses for everyone by the whole mile. I've linked it on the slide. How exactly this works is that the Stable Diffusion Web UI by Automatic 1111 was made to work in a modular manner, with the ability to expand the toolset with a lot of add-ons and other smaller and larger quality of life improvements. OpenPose is merely a part of one of the add-ons named ControlNet, which in turn has allowed the use of multitude of other modules to support easier guiding of AI image model generations, like using simple things like black and white sketches to be colored in, and more complex stuff like Z-level distance to recreate the entire poses from just an image of our grayscale shapes. However, Just getting the exact poses for your waifus will probably not be enough to be able to expertly generate the AI images. On occasion, you may take an attempt at generating a pony without specific colors. For example, trying to create a mare using text prompt of red fur and a blue mane and tail. Instead of getting what you ask for, Stable Diffusion gives you a red pony with a red mane standing in front of red fence with a red tree behind her. It appears the model has taken the red part of the prompt and run with it. Attempting to solve this problem by regenerating the image over and over will probably not fix that image, as the image model has simply become obsessed over the one element from the text prompt, that being red in this case, and disregard everything else. I would say that most of the people who work with AI art will find that pretty annoying. Lucky for us, there's plenty of codefags that were also annoyed by this and implemented a tool called cutoff. As per title, it works as a cutoff point for how much the keywords of the text prompt can affect the image, as per example on the slide. When typing red fur and blue mane, the keywords of red and blue are placed inside of the cutoff add-on. This tells the model to pay particular attention to the elements of red and blue and what they are associated in the text prompt. So whenever the image model thinks about associating the red with anything other than fur or blue with anything other than mane and tail, the cutoff tool will backhand slap it and force it to not extend its idea to associate the keywords onto other elements of the image. So that's how I proceeded. Pretty neat, huh? While the add-ons for the stable diffusions are not exactly needed in generating images, they do make the task much easier, as you saw with the cutoff add-on. There are a lot of add-ons that vary from kind of useful to a must-have. However, I will limit myself to sharing just 3 more with you, as I could go on for hours and hours. However, I think 5 more minutes will be enough to cover the basic set tools that are ready and user-friendly. VIE, the variation, can you pause for a second?
Variational.
Variational. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, so variational.
Variational.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, let's start. VIE, the variational autoencoder, is a file that works as a final color filter for the models, as on some occasion the generated images feel a bit washed out and lack brightness. The use of alternative VIE file will allow you to force the image to be generated with more saturations. Wildcard. This add-on script allows you to write a simple text file with elements that you wish the computer to handle by choosing randomly from its list. For example, you can make a text file just for the hairstyles, filled with hair-related, filled with the uh, hair-related tags such as straight, messy, wet, or fuzzy. Well, that doesn't sound that impressive, since you can simply copy and paste words into the prompt by yourself. The real strength of the wildcards comes from the ability to make almost unlimited combinations of different lists. Let's say on top of the hairstyle, you also have one for landscape and weather. This way, you can make a loop of I want 10 images of twilight with X hairstyle, with Y landscape, and with the Z weather. And in turn, the wildcard will take the prompts of twilight will make prompts of twilight with fuzzy hair with Amazon forest jungle in the background and a rainy day, or Twilight with messy hair, with Egyptian pyramids behind her, and with a snow and with the snowy storm weather. Lastly, pixelization. While there's already many methods to create a pixelated style images, I feel this particular one works much better at keeping the characters and background in the proper shape, while also giving you an option to scale the original image downwards, upwards, or keep it in the exactly same size. So here are some tips and tricks for getting the best quality out of your generations. Before we move on to the in-depth technical section, I'm going to pass off Hazy to talk more about thinking outside the box with alternative ways to prompt and to use AI image generated and solve it as VC.
Thanks, Gothic. Now, one of my favorite things to do is confuse AI mares with weird inputs and snicker as they try and make sense of it all. This, while amusing, has actually led to some legitimate and beneficial discoveries. So, in this section, I'd like to share with you the highlights of my highly scientific research and experimentation, exploring how you can use non-standard inputs to achieve all sorts of weird yet productive autistic things that you may not have considered to be possible, or even considered at all in the first place. The aspects of AI mares we'll be paying particular attention to are their flexibility, and how approaching your mares from a different angle can make them behave differently, sometimes to a mutual benefit, or spooking them into making strange and silly sounds, or other results. We'll explore the various ways that they can shine and not just do what their cutie mucks are telling them. We'll also look at allowing the mares to greet other ponies of similar likeness to band with and perform feats they could not achieve alone. In short, we'll be bringing the AI mares outside their usual boxes, a metaphor for the usual functions and constraints, in order to achieve various unintended things, or to put it more bluntly, giving the mare an unexpected prompt to acquire many strange yet interesting and potentially useful results. To start with, let's explore the uses of AI and what kinds of unusual and unique methods can affect our digital mares. Potentially, there are a lot more than what's mentioned here, so don't be afraid to get creative. Your AI mare will never judge you for making a fool of yourself, or her, if it all goes wrong. And there are many great discoveries still to be made. So let's go forth and confuse the hell out of our mares for science. Our first example relates to one of the more prominently covered AIs in this panel, Sovit's SVC, which I'll be shortening to Sovit's for all my sections, as that's what I tend to call it. For any AI mares that receive information via audio, you can plug back into her that same audio she just spoke to amplify her mareness, allowing her to express more of her own accent and characteristics, and less of what's contained within the input audio, but at risk of her expressing more of her own noisiness, strange pronunciations, and artifacting. This method can be particularly useful for combating your own strong accents in recordings, but there's only so much one mare can do alone this way. How this is usually done is by generating one transpose amount and then feeding the transposed audio back into her again, but at a different, or the same, transpose amount. Effectively telling her to say it the same way but the next octave up, or encouraging her to express more feeling in her delivery. For best results, you may need to experiment a little. Start with a transpose of 0, then feed that result back in with a transpose of 12, or conversely, 12 to 0. Sometimes stacking 0 with 0 can retain more of the first pass's pitch and enhance her original accent without much changing in terms of overall delivery. 12 to 12 is the only exception, as that would bump the pitch up a full octave 2 separate times, and is not recommended unless you want similar results to doing plus 24 ordinarily. Whichever input you insert first, How strong the original accents and other characteristics are, and how cooperative the mayor happens to be at the time, will determine how good the end results are. Now, with that potentially needlessly long explanation out the way, let's hear a few examples of this method in action. Let's start with the arguably accentiest mare, Applejack, and proceed to turn her into a fair dinkum Aussie mare, or at least hear her impression of one. First, an initial pass with input audio of an Australian speaker, good old Steve Irwin, is fed into Soviet's Applejack using a transpose of 0.
The sun popped up for about 30 seconds, like just straight through in between the skyscrapers and that big cloud that seems to be hanging around there.
It is then fed back into her as a second pass with a transpose of 12.
The sun popped up for about 30 seconds, like just straight through in between the skyscrapers and that big cloud that seems to be hanging around there.
As you may be able to hear, slightly more resemblance to Applejack in terms of accent and overall vocal characteristics. How much accent in relation to the original audio you want the mare to retain is up to personal preference. I, for one, prefer the output to still bear some resemblance to the original mare in question, but still have enough of an accent to imply the mare is of that nationality, or has been actively practicing her impression of one without losing too much of her roots. Best to just mess around until you find a balance that feels right to you. As will be a running trend in this section, experimentation is encouraged. Proceeding further, poor Pinkie Pie appears to be pissed about a particular place. That place in particular appears to be London Underground. Why is she in London? Who knows. Perhaps she's perusing the populace in pursuit of Clipper or something. Why is she pissed? This example may provide some insight. Pay attention to her pronunciation of London Underground in both passes. Here is a vanilla-esque result, being just plus 12 once, without additional passes.
Where the fuck's my bucket train? London Underground, Underground. Lazy fucking useless cunts, London Underground, Underground. Greedy cunts, I wanna shoot them all with a rifle.
And here is the stacking in action, with a pass of plus 0, fed again with plus 12.
Where the fuck's my bucket train? London Underground, Underground. Lazy fucking useless cunts, London Underground, Underground. Greedy cunts, I wanna shoot them all with a rifle.
As you can hear, the second result does appear, at least to me, more of a resemblance to Pinkie, while still keeping a reasonable amount of the intended accent.
As a Brit, I can indeed confirm that everything Pinkie just said is 100% accurate, and that riding the London Underground is only marginally better than driving.
Hey, Clipper! Find me down ya!
Oh shit, gotta go.
I'm sure he's fine. Next, we have unusual text prompts for 15 AI that you might not have known about. Yes, I know it's still not back after the 50th 2 weeks later, but these will still likely be useful once it is back up, which will hopefully be sometime before Christmas. Maybe. I need to adjust those to not have themes, make that art potentially. Anyways, without further ado, here's a couple tips. Here's a couple tips to help put less or extra stress and emphasis on words, as well as a tried and true technique to generate a few fun noises. First up is changing emphasis on words, more specifically, how to shorten and negate said emphasis. This can often be beneficial when your selected mare keeps focusing on the wrong words in a sentence, focusing on a certain word too much, or perhaps in a way that doesn't suit her accent, colloquialisms, and or other aspects of her speaking tendencies. Simply shorten and or combine the words, changing the letters to suit. Simply shorten and or combine the words, changing the letters to suit. Where's the suit? This has mostly been tested the quick and lazy way rather than using alphabet. For example, to panic would become to panic. As an example of how that might sound, this caused the mayor to panic. This caused the mayor to panic. Maybe that wasn't the best example, but it does show this can have the added benefit of changing the pronunciation to that which suits how the speaker would normally say that combination of words. Uh-oh, did 15 accidentally leave his coffee on the desk again for the opportunistic AI mayors to all slop at without him looking? Is the mayor speaking a little hypery than usual in her delivery? That's fine. With this, you can slow the mayors down just a little by separating syllables and words using hyphens. Internet becoming internet. Bear in mind, you may need to change how it's written to prevent mispronunciations. Now for the fun part. Lewd mare sounds. Gasps, squeaks, panting, and more. For this segment and many others I may mention later in this panel, I will be referring to these kinds of audios as non-verbals, or NVs for short. These NVs are easily achievable using the surprisingly significant power of spamming commas and apostrophes. Yep, simple pronunciation that when used in the wrong way, or right depending on your perspective, can apparently make AI mares horny. Who knew? The more you stack, the more it affects her. Have a listen. It should be worth mentioning that, unlike the previous techniques, which was just me fucking around with it, it was Anon who discovered this technique many moons ago and shared it in the thread way back then. If I recall correctly, they also used it with square brackets to enclose these commas and apostrophes, which I'll use in these examples. Though it's still uncertain if this has any added benefit. But that's how I tend to do it, and it feels strangely neater for some reason, so feel free to follow suit. An additional use this provides as well is allowing mayors to stutter their words. It's time to duel and all that. Simply put a few commas and apostrophe just before or after the section you want her to fuck up. Pretty sure it was afterwards, but it's been so long I've kind of forgotten which. Remember, some non-alphanumerical symbols that are available to use may not have any added benefit, whether they are punctuation symbols or otherwise. Conversely, some may enhance the effect, sometimes greatly, and can even cause your mare to spaz out and start yammering nonsense, which in itself has its own entertainment and research benefits. If you happen to discover any more good combinations in the upcoming decades, when the next 15 AI version comes out, be sure to share your findings so that others may enjoy the benefits of listening to the mare. Okay, Anons, now let's try something a little different. Teacher handwriting robot, picture horse sparkles, yay, sunbeam. Or, in plain English, allow me to teach you how to write prompts for AI to generate images of horses that are pretty and you can rejoice to, using the power of emojis. Just to start us off, here's a basic example of using the horse emoji. Given how well Midjourney has developed lately and its compatibility with this method, all the following images of this section will be using results generated by this. Without further ado, horse. What a nice mare. To give some history on the technique, I discovered this, or at least was. Hold on. I discovered this, or at least was one of the first to use it to its full extent, almost a year ago when I was amongst the first few thousand beta testers for Stable Diffusion. This method first came as a result of boredom and curiosity, but turned out to be super useful and powerful discovery, allowing for all sorts of interesting results. It was like using an unspoken but well-known language to convey new ideas, or existing ones, without the need for words or letters. A key factor in how emoji prompting seems to work is it more or less maneuvers the AI towards a concept without explicitly saying it or spelling it out. Also, in being one of the earlier beta testers of Stable Diffusion and discovering this unusual method, I may or may not have contributed to the peach emoji, among others, being a banned word due to it being able to bypass the existing word filter at the time, which makes sense given they aren't technically words, and was also particularly good at generating various buts and other questionable things. They wouldn't let me generate with the prompt pony hindquarters for very long, but I mean, surely there was nothing wrong with horse peach, right? Bear in mind, this was before the public release, so not like there were alternatives or more private ways at the time. Now, if you think this is going to be the same as regular text prompting, you'd be sorely mistaken. Emoji prompting is the chaotic cousin to the normal way of doing things. When it comes to image AI, emojis don't always make sense. In fact, they often make no sense at all, and thus can achieve strange, and sometimes fixed, concept results, contrary to what you'd expect them to generate. Bizarrely so in some cases. This wacky lucky dip of prompting is the only known method of red flagging mares to get trains, throwing bricks at the mare to stunt her growth, or rocks if you want to turn her into a logo, and exposing her to toxins and radiation to create high quality horsey artwork of mostly flat styling. Makes perfect sense, right? And, much like the English language has no shortage of words, there is no shortage of emojis and combinations of. So, let's take a quick deep dive into the weirdness of these mysterious symbols and how AI seems to interpret them. As mentioned earlier, it maneuvers or guides the AI towards a concept, and thus different to the usual kind of prompting. For example, I might say pair horse directly, which it would most likely interpret as a literal pair horse, or a horse paired with, no pun intended, a specific fruit resembling a pear. But doing this with emoji prompts actually gives you a horse, paired with aspects of the scene containing a great variety of fruit, so not just pears, and often not explicitly separated from the trees or other plants on which they grow. You get to see the strange, fascinating, and often tasty-looking fruit the AI mares grow and get to enjoy within their digital spaces. But before we dive further into the deep end, let's first dip our toes in and have a quick look at where else the emojis get it right. Milky Way mare adds space-oriented elements to the mare. Stars and the moon are often present. And Snowflake mare makes the scene cold and snowy. Again, with normal horses, though typically white in colour. Also seemingly, at least with Midjourney, there were also blondish women present to accompany the mare. Or there were also blondish women present accompanying the mare. Antarctica mare is similar to the previous, but less biased towards white mares specifically, although it does tend to add trees, which is quite contrary to Antarctica. Maybe the mare thought you said Alaska. Pride mare, as expected, is very gay and colourful with many rainbow-esque elements. Parade-related scenes tend to leak in too. Sleeping mare will naturally make your mares very tired, so you can enjoy the adorable napping mares doing a snoozle. And fog mare, of course, will add foggy ambience, or sometimes set your mare on fire, causing her to smoke. So, still fog-like, I suppose. Notes mare, as you might imagine, adds a variety of musical instruments and other elements to the scene. These are typically pianos or guitars, though musical notes and headphones aren't too uncommon either. And paint palette mare will naturally create painting-like results. It's important to note that in the past, Stable Diffusion had way stronger painting-like results than Midjourney with this one. And so too Pony Diffusion will be especially effective with this, being an offshoot of that. Now with that out of the way, strap in, because things are going to get even more weird. Remember how Notes Mare earlier gave musical instruments? Well, Note Mare somehow gives stunning imagery with barely anything musical at all, aside from some occasional musical symbols, and most of them are remarkably good. This emoji combination helped generate these two lovely mares with reflections featured in the earlier featured earlier in the Find the Fake Prop segment. Now, how about the angles you view the mare? Going to the right of the mare turns her into a logo with a focus on silhouettes. Going to the left of the mare puts her in a paddock or meadow, often with fences. Going to the right and then left of the mare puts her in the city streets. And what happens when you go to the left and then right? Apparently the same as just going to the left, but with more fences. Right. Send your mare to war, and she'll either become a badge of honor or occasionally a t-shirt. Fish mare just turns her into a fish or a face salad, apparently. Receiving mare signals beams down the mares in more logo-like circles in a variety of varying art styles, seemingly also with a preference for cowboy hats for some reason. Oh, and apparently milking the mare, or giving her your milk, whichever your interpretation, makes her very hungry. Whew, okay. Now, let's take a step back towards sanity, before we all lose our minds any further. There's a few combinations that provide at least some sense, like the first images shown do, but still have a fair share of wonkiness. If you photograph the mare with cameras, flash or not, you'll get horsies with snoofers. But sometimes the mare will take photos of you instead. Smile for the mare anon. If it's a movie camera, the mare is more likely to record you, or sometimes be in good cinematic shots. If you point your finger at the mare, she'll likely present her snoot to receive the boops. This is similar to camera mare, but less likely to contain actual cameras. Present mare can provide more festive results, but be aware this can often not show a mare or cause her to go into hiding. But that's okay, she's probably just sneaking out to fetch a present for you in secret. And finally, what happens if you question the mare? She'll hide behind foliage to avoid the question. It should be noted that there is a red question mark emoji and a grey question mark emoji. Apparently asking her a grey question gets more real mares, while asking her a red question gives more stylized mares. Don't ask why, I have no fucking idea.
Just pause quickly, Hazy. Your
Now,
question marks
before we
are
close off this
wrong on the
already
slide. They're
maddening
still
section,
after the images show
let
up.
me highlight some key points and discoveries made over the years, and some even found within the past couple months during this panel planning phase. Emoji prompts, contrary to text prompts, have their bias order reversed. In other words, later emojis have more weight than earlier ones. So remember to always have your mayor emojis as the very last ones. This bias order may or may not affect Stable Diffusion, as the ordering part remains untested. While most emojis don't always make sense for results, emojis that logically relate to styles, such as paintbrushes, pencils, etc., are more likely to relate to these things. Also, emojis don't have as much weight as text prompts do. As a result, you can use them to have slight impact on a text prompt and introduce new but potentially subtle elements to a written concept. And finally, certain emojis as of Unicode 14 and later are newer than the datasets for which most AI were trained, and thus outputs end up being completely unrelated and sometimes very raw. Raw as in how the AI by default tends to veer towards certain concepts when not being guided by any input data. This can usually be useful though, as it's effectively like throwing a wrench into the engine and seeing what happens. You could get something entirely random, no bias towards anything at all. Simply add one of these unknown emotes and your mayor's creativity will go completely wild. How they actually interpret these remains unknown. So enjoy interacting with your image generating mayors in a whole new way. Alright, that's enough confusion for the art generating mayors. Now onto more unusual inputs for other AI mayors to be confused about. As it turns out, we can do a similar thing with audio mayors. So instead of speaking to your mare or providing her with what she's expecting, grab out your soundboard, kazoos, and other noisemakers and get ready to hear your mare try to do impressions of them all. This can be done with mostly solely audio-driven AI. So this is likely to work with both Soviets as well as RVC, which will be covered in the panel later on. This was actually discovered entirely by accident, unlike the previous ones which were mostly discovered by purposely messing with the mares. Fluttershy was voicing Sleepless Nights by Fury Weekend, but the vocal separator, UVR5 in this case, failed to correctly separate the electric guitar from the vocals, and I forgot to check the entire track. Towards the end, she ended up making guitar noises, and it was glorious. Flutter Guitar was born. Here's the shortened clip of the guitar leaking through from the original, especially prominent towards the end. Now, have a listen to Flutter Guitar in all her glory. Wow, that was quite the performance. And she truly did imitate an epic guitar solo. I like to imagine AI Flutters is playing air guitar while she's trying to voice the sounds best she can. Part of the reason she hadn't done it quite so well in this instance, as you may have noticed from the earlier example, is because the guitar she was trying to mimic was leaking into the audio track and contained a fair few distortions. Think of this more as Fluttershy's first audition. Of course she'd be nervous on her first try. If you'd like to hear how it sounds when intentional, here are 4 examples, provided by Vol, of Rainbow Dash one-upping Fluttershy by showing how it's done, by diving on stage and shredding it. shredding her voice, that is.
People like thick pork, thick, funny, dead, not with their fair, dead, and
Different deliveries, effects, and other factors will vary the coherence wildly. So pretty much any mare is capable of producing these sounds well when given a sound they like. So don't be afraid to play music just for your mare and hope she returns the favor by providing you the same, but with her equine voice. Inspired by this adorable performance, I asked myself how far this discovered tech could be pushed. How much could mares perform various other non-speech things? For example, could the mares make horse noises? Yes, she can. Well, sort of. Because the mare often still tries to make words out of what she hears, and because of how wildly neighs and whinnies pitch, she can really struggle to be a horse. But with enough coaxing, she can still make horsey sounds just for you. Imagine one morning you're laying in bed with your cherished robo-shy pony waifu bot, and suddenly her morning alarm function goes off to wake you. Instead of getting up, you booped her snooze button snoot and rolled over to get a few more minutes of shut-eye. Grumpy that you dared to go back to sleep, she goes into anger mode ready to strike. Directive, waken on. Safety protocols disabled. But, thankfully, you know how to calm her down with some gentle, well-placed ear scritches, which calms her into a relaxing state, so you can both snooze a little longer together in peace. Now, how would that sound? Perhaps something like this. I feel like that audio needs to be increased a little in volume. Yep, it can do that too. Or how about an entire song made entirely with various instruments? Mrs. Sandmare indeed. Whoa, a wild Athena has appeared. Having mares play bit tunes is definitely super effective. Hopefully by now you've realized just how much this opens up the usefulness of the audio mares. Who needs only the voices of mares when we can have everything mare? All the mares, instruments, cyber mare sounds, mare horsey horse noises, all the mare sounds for all your mare needs. With this in mind, I encourage any creative anons to begin exploring how much mare they can fit into their audio creations. How about a full a cappella with a complementing full measurements backing track, or have your mares whinny and neigh as per their natural horsey horse dialogue. If it's sound, the audio mare will try her best to imitate it, all thanks to Sovitz and its ability to rely solely on audio. Speaking of Sovitz and its wide adaptability, that leads us onto our next subject. So, tell me, Anon, what's better than one mare? Two mares, of course. Rejoice in the prospect of being doubly mared. In this case, we'll be running mares into mares to achieve better mare. Wait, you might be thinking, didn't we already cover this, plugging a mare into a mare with the previous parser segment earlier? Well, yes, but not quite. The method mentioned earlier was with one mare feeding back into herself. With this, we'll be utilizing the power of friendship and teamwork between multiple mares to perform feats they could not do alone. First up, combining TalkNet with Sovitz. Similar to the method of recycling output audio from Sovitz back into itself, we can create the AI-generated reference for audio for Sovitz using TalkNet. Simply record or plug existing audio into TalkNet, along with the written transcriptions, to generate TalkNet mare speech, and then feed that same output into Sovitz. This is best used to achieve greater similarity to the character, especially when it comes to copying the character's accent. Obviously, when we do this, we forego the benefits of using Sovitz alone, like not having to provide transcriptions for our input audio, or having TalkNet in our chain will introduce all the typical artifacts and pronunciation problems we normally associate with it. So singing long notes is out. However, it can be a useful alternative solution if you can't pull off a character's accent well naturally. The rapping for Vol's song, My Name is Pinky, was done this way, because the version of Sovitz that was available at the time, 3.0, was struggling with character resemblance, which the newer version, 4.0, excels at. Consequently, this TalkNet to Sovitz method was used to achieve a higher quality output. Here is the first pass with TalkNet.
And she saw the little filly who made Dilla squiggle like a tilde. Invincible, a little chill like this for real. With fun Ella, sometimes I this person not back the scene, but I don't mean to make a scene, you know what I mean?
And then the second with Sovitz.
And she saw the little filly who made Dilla squiggle like a tilde. Invincible, a little chill like this for real. With fun Ella, sometimes I this person not back the scene, but I don't mean to make a scene, you know what I mean?
One notable improvement the second provides, in addition to more of Pinky's vocal characteristics, is the denoising that Sovitz offers to have it sound less buzzy. Next up, we've reached the part where I can introduce you to a couple of relatively new technologies that can be used in combination with our existing AI audio mares, mostly Sovitz. Are you too much of a pussy to sing aloud about your erotic love for mares into your mic while your roommates are sleeping or awake? If so, then there's one way you can avoid being shamed by normies and get your Sovitz mares to sing songs just for you, using the power of Weeb software. Synthesizer V, or SynthV for short, is a deep neural network-based synthesis engine. Simply give it lyrics, notes, and durations, and the software will sing for you. In contrast to Sovitz and TalkNet, you don't have... Hold on. In contrast to Sovitz and TalkNet, you don't need to give it any recorded audio input to start off. You can modify the syllables, phonemes, pitch, stress, and other qualities of these words afterwards to better match the desired delivery and accents. Hopefully, you can see where I'm going here. We can use output from SynthV and feed it into Sovitz. Most of the extra features and higher quality voices, especially male ones, are locked behind a paywall. That being said, What the basic version and free voices offer is more than enough for our merry needs. You might be asking, how exactly is this useful? Well, unless you're a talented singer or voice actor, you might struggle working. Unless you're a talented singer or voice actor, you might struggle working with Soviets to make a convincing mare vocals. The performance or similarity to mares might be off. Statistically, you're also likely to be male, which can make the vocal pairing all the more distant. You might also be shy or otherwise lack confidence to attempt. SynthV does away with all of these difficulties by replacing the human element of singing with technology. It can continuously sing without tiring and can be adjusted as much as you like for accurate vocal compositions. Want to create an hour-long song with only mare in the lyrics? What if you need to recreate a song that Soviets struggled with? What about an entirely original song that you want your favorite ponies to sing? It's all possible through the combination of SynthV and Soviets. Being a synthetic voice itself, you might not expect it to work well with another synthetic voice such as Soviets. But due to SynthV's overall clarity and perfect pitch, or at least natural sounding, it synergizes surprisingly well. The basic and free version of SynthV has available a singular female English speaker known as Eleanor Forte. Eleanor already sounds very similar to Fluttershy by default, and so tends to work well with her best. And tends to work with her best. Wonder how I should. However, few adjustments need to be made in order. For other Soviet mares or stallions to work with her outputs. From Athena to even shining. Scroll this down. From Athena to Pinky to even shining armor, there's little limiting the potential accuracy of generated audio. Other than differences in natural singing range, phonemes, coarseness difference, and overall style, etc. But this can be rectified with varying degrees of effort. Without further delay, let's listen to a few examples of how SynthV sounds when paired with Soviets.
There's many there to choose, all ready for you. Ask all round, there's surely one prepared to show you a night of passion. She'll help you out, and when you're done, come inside. Make sure to get permission, you'll never get enough. Once you try mare, did you know that mares are year-long breeders? If you really love the mare, just love her, then maybe she'll be your mare for life. Fuck mares on them, fuck down in the pussy. Forget horse cocks and give them there some conny. Fuck the pussy, taste the pussy. Eat your horny, the mare will pleasure you. Mare, 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 mare. Mare, 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 mare. Mare, 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 mare. Mare, 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 mare.
Stand on the ground, stand. Move it all around, move it. Move it, stand on the ground, stand. Move it all around, move it. Stand on the ground, jump, 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 jump. Move it all around, tap, tap, low. Stand on the ground, jump, 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 jump. Move it all around, jumping all around.
He's really happy, he told them there's a door. His name is Annie Whitehorse from 1984. White Horse, 1984. White Horse, 1984. White Horse, 1984. White Horse, 1984.
One of the most notable strengths of SynthV is that it's perfect for a combination. is that it's perfect for a common musical aspect that is difficult or sometimes impossible to do with Sovit's, TalkNet, or various other audio-to-audio AI alone. Vocal harmonies. Whenever audio mares hear harmonies, she often goes completely mental because she can't work out what pitch she's supposed to sing. So, pardon me. So either she does the wrong pitch, goes back and forth between the detected pitches, or straight up regurgitates nonsense. As mentioned, this is where SynthV can be of great benefit. Being able to revoice harmonies entirely can allow a previously impossible song to become relatively easy. Bear in mind, this method does require some musical knowledge, however, as you'd need to know about BPMs, notes, chords, and whatnot in order to recompose it, and thus can take some time. It might take an hour or longer to complete a song, depending on how much of an artistic perfectionist you are, than just feeding raw vocals into Sovit's alone. But the end results speak, or rather sing, for themselves. As the final AI for me to introduce in relation to combining, I'd like to present Nay. Or, well, that's what I prefer to call it. To minimize confusion in this section, I will refer the name it was introduced with. I will refer to... I need to rework that. But made by a company named Suno, Bach is a very new universal text-to-audio generation model that is capable of a variety of audio outputs, music, singing, speech, laughter, screeching, sound effects. If it's inherently audio in nature, Bach has a reasonable likelihood of being able to replicate them. Being varied and chaotic as it is, it's not quite as useful when pairing with Sovit's, but with how natural and oftentimes clear the speech can sound, it's a good alternative to have if you're limited on options, or if you just want to experiment, shitpost, and or entertain yourself with what bizarre results can flow out. There is also a function that Sovit's as of now seems to lack, which is text-to-speech input. So while many various sounding text-to-speech options exist, they mostly are locked behind corporate money-hungry paywalls, or are just plain garbage unfit for AI mare consumption. Thankfully, Bach doesn't have any monetary requirement, and can fairly consistently produce synthetic audio that's decent and clear enough to be useful for mares to process with a high likelihood of success, all without a single bit spent. Bach is an avenue that can allow your mares to sing completely random songs, rap completely off key, screech like a ringing artist, and voice all your shitposts all in one. I'm sure you're all eager to hear just what this is all about, but I'll be covering more on this later in the music section of this panel. For now though, here's an example of how Bach sounds when its results are fed into Sovit's, and paired with some royalty-free music that was shared on the board a while back. Fluttershy is attempting a nice meditation tape. Have a listen.
Okay, how did that happen? Oh, okay, I see what happened there. I merged the 3 clips from earlier and forgot to get rid of the other 2. Okay.
As you listen to the sound of my voice, allow yourself to let go of any tension or stress. Take a deep breath in and release it slowly. Imagine yourself in a peaceful and calming place where you feel completely safe and relaxed. Notice the sensations in your body and allow yourself to sink deeper into a state of relaxation. Now imagine yourself surrounded by a warm golden light. This light is a symbol of your inner calm and peace. It surrounds you, protecting you and soothing your mind and body.
I hope you had fun. I hope you all had fun learning about all the various ways to confuse your AI mares. I need to remember to keep that on silent. Now it's time for Vol to confuse you with all the various intricacies of code fagging. More specifically, regarding SOVITs, and how the AI manages to understand what the fuck you're saying.
Okay, pause. So that puts us now at 3 hours 10 minutes, thereabouts. And then everything else we've got, I'm sure, is going to take at least another hour to go through. I suppose
it's probably going to push us into the 5-hour range because I've timed this next section and it's 40 minutes, like about. So.
Yeah. So the question then becomes: do we want to potentially cut a few things? I mean, for example, my honorable mentions isn't particularly necessary. So, I mean, I'm sure we can move to SciTube 2, but then we'll be inevitably overlapping with other people's panels. And I'd rather we not do that.
I feel like at this point, moving to SciTube 2 is necessary just due to how long the thing is entirely. Besides, the extra room allows for like more questions if we have like the extra time. So
again,
it would
issue,
be more beneficial.
The issue there is that we're overlapping with other panels, so we'll be dividing an answer attention.
Well, we'll be overlapping with panels in SciTube 1 anyways, but 2 gives us more leeway. So it's the same issue, but 2 gives us more leeway to work with. So I feel like SciTube 2
with the panel, with the schedule as it is now, we can extend by 1 hour in SciTube 1 and put ourselves right up against Pony Arcade, which will give us a total of 4 hours, which might be enough to do at least our planned content, but then we're not going to have time to do anything else. So,
what I can see
in
the thing of SciTube 2 is it gives us 2 extra hours instead of just 1.
2 hours. SciTube.
I'm pretty sure.
No,
I don't think so. No, because SciTube 2, the thing that's before us in SciTube 2 is No Slam Jam Spectacular, which starts at 1 AM and lasts for 5 hours, so it'll end at 6 AM. And then there's nothing in the SciTube 2 that I see up until 9 o'clock. BST.
So how many hours is that total?
So that's 21 minus 6 is 15 hours. So,
yeah,
we can move into the other panel. We can move into SciTube 2 if we have to. But I will again say that I would much prefer we can do it in 4 hours. That way we don't overlap with anyone else's panels.
Yeah, but if we've got the 15-hour leeway, that guarantees that we don't overlap with anyone. So
no, because SciTube 2 will be playing at the same time as other panels in SciTube 1, so Anons will have to be trying to like watch 2 streams at once if they want to do that, and that's not ideal.
Let's see. I mean, doesn't that usually happen with these, though?
I mean, it's inevitable that there'll be at least a couple overlapping, but it's never ideal. You never want that.
Well, like I can get like how much we can condense the overall thing at a time, but then that means we won't have time for one of the main purposes of it being the Q&A at the end. Like that's so I feel like it's kind of necessary to have that, but what we could do is we've got the margin of 15 hours in this SciTube, right? What if we pick a 5-hour slot within there that like doesn't clash with many like key panels?
Gonna have to also account for other people's time zones if we do that. I mean,
I feel like we may need to like bring up a spreadsheet to actually work out what times and when the.
Okay. But there is a schedule in spreadsheet form somewhere. Yes,
because I think that'd make it easier to actually visualize how much space is between where. Oh, is it on the
you got
site?
it.
So if we want to go like, do we want to go like before any of the other panels on Saturday or?
So this is our Saturday. Each of the so this is in EDT or GMT-4. So we need to make sure we count for that when choosing to do stuff. So if we were to go on SciTube 2, I don't think we really want to be before 9 AM on EDT, otherwise the American, well, we can probably go a little earlier, but the American Anons will be pissed off having to wake up at 5 AM or something to watch our panels. So.
That's strange. I'm just looking at the okay. They've laid this weird because on the left side they have SciTube 1 and SciTube 2, and there's nothing in SciTube 1. But
The
then
left
on the
side
right
is
hand
old.
side there's
It's ignore
there's
that's for the old SciTube. Look on the right side.
right.
Yeah, so this is the overall schedule on the right that I'm focusing on. So our
Yeah, so we've got
15-hour
15 hours
gap
there.
is this bit that I've highlighted here.
Couldn't we do it during Pony Nostalgia Zone? Maybe.
Again, yes, we can.
It would be a kind of dick move to start at the same
I
time when they're
suppose the
starting.
Pony Nostalgia Zone is going to be one that Anons would be more inclined to drop in and out of. It's going to be... It's made by Rewatch Op, and he's going to be queuing a bunch of old Pony videos, basically. So it's not going to
There's
be
also
an
the-
interactive
there's
panel.
also-
So if we're going to overlap
There's
with
also
anyone... If we're going to overlap with anyone, Pony Nostalgia Zone is probably the least worst option. We will probably end up overlapping with Donuts, and I really want to watch that one, but needs
Like
must.
at the very least, we could start like partway through the Nostalgia Zone.
So
because it
start
also
at,
means
say,
that like
10 AM.
potentially those with like less attention spans or whatnot means they get to enjoy some of the Nostalgia Zone and then dip into there because that'll give us a
So
couple extra hours, and that'll be
10
before Pony
AM
Arcade.
EDT will be 2 o'clock UK time, GMT-4, so 10 plus 4 is 14, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock through to our scheduled end. I mean, we could... 10 through to 4, so that's 6 hours.
Yeah,
which we
that
could
sounds
do.
good.
So the only... Well, we'd be overlapping with Pony Nostalgia Zone, which I can accept. I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah, I'd prefer more time
Pony
also
Donuts
because like
is
I
unfortunate,
don't want us
but
to feel like
unless
overly rushed because I
something-
feel like that's going to be detriment to our like just overall performance and just the quality of the panel overall. And also more allows for more leeway and time for more questions to be asked because with how much we cover, I'm sure there'll be quite a bit. So having that extra time will be of more benefit than there would to just rush questions out of the way and potentially have some anon's questions unanswered, which is, well, I'm sure there's going to be just because people will be constantly asking, but at least more will be have the opportunity to.
So, for reference, last year we were scheduled, I think, for 4 hours, but ended up using 6 just because we happened to have 2 hours over.
Is it possible to split the panel into multiple segments?
It is, but it's going to require... If we do that, it's going to be logistically annoying. And we may end up having to rewrite things, and I don't want to have to manage more than one panel, if I'm being super honest.
If we have like one, if we time it so that one of the intermissions happens like at the Pony Donuts panel, right? And then
okay.
Because we have 4 hours after that, so that we won't be overlapping with anybody. Right?
I see. What
Yeah,
you're
like we could
getting at
squeeze
here.
like 2 hours.
So we
in
could just
that.
have like a mega intermission here and watch the donuts and then. Okay.
What's going on? Sorry, I was just looking through the other days.
So we run So start the panel at, say, 10 a.m. and run it up until it's time for Pony Donuts, and then just basically pause the panel, have a mega intermission to watch Pony Donuts, which is half an hour
Yeah,
long.
maybe we could do a comment of let's
And
take a
then-
break and enjoy some donuts by all watching the panel on Sajib 1 regarding to thing like, you know,
yeah,
like kind of have it as a flavored intermission, like awareness of the other panels. I feel like they could also be like somewhat meta in a way.
So if we
you know?
started at 10 a.m. and went through to... So his starts at 12:15. So that's 2 hours and 15 minutes, which will probably take us up until the end of Find the Fake, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, we could do it like that.
Yeah. Let's take a quick break, enjoy some lunch and donuts with the Subject 1 panel or something. I definitely feel like it should be flavored to reflect on, you know, and also kind of encourage Anons to follow along.
Is Corp up on? I'll send him a message.
Yeah, and shifting all to SideTube 2 also allows for freedom for any other like late, although I'm sure there's not really going to be any new events happening this late to be scheduled in, but in the instance there's like a small panel that allows for 4 hours leeway on the SideTube 1 for anyone to slot in. So the end would still be at the start of Pony Arcade, yeah?
I believe so.
Okay, cool. I'm just trying to work out how much, because I plan to join the Family Feud. Also, Clipper, did you end up finding a backup panelist for that?
Nope, but Herb said that if Gothic can't make it, we can get by with 4.
Yeah, cool.
I think I should be fine. I think.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, in case, like, I'm also just thinking, I don't know, in case I end up falling
It's just a
asleep.
matter of waking up at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, in case I happen to like just nod off or something, but I should be able to get some sleep prior to the panel. But only because I'm pretty sure that. Oh, I know it's earlier than that. Hold on, what time would that be? Shit, I need to work this out. Okay, when 10 o'clock. The distance between that and its start is 9, so 1 hour. Let's have a look at the schedule. According to the schedule on my time, Pony Nostalgia Zone starts at 9 a.m. my time, which means the panel should start at 10 p.m. my time. Okay, that's not too late, but that means that if it's going to be about 6 hours after that point, that would be 4 a.m. in the morning. How many panels difference between that and thing? Okay, so the end of that is 1, 2, 6, hold on, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's around midday my time. Okay, so basically operating from 10 p.m. at night through to midday the next day if I am to stay awake during then. If not, I could probably have a nap in between because that's between 4 and 12. Yeah, that's more than enough for a short snooze. Cool. Also, because it's like a game where you have to think, I definitely want all my brain cells to be at optimal optimal restfulness, you know.
It's not a requirement.
Well, no, but like it would be preferable. I don't want to be, you know, the fifth wheel and whatnot. Even though I probably will be anyways, because if there's going to be like questions related to the board, and considering how like new faggy I am, I just worry about that part. And
it would be probably the best one to answer anything about image generation, so you're not useless.
True. Yeah, whether it comes to image AI, some things about speech and music generation.
Right, so our current plan, then, that I'm going to propose to Twifag or Corb, is that we start at 10 a.m. on Site 1, and we run right up until it's time for Pony Donuts. And then we resume immediately after that. I'm going to propose that we end at 4 initially, but since we've got the extra hour there, we can take it if we need it. That way we
okay, so we don't need
overlap.
to reschedule what channel we're on. We just have to incorporate an extra bit in between.
That way we only end up overlapping with Pony Nostalgia Zone.
Yeah, so and that way we only have the one channel. And okay, cool. Will we be still including that extra 15 minutes after the donuts, or will we be shifting ours up 15?
It's going to be damn near impossible to plan it that finely. We'll just end it at the time when Pony Donuts is supposed to start, and we'll pick up as soon as they end, which in theory is 12:45, but these things always end up slipping by a few minutes, so it's not worth planning that far in detail.
Awesome. Cool. I guess that's plenty of leeway. I feel much better about that. Awesome.
Right, so I'm going to send that message to Twifag, and we'll see what he says. I mean, I'm sure he won't say no to it. It just places an extra slight logistical burden on queuing.
Yeah, because if need be, we can just shift everything to the right and into SideTube 2 if need be.
I mean, I reckon he may well actually come back to us and just say, why don't you take the entire thing on SideTube 2? And my answer to that is going to be, I want to watch the donuts.
Yeah. I definitely want it as well.
Post to display. Okay.
Yeah, I think I need 2 things to finish the paste. One of them.
How do you make mare flavored frosting?
Okay.
Yeah, so for the so at the end, I can't edit the slide, so somebody has to put in the actual paste number.
We can do that.
And second, I need a link to the slides to make public. And this should not be the same ones that you're presenting from, because you probably don't want a bunch of people piling into the same slides that you're presenting from during the Q&A.
We're not going to show that link until the end of the panel, though. And also, these slides have been public for ever since the start.
Yeah, I think that part's okay. It's just
and
that
people can be on the slides if they want. The permissions are such that you can only view unless you have edit access, which
I think previously there were some issues where if you had too many people on a document, then Google just wouldn't allow more people on the document. So I think that's the only thing I'm concerned about.
I don't think we've ever had people piling into the presentation for whatever reason.
Fair point.
So, in theory, yes, it could happen, but I assess the likelihood of it being very low.
Okay.
Well, part of the reason why a lot of people don't tend to pile in is in terms, like, the overall thing about AI is a bit kind of line in the sand kind of deal. Like, a lot of people really detest AI or just aren't that interested or like and whatnot, but others are. So we'd probably like expect like 50% of those who have the free time to join, as opposed to like it's
referring
Yeah,
to
it's
the
kind of like
slide
a
deck?
whole Marvel versus DC kind of thing. Like you've got some on one side, some on the other.
So there's actually one more thing. So the link to the video. So when you get the actual YouTube video link or whatever video link, then we'll want to. I can update the page to that link.
Actually, that's the live link. I don't know if the live. I mean, you can put it in there for now, but we'll later want to edit it when I put up a proper edited version. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this earlier, but Vol, Hazy, Gothic, Carl want everyone to be recording their microphone locally, so you have a nice clean recording that I can then edit together into a neat version, which I'll then upload to YouTube and PonyTube.
Oh, so you want us to record all the while?
Yeah, just record your voice. That way you get a clean recording that isn't tainted by quality degradation that inevitably happens when you're speaking over VoIP. As we have.
I see. Okay.
We've done that every
I
year.
should be able to do that, just having Audacity in the background.
Yeah.
I'll just have to keep that on the side, which is good because I'll also need to. I've noticed a lot of my speaker notes are really long in some of these. Actually, let me switch to presenter view to see how long it actually displays on there for the long ones that I have. Let's see if I have that on the side. Yeah, I still have to scroll, which with my mouse is an issue. Actually, let me. Oh no, that's fine. None of those should need scrolling. None of those are particularly long. Okay, so I can have that on the side, and then this little gap on my screen should be enough for Audacity to run. And I can also view my system things at the bottom there. Okay, cool. So I'm just making sure everything's all good to go on the day. I'm not going to run out of resources. I'm going to be able to view if Audacity happens to crash or whatnot, so I can maintain that thing. So many things to worry about. Reminds me of that song.
Question about timing. Do you want me to join this meeting before the panel starts or right before the Q&A starts?
Don't think it makes any difference, so whatever, really.
Okay. So in that case, I'll join right before the Q&A starts.
So to clarify, just before the donut section, that's the end of the test?
From what I remember, yes, Find the Fake should be, like, the end of Find the Fake should be 2 and a slight bit more hours, so I think we'll be good there.
Okay, cool. Let's have a look here. I just want to make sure that it's not messing with the flow or anything. Let's have a look. Because we don't have to worry about the honorable mentions can remain there.
It will. I mean, I can still do the honorable mentions. We should still have time for that. The question. Well, it'll break the flow slightly in that I'm talking about image AI and how to. And then you're going to talk. You and others are going to talk about.
Because all that needs to be reworked is just the
as a recap,
now that you've seen all these examples, the next logical step is how to learn thing. So basically, as soon as the panel starts, it's like, as you may remember, before the donut section, we talked about image AI, and then we can kind of just continue with this, and like instead of back over to Vol, you kind of will hand it to Vol, Hazy and Thing will explain about experiences using AI. So yeah. I feel like it's important to kind of mention what the previous subject was. That way we don't have to like rewrite anything, and it'll kind of remind the audience where we were and continue with this. And yeah. I also need to remember. Hold on, I just got paid today. I need to remember to actually buy some donuts because I'm sure watching that donut section, I'm going to start getting a craving for them. So I need to have them set aside.
One thing I noticed during the presentation. So on slide 130 this is during the find the fake. So I think on the first poll, the audience actually got it wrong. So the audience selected mostly for A, and I think you continued talking as if they selected B.
So initially I was just randomly rolling numbers on my calculator to decide which one I would talk to. And then I abandoned that idea and just went with whatever the audience said.
Also, for the initial rules thing, are you able to add a section of if you already know the results of this, please sit this one out kind of thing? Because I feel like
the number of people who've been in here versus the 200 odd people in the panel are not going to sway it.
Right,
I
but
don't think we need to
want
worry
like tiebreakers to be like unfairly influenced towards the positive because the answers are already known. So I feel like it's worth.
Hey, everyone in the chat, please don't vote on the fucking panel. All right, thanks. There you go.
I mean, I feel like it should go without saying. Like, if you already know the answers, you should abstain.
Yeah.
Or if you know, if you're planning to fuck everything up, then I mean, you're going to do that anyway, so you don't need to be told.
And you can only fuck it up with one vote. So I don't think it's if we had 100 people in here and we were going to have 200 people on the actual presentation, then I might be a bit more concerned. But
because the amount of
viewers
that I've seen watch the panel are about like around 6 to 8 people.
Yes, and
but
we'll
I'm
have
not sure
200
how many viewers do we typically have?
200 odd.
Oh, okay. So what? That's what? Like 10. So just around 10. That's what, 5%. I suppose that's
Honestly, I doubt we're gonna get like 50-50s for anything.
Okay. I suppose a 5% margin is isn't too much for me to worry about. So yeah, never mind then. I just wasn't expecting quite as many thing. So it's all good. I also need to remember to buy a drink for this thing that isn't carbonated, so I don't have to worry about burps and stuff. Oh. I only made this for this session because I was dehydrated and I don't really have any other options. Might get juice. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Plus the extra nutrition. Cool. Oh.
Okay. So what are we doing right now?
I'm just editing a slide to say we're going to have an intermission to go to the donut.
I feel like we should emphasize part 1 just to make it clear that there is a part 2.
Yeah, I'm going to write another sentence after this to say we'll come back later.
Oh, okay, cool. Never mind then.
What's the actual name of the donut panel? Someone got it on screen.
It is
baking with Anon, homemade pony donuts.
To watch. Baking with Anon. Oh, we've already written it down. Timing has coincided. So,
we'll return shortly after. Yep. We'll return shortly after this donut break to conclude with part 2.
I feel like I need to now modify the introduction to say we're going to stop partway through. Oh god, this is going to be a logistical nightmare, isn't it? It sounds
I suppose
simple
it's
in
not going to be
theory.
too bad.
Well,
Because like
with the
I feel like it's also a good point for it to be after this game because it's like ending part 1 with the game and then continuing off with the next one.
I'm not saying it's not a logical place to take a break. It's just the actual making it happen is going to be really fucking annoying.
Right, and with it being so soon after the
I mean, I can turn off a stream and turn it back on at whatever time. That's fine. It's just sorting out the slides to reflect that at relatively short notice. That's going to be.
Well, it's really only the intro and the parts in between the break because I feel like the break doesn't really affect much else.
It affects slide 7, image AI. So I'm going to need to rework this.
I don't feel like it has to be mentioned in the slide text. We just like mention that we're going to take a break at that point.
I mean, it does. None of this really has to be changed because it's all part of the presentation. It's just in part 2. There's not really any reason to say it's in part 2, just that it's part of the panel as a whole. So none of this
I
really
feel
needs to
like
change.
it makes sense to say what we're doing in part 1 and what we're doing in part 2. I mean,
yeah, I suppose that's true. Wouldn't you need to do that for all of them then? All of the... Yeah, there's a different color.
Orange. Is there a slightly less bright orange I can use?
If they're going to be like a glazed donut, we could always do like a light pink as well. Something like that.
Oh no.
Maybe with some colored sprinkles.
So silly.
Yeah, good point. Oh, hold on. I know what we can do. Oh, of course.
What?
You'll see. Aha!
Okay.
Oh, why is that doing the extra space? There we are. Oh, that needs an extra. Oh, that shouldn't be underscored. That's why that looks weird. There we are. See, are there any other colored donuts? How does this look on your system?
The previous one is better. That's a bagel.
Yeah, it is the bagel emoji. I just wasn't sure. On mine, it looks kind of donut-ish, so yeah. Oh, that's too bad. The donuts on yours don't have a transparent hole like the ones here do. Also, the sprinkles are much smaller. That's too bad. 8-long panel next year.
I mean,
just wait
the
a
thing
couple
is,
more years until we have a 24-hour
yeah,
PPP stream.
We've had that joke many times. I can ask, hey, I want 6 hours of the schedule, but I always feel like a bit of a cunt asking for that much time. And
tell you what, here's a fun.
in previous hang on. In previous panels, we've had no real issue going to our time lot, and it's just so happened that there was an hour or two afterwards that were free that we could just overrun our Q&A into, and it doesn't matter because there's nothing else happening after that, as was the case last year. We were, last year, able to stay within our time constraint, and we extended it voluntarily simply because we could. Okay. If people, I mean, again, if people look at the con schedule and go 6-hour presentation on AI, like you're going to bore us all to death. Like, what the fuck are you doing that could possibly take 6 hours? At least that would be my reaction upon seeing something like that in the schedule. I mean, and ask the question, can you reasonably expect to hold someone's attention for 6 continuous hours? You're going to struggle.
So last year what we did was we had a schedule within the panel. So we listed out what we're talking when and roughly how long, roughly at what time we would start each one. So people could drop in and out for just the ones they wanted. Is that something you can do for this as well?
We still don't have a good handle on exact timings for it. That's what this sort of run through was supposed to do.
Okay.
So I just had a funny thought. I feel like by the time that like next panel comes around, we'll be have a lot more automation tools and such like that. Imagine if we had a completely separate panel that was entirely run by AI. So like an AI written and spoken panel with AI.
It would be a novelty and nothing.
Yeah, but I feel like it would be fun to just like in a space where like nothing's happening, we just throw it in there, let the AI do its thing. Like in addition to our panel, we just like even if it's on a separate day or something.
The blob guy, the AI pwns guy, like gonna potentially doing something for MLPCon with.
Yeah, like Bob's doing the AI pony episodes, but I mean like if we were to like feed it our PPP panels over the years, how they're written narratively and such, and then like feed that into an already trained
we can think about that later. It's not important
episode
right
thing.
now.
Yeah, this is just like a wild concept that I thought I'd just share because like further down the line, it's not going to be a possibility yet, but like just as an idea. At the very least, one of the things that I would like to eventually happen is for like we have the PPP SciTube. Like I think it might be nice to like once we have something set up, if it's like cost effective and whatnot, or even just like freely available, that we can have just AI like episodes, things like Blob's thing running in the PPP thing, unless we're doing an active session there. So I feel like also having that also allows for like more engagement and interest, and then potentially more people joining on the project by having like seeing what it's capable of, or something. Sharing various musics on there.
It's a perfectly fine idea, but I don't want to think about it right now. I just want to get this shit sorted out. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
So there may or may not be a test for you, the audience. So make sure you stay on your toes as to be unable to find the fake. Right after that, due to the way that the timings have fallen, we've decided to split this panel into 2 parts. At this time, we'll be taking a break, a roughly half-hour break.
Should it be like a short, roughly half-hour break? Because
short, roughly half-hour. I mean, you've got 2.
Yeah, because I feel like just saying that emphasizes that we'll be back soon after. Like, yeah. We'll be taking a short, roughly half-hour break to watch Anon's donut panel.
I'm going to a short break, roughly half an hour. To watch Anon's donut panel.
Roughly half an hour. Cool.
Right after we've all glazed our something donuts.
Our ponuts?
Sure.
Because then, like, if we use the term Ponards glazed as, yeah.
We'll come back to easy taking.
Who will then take you on a chaotic journey? Come back to Hazy, who will take you on a chaotic journey through methods of confusing digital mares to achieve results you might not expect.
Right, so right at the point where we do our break, if we're going to have a half-hour break, I'm going to maybe propose that we don't bother doing any of the 5-minute mini breaks in this.
That's fine with me because of how we've got it segmented, our breaks can kind of be when our section isn't speaking. So in a way, that gives us time
From
to
an
do
audience
what we need to.
standpoint. Right.
Hmm?
I mean,
Oh,
the
I
breaks are
see.
not just for us; they're for the audience.
Right. Yeah, I didn't consider that. Fuck.
I mean, we need
So
to
we'll
have
still
at least
have
one
breaks
for the
in between.
before Q&A. That's the minimum one.
Yeah, we could do that. That's fine.
We've also got to consider the breaks in between. Like, should we have an extra 5 minutes leeway between this break's end and the next panel start? Because I feel like
Yes, I think
want to break so they don't miss the next panel.
We can't time it that precisely, but from what I've timed, from what we've done previously, I'm confident that we will be able to sort it out.
Okay, cool.
Just speak 5 minutes faster.
And again, if it turns out that I'm not going to get it done in time, I can just skip honorable mentions and go straight to the end. That'll give us the leeway.
I feel like with this new time allotted, we've got enough time to not for that not to be as necessary. Or I mean, like the
I'm thinking so
section.
From an overall point of view, yes, you're right. But from we're doing this right up to the somewhat hard deadline of when the donut panel starts. You're gonna have to think carefully about how exactly that transition point goes.
So I feel like that should be worked out, like how much time we've got in between. So if you've got enough time, otherwise omit it.
So in the speaker notes, I can in the speaker notes I can click on a drop-down menu to jump to whatever slide, so I can make it appear seamless. So when we get to the end of find
constructed in a way that if you
near
were to
enough,
omit that, it would
near enough.
Okay,
So
cool.
when we get to the end of find the fake, I can make a judgment call, and I can say the AI is only going to get more sophisticated from here. Look at the clock, continue if yes, if no, jump straight back to this one. Right. Jump straight to 166, that being. And with that, we conclude part 1 of this year's PPP panel. We're now going to take an extended break to watch the Baking with a Non Homemade Pony Donuts panel. We'll return shortly after this donut break to continue with part 2. Welcome back,
you're not going to talk about Aurora Hughes?
I am going to talk about Aurora Hughes. That thing that I said was on slide 166. It's fine. Welcome back.
It's just that you jumped straight to that one. I got confused.
That's okay. Right. Welcome back, Anons, to part 2 of this year's PPP, or Pony Preservation Project.
Oh wait, but you've had it layered and finally, so that would imply you've got a previous section, so she wouldn't be mentioned. Okay.
Yeah, I jumped straight to 166.
Ah, gotcha.
Something donut joke.
Should you say something like, I hope you enjoyed the donuts or something?
Yes.
Oh, what was that?
Yes. Some kind of donut
I can't.
joke.
Pardon?
Yeah, have some kind of donut joke.
Okay.
I just don't know what yet.
How about something like that?
So.
We are glad you do not have to miss any more of this panel.
Sure, why not?
No, that's stupid.
I love it. We should use it.
Yeah, okay. Half of the users leave. Yeah. glaze and wooden toaster. No, we're not cooking Pop-Tarts. Speaking of, those are pretty hard to get here. Although they do have some in the reject shop, so I might pick some up. Last time I tried them, they were actually pretty good. Lots of sugar, though. Like, so much sugar. Pretty sure that makes up 90% of Pop-Tarts.
Welcome back, Anons, to part 2 of this year's Pony Preservation Project Q&A panel. I hope those ponuts were warm, moist, and tasty, and we're glad that you do not have to miss any more of this presentation. As a quick reminder of what we'll be covering in part 2, Hazy, Gothic Anon, and Vul will guide you through the process of getting the best out of Image AI, following on from the examples you all saw in the Find the Fake quiz. Having then established the rules for using Image AI correctly, Hazy will then break all of those rules by showing you unusual prompts for various AI, which can be used to achieve useful and oftentimes hilarious outputs. Vul will then revisit Sovit's SVC in technical detail, examining what's going on under the hood. There will then be sections on music generators and text generators, and we'll finish with Hazy giving you some final pointers on how to best please your AI mares. When all's said and done, we'll then have, hopefully, a few hours left at the end for live Q&A with you, the audience. Much more time than we otherwise would have had we not split the panel into 2 parts. Right then, without further ado, let's jump right back into it. Having now seen plenty of examples of Image AI in action, the next logical step would be to learn how to make them yourselves. So, I'll now hand back over to Vul, Hazy, and Gothicanon, who will talk you through their experiences in using the Image AI and how to get the best out of them. I just want to put some bullet points
I don't
on
need to
this.
like recontinue my section, yeah, after this point. This is just a
Yeah,
run through with this slide individually.
It's probably fine.
Speaking of, what part were we at?
What do you mean?
We're technical section. Are we still doing the intermission for the first part? Or the first one?
I
like the
don't
5-minute one?
think so now, since it's only going to be 2 hours. I think we can get away with not doing a break, especially if we're doing an extended break for donuts.
All right, let me go back and
Speaking of breaks, that reminds me. I also wasn't aware that it was going to be so soon. I need to grab a whole bunch of stuff to add. That I'll just send you a whole bunch of stuff, and you compile it how you like for the break, the music stuff. Like
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll send you a whole bunch after this. Or if need be, I could fetch it while Vul's voicing his section.
It's okay.
Okay.
Do the thing where you duplicate the text on top and use like white color.
I'll sort that.
You could put a box behind it.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Is this part transparent? It's not right.
That's my point.
Works, but I'm not a fan of how it comes up with.
Can you make that party transparent? Is that an option?
Maybe, I don't know.
Fucking hell, what's using... Got 11 gigs of RAM. Why is I've got 70% usage? What the fuck? Okay, thanks. Isolated web container for using fucking 5 gigabytes of RAM for no reason. I'm just gonna end this individual process, see what it affects. If I happen to drop out, I'll just rejoin. Need to free some memory. Okay, that didn't negatively affect anything, and I've got much more memory now. Cool.
What's going on? We have opening ceremonies, project appreciation, merit. After meritorious so perhaps after meritorious control I can go back in here, do some housekeeping, make sure everything's sorted out. Right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I just need a few minutes to clear my head. Be back.
Is Clipper on a quick break?
Yes, he's
Yeah.
still on break.
Okay. Do you know if we play any, if we just play music during breaks, or do we have like short clips to play as well?
I'm sure for the QA, like Clipper wanted to play that video of that AI mares that someone posted.
Okay.
Because it's exactly like 4 minutes, so it was pretty much perfect.
Yeah, because I've got a 46 second skit that could be good, which is the Athena scene with Sean, and everyone is voiced by AI Athena, and it's very short, so it can be slotted in. I feel like that might be a funny little thing to include.
Yeah, don't see why not.
Yeah, I'll send that as well. Just yeah, I'm also browsing through my other video things. This is where most of my thing came in. Oh yeah, there's also the Rainbow Dash Ghost snippet too. I feel like all of the audio that I have to provide can also has a visual element, so I may as well just include those as well. Oh wait, I don't want them moved, I want them copied, so I don't lose track of them.
Okay, I'm back. Is there anything else we need to do? Any other slides that need to be edited?
Not as far as I'm aware.
I've just posted the Polish bit I was talking to you the other day.
Okay.
Alright, got 2 short skits so far, 2 full songs.
I wonder if I'll end up changing it again. Split it into 2, just doing it in one continuous section. Subject 2. We'll find out.
There you go.
Rock in a hard place. I really don't like the idea of splitting it in 2, but I also really don't like the idea of overlapping other people's panels and splitting attentions. It's the least worst option. Remember the very first stream we did for this? I told you we have 3 months to plan this, and it won't be long enough. Oh,
I just realized I
fucking
also
right.
have a very small song snippet of Pinkie Pie with an Australian accent. I feel like that's going to be very fitting for a break near the whole accent voice AI thing.
Okay, just send me everything and I'll work it out later. I don't
I know.
know what I think about it right now.
I'm just mentioning the ones that
It's
plan
okay.
to be added, just so that way you can be like, hold on, that's too much to thing. I don't know. I also
Right,
don't want
so
to like
we
take up too
were-
much if others, yeah.
We were at about 3 hours, 10 to 15 minutes. I'm just going to make a note of that in speaker notes, because now that I've come out of it, it's going to reset the time. Why do I do this to myself? It's Maz. Right. Does anyone need to do anything? Are we ready to carry on?
Yeah, I'm here.
If you want to take a couple more minutes, I have one more thing.
Okay.
So, candidate names for Ephemerally Feud. The 2 I got were Tensor Trotters and Alpha Go Getters.
I like Tensor Trotters.
Okay, nice. We can put it up to a vote too. And I just posted the posted a candidate image, which I think Gothic already saw in the SciTube chat.
Yeah, I already saw him as well. I quite like it.
Okay, nice. Yep, that's all.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready to go?
Yep.
All right. Welcome to the technical section, and welcome back to the world of voice synthesis. Now it's time for some nerd shit. Normally, as a glorified end user of this technology and someone with no formal computer science or machine learning expertise, I wouldn't really be too concerned with how Sovit's SVC works. But something really bugged me about it, and it should bug you too. How the hell is it even possible for the AI to know what you are saying without a text transcription? So the majority of the technical explanation is going to focus on that. So let's do an autist deep dive into some AI misinformation. No, I'm not an ML researcher. I took the one required computer science course for my major in college, and I wrote Lewis scripts in Roblox. So I am definitely qualified to talk about this stuff. That's a disclaimer, by the way. If you have ML expertise and you're cringing throughout this entire section at how wrong it is, you should have gotten in the planning sessions. Oh, and also, Sovit's SVC is not an academic project. There's no research paper associated with Sovit's SVC. So as far as I know, there's no real explanation of how or why the network was designed as it is. So in addition to not having much knowledge about ML in the first place, whenever I talk about what a component is supposed to do, I'm really just speculating about it.
There's a bit of distortion on your microphone.
Is there?
Yeah, sound like that sort of the roboty distortion. I'm not sure what's going on though.
Hello?
Was anyone else hearing that?
Let me look at my gain meter. It might be a network thing. I don't know. I'm not. It doesn't look like I'm clipping. I'll just continue.
Okay.
So real quick, for those who aren't familiar, let's do the old 2-minute overview of how machine learning works, because we're going to need it a few times. In machine learning, we have what is essentially a black box full of numbers and math, a neural network or model that we're trying to get to perform a task. The task involves mapping from an input to an output for which we have known examples. When we train the neural network, we give the neural network an input for which we know what the correct output is supposed to be. We use some kind of metric or error value to figure out how close the network's current output is to the correct output. This metric is known as a loss function. The objective when training a neural network is to minimize the error, to minimize the loss function. To do this, we can use a mathematical technique known as gradient descent to get the black box to do better. That is, to adjust its internal workings in a way that decreases the loss function. The black box here is the main difference between neural networks and the way we normally write an algorithm to solve problems. Instead of having to design the algorithm yourself, as long as you have examples of correct inputs and outputs for your tasks, you can design the black box and try to make it learn a good way to turn inputs into outputs. The subtlety when it comes to getting good results lies in choosing the design of the black box, what inputs and outputs you choose to give, what loss function you use, how you do the gradient descent, and how to make it all still run in a reasonable amount of time on your shitty consumer GPU or a giant data center. Now, before we go any further, a brief aside on Sovit's SVC 3.0 versus 4.0. The first version of Sovit's SVC that was posted in the /MLP threads was 3.0. This was used to train a decently large set of character models, which you can still access through our main doc, but they have become basically obsolete since the release of 4.0. Why? 4.0 uses something called ContentVec to replace a component of Sovit's SVC 3.0, SoftVC. The net effect of this update is that with 4.0, we can achieve much better similarity to mares while not having to try as much to emulate those characters in our input audio. So to demonstrate the difference between the two, I'm going to take this input. With 4.0, we can achieve much better similarity to mares while not having to try as much to emulate those characters in our input audio. Here's how it sounds through 3.0.
With 4.0, we can achieve much better similarity to mares while not having to try as much to emulate those characters in our input audio.
And through 4.0.
With 4.0, we can achieve much better similarity to mares while not having to try as much to emulate those characters in our input audio.
That being said, it isn't impossible to get decent results out of 3.0. My song, My Name is Pinky, and BGM's Wild were both done with 3.0. So, that's the difference between 3.0 and 4.0. Those of you who are in the know may also know that there is a newer version of Sovit's SVC 5.0, which exists. The support and infrastructure for it are relatively immature. Preliminary testing with a few pony models indicates that it's primarily different from 4.0 in that it has a marginal improvement in audio quality, but it might be worse than 4.0 for pronunciation and character resemblance. Now it's time to talk about technical stuff. So let's try to figure out what's going on inside Sovit's SVC 4.0. At the time of writing this segment, Sovit's SVC 4.0 was the most recent established version of Sovit's SVC, and I don't have the time or expertise to redo all of my research for Sovit's SVC 5.0. We'll start with a high-level representation and explain the details later. What goes on behind the scenes when we click the Convert button? Let's take a look at what happens during inference, the process of converting our input audio into mere audio. First, our input audio gets fed through a pitch detection algorithm and content vec, which converts your input audio into pitch information and speech features. Speech features are run through a prior encoder, which converts the speech features into parameters for a statistical distribution known as the prior distribution. This is where the VITS component of Sovit's SVC starts to come in. A vector is sampled from the prior distribution, which is converted into a Mel spectrogram, sort of, through a normalizing flow. The Mel spectrogram, sort of, and pitch information are run through the NSF Hi-Fi-GAN architecture to produce the final audio. We're going to spend most of our time talking about content vec because that's the most interesting part, how the AI knows what you're saying without text transcriptions. Content vec takes your input audio and converts it into an intermediate representation we call speech features, which are a representation of speech content, the parts of speech information that are separate from your speaking voice. The objective is to take that information and project it onto another voice so we can make it sound like a mare is saying what you're saying. Let's try to get a better understanding of speech features. What does it mean to capture speech information separately from your speaking voice? Why do we need speech features in the first place? Imagine a situation where we have two mares in different acoustically isolated rooms, input mare, mare 1, and output mare, mare 2. We have mare 1 say something, encode the sound into an intermediate representation, and pass that intermediate representation to mare 2. For now, our goal is to get mare 2 to say the same thing as mare 1. What could we possibly use as an intermediate representation? Well, the obvious choice would be text, specifically a transcription of what mare 1 is saying. And this works fine if you're trying to create a glorified text-to-speech system. So mare 1 says,
"Oh, Will, are you crazy?"
and mare 2 says,
"Oh, Will, are you crazy?"
but we're not trying to do text-to-speech. We're trying to do voice conversion. So we have to adjust our goal. We want our output mare, mare 2, to not only say the same thing as mare 1 is, but with the same rhythm, pronunciation, and intonation. When it comes to conveying speech information, thus, we might say that text is a lossy representation of speech information. When mare 2 receives her text transcription, even if you tell her to try to copy mare 1's rhythm, pronunciation, and intonation, she has basically no information about that. So she has to make a lot of assumptions about how mare 1 spoke that text. This is not likely to go very well if our goal is accurate reproduction of rhythm, pronunciation, and intonation. So we need to improve our intermediate representation. Let's move to a system that is more like controllable TalkNet. Instead of just giving mare 2 a text transcription alone, we also give her the text transcription mapped to a phonetic language like ARPANET or IPA. The goal of a phonetic language is to provide a representation of the spoken sounds, aka phonemes, of language in symbols, aka graphemes. Mare 2 will decide for herself how to pronounce each grapheme, but since she has context on how language is supposed to sound, she isn't going to be too far off. Lastly, we collect pitch information on the input audio using a pitch detection algorithm like Harvest or Crate. and give Mare 2 information on Mare 1's pitch and duration corresponding to each phoneme. Now, how well does this work? So Mare 1 says,
I'm telling you, they're putting something in the water.
and Mare 2 says,
I'm telling you, they're putting something in the water.
it works all right. Mare 2 is able to reconstruct the pitch and duration of the original speech, and they sound pretty similar. But there's a problem here. Remember, our goal is to copy pronunciation too. Well, what if Mare 1 has a British accent? Mare 1 says,
I've just had this calypso. It is fucking mingin'. Paradise Punch Lemonade. It is fucking mingin'. Suck it on. Mingin' is fucking mingin'.
and Mare 2 says,
I've just found this calypso. It is fucking minging. Paradise Punch Lemonade. It is fucking minging. Suck your dad. Minging, it's fucking minging.
Now, in the case of TalkNet, this might be desired. Regardless of the accent and pronunciation quirks of the original speaker, Mare 1, perhaps we care about accepting the accent and pronunciation quirks of Mare 2, while still copying rhythm and intonation. It was certainly good enough to make up almost my entire discography up to this point. However, that also means that our system is less controllable. When Mare 2 uses her own accent and pronunciation quirks, she is making her own assumptions about how to speak the text and phonetic language graphemes. And if you use controllable TalkNet, you ran into tons of instances where Mare 2 invented interesting, but not very correct pronunciations of words.
Friends pass by in seasonal waves, just like a looping tail.
If we want to achieve maximum voice controllability, we need to maximize the amount of pronunciation information from the input speaker, Mare 1. And in order to do that, we must accept that we are going to copy the accent and pronunciation quirks of the original speaker as well. So this whole text transcription deal has to be thrown out and replaced with something more expressive. Phonetic languages won't work too well either. Why? Primarily, phonetic languages are intended to be human understandable representations of spoken language that give you an idea of how words are pronounced, but often they still require you to make a lot of assumptions about how a word is pronounced. In other words, the phonetic language does not unambiguously indicate one correct pronunciation. If you think about it, if you gave a Chinese person an alphabet transcription of an English sentence and told them how each of the alphabet symbols are supposed to sound individually, they might be able to make something out of it, but you would probably struggle to interpret it as English. Enter ContentVec. Instead of using a human-engineered representation of speech, ContentVec accepts speech and turns it into a high-information intermediate speech representation, known as speech features, that were learned by a computer, designed to be understood by computers. Internally, each speech feature is just a big array of numbers, with each feature representing 12 to 20 milliseconds of audio. How well does it work compared to transcriptions and phonetic language? Turns out, as evidenced by Soviet's SVC 4.0, it works quite well. So, finally, we can have British Pinkie Pie. Finally, we can have characters singing in non-English languages. But there is something a little weird going on here. ContentVec is a neural network that takes speech and turns it into speech features. But back in the brief machine learning overview, we said that we needed known inputs and outputs to train a neural network. We know the inputs, the speech audio, but what about the output, the speech features? We're trying to make the model learn that. We don't know what these arrays of numbers ought to look like ourselves. So what's going on? The term for this kind of machine learning is self-supervised learning, where the neural network deals with unlabeled inputs. The AI is trying to obtain meaningful representations of input that can be applied to other tasks. In this case, speech features that can be applied to singing voice conversion. The trick here is, during training, ContentVec doesn't treat the speech features as an output as we conventionally know it in machine learning. Instead, it uses the speech features for a task of its own, in this case, masked prediction. The masked prediction task is a common task used for self-supervised learning, especially in audio and image processing. In its most basic form, the way self supervised learning with mask prediction could work is some part of the input is masked out. The neural network can't see it. Thus, we now have a known input, a masked input, and output, the unmasked input. And that means that we can calculate a loss function. The network is configured to create an intermediate representation of the input and use that to figure out what goes in the gap. The hope is that with enough training, the network will learn to create a useful intermediate representation that will capture important information about the input, and the network can then be applied to other inputs to generate intermediate representations that might be useful for other tasks. How specifically does this apply to content effect? Well, content effect is strongly based on another network known as Hubert, which was previously used for Soviet's SVC in Soviet's SVC 3.0. What literally happens during the process of training Hubert is this. The audio signal is run through a convolutional layer. If you don't know what that is, call it a black box. To get an intermediate representation, we will call X. During the training process, we don't mask the audio signal directly. Instead, we split the audio signal into time steps, and parts of X are randomly masked out at certain time steps. Then the masked X is run through another layer, a transformer layer. Again, another black box, which outputs another representation we call Z. These are the speech features we actually care about. But how does the training actually work? How does the AI get better? Unlike in our toy example in mass prediction, the AI isn't necessarily trying to reconstruct the input directly. Rather, the predicted speech feature representation is compared to reference features generated from the unmasked audio, or hidden units, abbreviated HU, hence the hue in Hubert. Initially, these hidden units are generated by a more conventional approach of finding speech features in the realm of audio signal processing. Specifically, Hubert initially uses k-means clustering on MFCC, male frequency cepstrum coefficients. K-means clustering just stands for an algorithm that separates data into k number of clusters, where each cluster contains data points that are supposed to be similar to each other. If you don't know what MFCC is, all you need to know is that it's like a frequency spectrum. So to recap, the non-AI way to produce an analog of speech features is, to oversimplify, to cluster frequency spectra for our dataset. So for our loss function, we are comparing our predicted speech feature representation to hidden units, the MFCC clusters. So this might seem like bullshit to you, because now what it sounds like we're doing is just trying to make our network copy the algorithm used to produce the MFCC clusters. And it turns out MFCC clusters are a pretty fucking terrible way to try to produce speech features. So our self-supervised network should be equally garbage, right? The key here is the masking part. While the MFCCs are generated from the full unmasked audio, our neural network, Hubert, only has access to masked inputs, and it has to learn to match the hidden units given only limited portions of the inputs. In other words, it inherently has to learn to get more meaning out of the data it does have, being able to construct more out of less. And yes, these are the same clusters that are used with clustering models. Clustering models are sets of cluster centers derived from speech features extracted from target character data. Internally, what happens when you use the clustering option is that all of the speech features extracted from your input audio using content effect are forced into the center of the nearest cluster in the cluster model. The idea being that the speech features from your input audio are forced to be closer to the speech features from target character data. That's how clustering works. Anyways, back to training. After we run a round of training on Hubert, we can iteratively improve our hidden units by making Hubert produce speech features for our entire dataset and running k-means clustering on those features, then treating those as the new hidden units for another round of training. The idea is that if the network can get really good at this masked prediction task, eventually it can produce Z outputs better than the initial speech features that are useful for other tasks. It may sound like bullshit, but it actually works. The thing that Content Vec adds on top of Hubert is that during the training process, it makes some random alterations to the input speaker's voice, like format shifting and EQ changes. The idea being that the speech features, given arbitrary input audio, should not depend on things like how nasal or throaty the speaker's voice is on average or microphone positioning. Content Vec was added in Soviet's SVC 4.0, which is what helped it get more recognizable sounding characters compared to Soviet's SVC 3.0. So that's how we get our speech features. That's how AI knows what we are saying without a text transcription, and that is how we can make Rainbow Dash British.
I've just had this calypso. It is fucking mingin'. Paradise Punch Lemonade. It is fucking mingin'. Sucky that. Mingin' is fucking mingin'.
That's step 1. Steps 2 and 3 involve giving our speech features to our prior encoder. This is where the VITS component of Soviet's SVC comes in. As you almost certainly will not recall, VITS stands for Variational Inference with Adversarial Learning for End-to-End Text-to-Speech. It's actually the name of a separate network designed to handle text-to-speech. Fun fact, this is not the first time that the PPP has actually used VITS. Unfortunately, this does not mean that Soviet's SVC supports text-to-speech. The deal with this is, Soviet's SVC is sort of cannibalized off of code from this text-to-speech network, and all of the components that were supposed to process text were repurposed to process speech features. According to Cookie, a programmer anon who has been on past PPP panels, this is a common way to make voice conversion models. The underlying rationale is that a good voice conversion model must incorporate some innate understanding of how language works to work well. So the prior encoder accepts speech features to generate parameters for a normal distribution, a mean and standard deviation. That's step 2. If you've taken a high school statistics class, use any sort of statistics in your job, or been lobotomized by Pol enough, you probably recognize the normal distribution and its parameters, mu, the mean, and sigma, the standard deviation. Yeah, sigma Mayer grind set, get it out of your system. If you don't remember the normal distribution or what it means to sample it, here's a simplified and somewhat incorrect analogy. Think of the normal distribution as a hat full of little tickets with random numbers on them. What I mean when I say I sampled the normal distribution is that I grab a ticket out of the hat. Parameters like mu, the mean, and sigma, the standard deviation, are numbers that characterize the normal distribution. They can be used to describe the hat overall by describing what sort of numbers were used to fill the hat. Specifically, the mean mu represents the average value of the numbers. Standard deviation, sigma, represents how much those numbers vary. For example, if we had a hat with a mu of 0 and a sigma of 0, every single ticket we drew out of that hat would have the number 0 on it. If we used a hat with a mu of 0 and a sigma of 1, all the tickets would be centered around number 0. Now, basically imagine that, but generalized to higher dimension outputs, meaning that instead of having one number per ticket, we have multiple numbers in more dimensions. This means that our mean and standard deviation also need to have multiple numbers. When I grab a ticket out of the hat, I am not just sampling one number, but a vector of numbers. In step 2, the prior encoder takes a look at our speech features and generates an appropriate mu and sigma for a normal distribution. It fills the hat with tickets that have an average value of mu and a standard deviation of sigma. In step 3, we grab a ticket out of the hat. We sample our vector. Eventually, in the context of Soviet's SVC, that vector gets converted into a sound. Now I've left one thing out that I promised to explain before, the noise scale. The noise scale is a value by which the standard deviation is multiplied, meaning that it can control how much our outputs vary. A noise scale of 0 means our outputs don't vary at all. So by going through all of this work, we've uncovered this fun little secret about Soviet's SVC. It's non-deterministic. Given an input and the exact same parameters, we will not get the same output from generating multiple times unless we use a noise scale of 0. But how much do generations differ? Tell me if you can hear a significant difference between these two samples with a noise scale of 0.2.
Normalizing flows are generative models which produce tractable distributions where both sampling and density evaluation can be efficient and exact.
So VLC had a little bot. Nothing I could do.
Normalizing flows are generative models.
And again, alright.
Which produce tractable distributions where both sampling and density evaluation can be efficient and exact.
Hopefully it doesn't do that on the day.
Is it a RAM thing?
It can't be. I've got 64 fucking gigs of RAM.
Oh, right. I forgot.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'll just continue.
Yeah.
I can't. Suppose we really wanted to hear what the variation sounds like. How about a noise scale of 2?
Normalizing flows are generative models which produce tractable distributions where both sampling and density evaluation can be efficient and exact. Normalizing flows are generative models which produce tractable distributions where both sampling and density evaluation can be efficient and exact.
That sounds like shit. And I couldn't substantively tell you what the difference between the two is. As we mentioned before in the tips and tricks, increasing the noise scale can provide the benefit of reducing buzzy sibilance relative to clips generated with a low noise scale. But this benefit appears to be more of a bug that's a feature rather than an intended outcome. So the question here is, why go through all that work? Why not just have the prior encoder generate the vector directly from the speech features rather than randomly sampling it? This is one of those parts that, to me at least, made more sense in the context of the VITS text-to-speech network than Silvit's SVC. From a text-to-speech standpoint, the random sampling makes sense because there are multiple substantially different ways that a speaker could read the same text. From a singing voice conversion standpoint, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. If our goal is to produce audio with our target character singing at the same pitch and duration as the input speaker, there's not that much left to change, is there? And our demonstration of what noise scale sounds like kind of indicates that. However, SynthBot also provided some helpful comments in planning sessions that elucidate why this design decision might have been made. Basically, modeling the speech as coming out of a probability distribution helps with calculating and evaluating loss function values. The type of loss function used to calculate the difference between probability distributions, KL divergence, doesn't care about the scale of underlying probability distributions, and so can allow for easier comparison of loss for things like comparing different training runs. Anyways, on to step 4. The vector we sample from our distribution is run through something called a normalizing flow, which converts it into a representation similar to a MEL spectrogram, which is basically a low-resolution frequency spectrum-like representation of audio that is commonly used in audio machine learning tasks. The asterisk is there because what comes out of the normalizing flow is technically not a MEL spectrogram, but during training, it is enforced to be similar to a compressed representation of one. The MEL spectrogram-like representation, alongside the pitch information picked up at the beginning, is finally run through NSF Hi-Fi GAN, another neural network called a vocoder. This has nothing to do with vocoders as they are known in music production. In the world of audio ML, vocoders are components that convert MEL spectrograms and possibly other input data into final audio output. And that's it. That's everything that happens during inference, which is mostly what we care about. I could do a similarly in-depth explanation about training, but I don't really want to. The most important thing to know about training is that Silvit's SVC may perform better than other networks on less training data because it is a type of neural network known as a generative adversarial network, or GAN for short. This is the same GAN acronym as is used in Hi-Fi GAN or NSF Hi-Fi GAN. The way this sort of network works is that it trains two separate networks known as the discriminator and generator. The discriminator's job is to tell the difference between ground truth audio and generated outputs. The generator's job is to fool the discriminator by making the generated outputs and ground truth audio very close. All of the stuff we talked about before involving inference, content vec, VITs, and the rest happens in the generator. By structuring our training in this way, GANs have been known to achieve much better results than other network designs given limited training data. This is why, when training models for Silvit's SVC, the training process creates a D file, the discriminator file, and a G file, the generator file. The discriminator file is actually not necessary for inference, but it is used during training. So if you're downloading a model and you have the option to download the discriminator and generator separately, you only actually need to download the generator, the G file, unless you intend to train the model further yourself. That concludes the technical section for Sovit's SVC and our overall discussion of voice conversion AI for this panel. Now I'm going to pass it off to Gothic and Hazy to talk about music generation AI.
Now, let's have a look into something that Pony Preservation Project has yet to make a proper development in: custom AI music. In the past, whenever someone was working on content such as Pony episode skits, the background music they had available was limited to either using the show audio bits ripped from the episodes or using something from one of the many generic online royalty-free libraries. Creating music truly original and fitting to the use of the background or a proper soundtrack is sadly beyond the ability of most non-musical content creators. Or, at least, that was the case until very recent development. For the following slides, Hazy and I will take a look into how far AI music has progressed since the last year presentation. In my search for any kind of music module that could run offline and be easily operated, I came across something simply called text-to-music. And as the title states, you give the model a text description of what music you want, and it's just generated. Here's an example of what you can do with text-to-music. But how does it work? Text-to-music is actually just an old part-based text module, a pre-GPT text generating module, but hyper-specialized by being trained only on music instead of normal prediction text for the storytelling. You may rightly ask, wait, what? How the hell do you train text AI to make music? The answer is, you don't. Let me explain. It is important to understand that it wasn't trained on music per se, rather, with musical text data in the form of ABC notation that were extracted from 200,000 English text-to-music MIDI file pairs. Just a short explanation of what ABC notation actually is a form of musical notation in a pure text format which uses letters, numbers, and symbols to represent different musical elements such as notes, rhythms, and ornamentations. You can see an example at the bottom of this slide. The idea is you convert the whole lot of music into this text format and then ask Text AI to generate more of that text, therefore generating music. The two pieces of audio we've listened to just a minute ago were small demonstrations made by providing text-to-music Python code with some short generic descriptions of what I want to do here. The rest of the work was handled by using the basic ABC notation to MIDI conversion tool, as well as some elbow grease in order to pick up the most fitting instrumental to go along with the music. You can use online UI to generate the ABC notation on Hugging Face. Keep in mind that it will be much slower than using offline installation you can get from GitHub. However, I'm not going to give you a presentation on how to install this, as it is just a small GitHub project with included requirement files. If any of you know how to install local stable diffusion, then installing text-to-music is only 1/10 as difficult as that. Links on the slide if you are interested. The GitHub code makes it extremely easy to use and to generate music. It only requires a single text sentence and some musical information about things like tempo, key, and time signature in the input text file. However, it is pretty hard to wrangle. From our experience, the results are a mix of random to mildly interesting tunes to borderline ripoffs of ancient ringtones that could be found at the back of the older teens magazines. Perhaps it could be put to a better use as some kind of brainstorming tool to create a small pieces of music that competent composer can take and boot off of. However, for someone wishing this to be a press button, receive more music machine, I sadly must inform you, this isn't it. From reading a bit more about the scraps information provided by the creators of text to music, it seems it was trained only on classical piano tunes, which in turn, while making AI able to generate nice piano tunes, make it struggle when trying to play the generated music on other types of instrument. It just feels wrong. Imagine having tunes written for piano play on bagpipes. It's like drinking orange juice after brushing your teeth. I mean, you can do it, but why? Anyway, this is just one of many AI musical tools we have to show you to all of you. So let's not spoil the mood, and instead see what Hazy has to present next.
So, do you already have music that you want to expand on? Or just need a fresh idea to compose from? Well, this is where these next three will benefit. The first being Jukebox, effectively the old fag of music generation AI. Jukebox is trained on a whopping 604 different genres, a few of which repeat twice for some reason, and has both primed and ancestral modes. What are those? Well, ancestral mode is where you let it do its own thing, mostly with little direction. Creating a brand new song from scratch using the genre or genres as specified. Primed, on the other hoof, allows you to continue a song based on an audio file, useful for if you want the output to have similar aspects to the original audio in question, such as qualities, tempo, instrument, voice, etc. Here are a few examples of audio from primed models, featuring Soviet's Fluttershy and Scootaloo with their covers of Violet Ponies, Antonymph, and Prince Whatever's Promises, respectively. Bear in mind, these are all primed, so the second example onwards will start the same as those following, so don't freak out if it sounds like duplicate playings.
I messaged some pony over Tumblr last night. She said, "You're X3, so it's true love at first sight." Go on my time, go first roll on as it walks. I'm to 20%, so get your out, like your all.
Well, ignoring the tornado that just tore up the stage and scooped up all the instruments and ponies, that sounded pretty good up to that point. Notice how the voices were mimicked decently as well? Don't worry about Scootaloo, she's probably fine. In fact, this isn't the first strange event she's experienced. Last time, a heavy metal band interrupted her performance, followed promptly by them being digitally decimated, fading from existence while screaming in agony, traumatizing our poor digital scoots in the process. Good thing we were recording at the time. Have a listen.
You look at me like you think I'll never on my mark. Well, I'll prove you wrong. Just you watch. I'll leave you all in the dark.
After that experience, it's a wonder she still plays. Anyway, provided there's enough lyrics specified, Jukebox does try to adhere to it. But it often really struggles to. It's just not designed to be all that flexible or coherent overall. Let's move on to our new contender. If Jukebox is the old fag of music generation AI, Bark is the up-and-coming general audio AI new fag. It is capable of music outputs. Among other things. Unlike a Jukebox, which focused on the lyrics and genre separately, Bark uses a language model to understand the text prompt and create your music or other audio output content in turn. As of now, it's not yet fine-tuned for Mare. It is, however, capable of producing a wide variety of music. And both the singing and speech can be fed into Sovets in order to bring a vocal element to your AI-born musical works. From the limited testing we've done thus far, it is most capable of rapping, rock, and similar genres. One notable example of what Bark can do is giving us a nice beat to work with. Which was pretty nice on its own. But Vol revised and improved upon it greatly by adding his own creative additions, as well as Mare's, to create this. And that's not all. It can even voice your love of the Mare for all to hear, even some song versions.
My life has changed ever since my mare came into my life. I love her so much.
I love their kind spirits. I love their sweet voices. I love their little voices. I love them.
I want a mare.
Just imagine, I wish to hug beautiful more. I just imagine cuddling with the mare, imagine I'd be so comforting.
I love mares, I love their kind spirits, I love their cute boo-boo faces, I love their scritchable ears, I love their hobo hopes, I love mares,
Holy fucking shit, mare! Mare! I love the mare.
Fun fact, every prompt you just heard was taken directly from posts all throughout the board's history, by looking for terms like I love mares, snow pity, mare, and the like. For the first time, you get to hear the voices of all your professed love for Mare, all thanks to Bollock, and Suno for providing the tech that allows us to hear our love for all the wonderful things about the Mare. Whoa, looks like Google wants part of the action, and is now stepping up to the plate with their own language model-driven music generation, Music LM. They've done remarkably well in terms of instrumentals, but like most big companies tend to do, they've lobotomized the hell out of it. You're not allowed to say any character names, friendship is magic is not allowed, certain words are banned, and a whole heap of other nonsensical censorship bullshit. All that said, it is still capable of producing great music and even having pony voices sneak in. Such as Sweetie Belle, who resides in the soft trance genre when prompted with ponies, and numerous Pinkie Pies who reside in many other categories so long as there's Mare context. Turns out the Mares are great at hide and seek and hid from their censor bots. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hold on, I might need to get. Might need to text that. That was my brother. He normally doesn't call, so I need to text him back.
Alright, just fine. I'll pause the time.
Alright, oh good. There shouldn't be any further interruptions. What part was I at?
Turns out the Mares are great at hide and seek.
Yeah. Turns out the Mares are great at hide and seek and hid from their censor bots, so they can appear just for you. Had I more musical experience like Vol and BGM, I probably would have compiled some more composed and complete examples. But hopefully these were examples to give you a better idea as to how well the outputs of Music LM are by default. Without further ado, take it away, Sweetie Belle. Thanks, sweetie. You sounded great. Though your last lyrical choice was interesting. I should note that this is entirely by chance. There's no way, at least currently, to control the lyrics that Music LM's mares make up. So that was entirely natural for her to say, it seems. As you can hear, Music LM is a great basis for your mare musics, and very inspiring. So, if you're a content fag for Bale, Tempo, or the like, or even just a standalone artist, you can find some great mare segments to get you started. Or at least a good 10 to 20 seconds of it, because apparently, if the AI wasn't already restricted enough, they also muzzle the mares after a few seconds to stop them from spilling all the company's deepest, darkest secrets. Another example I have to share is Applejack, who, naturally, hid amongst the bluegrass genre. She was one of the clearer voices too, and even has some tangible lyrics. Get to it, AJ. Those definitely are some lyrics. Sounds like it's about her finding out that some Johnny used. Turns out it's about her finding some Johnny that used. No. Okay, I see. Sounds like it's about her finding out that some Johnny used, nutted, and thus given drownies to some young nitwad mare, which, according to her, man tends to do. And seems she wants next. Tongue and seed down Willie? Wow, she's not even being subtle about it. She also called herself, or perhaps just her tongue, queer. Interesting. Anyways, these were all completely out of external influence with Music LM. There's presently no way to control the lyrics at all, so this is straight from her imagination. But wait, I'm sure you want to hear some of Pinky too. So, here she is. Earlier, I would have said to listen carefully to hear our voice for this one, but it seems to have improved since. Alright, Pinky, let's hear it. You could almost hear lyrics with some of those. Something about spice and mix all, once or twice. Ah, of course. She must be singing about her delicious cupcakes and other baked goods. I can say with confidence there is undoubtedly mares in the machine in here, because that seems very Pinky. Maybe you can gain access yourself to experiment to your own prompt combinations to reveal the hidden mares lying in wait. Or perhaps Google will eventually add it as part of their search engine or tools or something for all to access later on. In the meantime, we'll hand it back to Gothic to cover one final generator to finalize this marvelously musical section.
And now I'm back with just one more musical content creation tool. About a month ago, a new AI musical tool appeared on Horizon named MusicGen that basically can be described as press button, get music. I can't really say much about Music Gen, as it was just only published. I can't say much about the Music Gen, as it was only published just now into the endless ocean of the World Wide Web GitHub repositories. So, dear viewers, you all are getting pretty much the hottest tech news right now. So far, the general feeling I'm getting from the generated music is that it doesn't have a sense of how it should start or end. Other than that, I can't really go into more technical details of it, as I know Jack shared about music production. But if you ignore the fact that the songs just randomly cut off, to my untrained ear, the tunes he produced sounds pretty decent. Lucky for us, I was able to borrow Wu's incredible ability of being able to actually know what the hell he's talking about when it comes to music. We're going to listen to two pieces of music produced by MusicGen, and Wu will offer a short analysis after each one.
For this one, my first impression is that it's not what I would expect from a metal song. It sounds like there's a tambourine going on in the background, which is pretty interesting. The percussion is an interesting choice because it doesn't have the whole rock or metal backbeat, kick snare thing or blast beat going. Instead, it feels more like a four on the floor. For this second one, this sounds like royalty free metal with some kind of violin sound font being used as a lead. There's too much synth lead and not enough guitar chug or jet to be bionicle, to be bionicle rather. I'm not sure it would classify as alternative rock either. My overall assessment of Music Jet is that it can offer some interesting ideas, but it's definitely not going to be writing any full songs for you anytime soon. If the audio quality were higher, it might put some rap producers out of business, though.
Thank you, Wu, for the insignia into the quality of the generated music from the perspective of a music maker. I think one of the reasons for the junkiness for the generated music is due to the fact that while the model was trained on 10,000 music clips, I suspect that most of those clips were simply generic royalty-free loops, which likely provided the quantity required to train the model, but they would lack in the quality to teach the model how to create an interesting tune, particularly how to start and end them. This of course means there is no mere music in the datasets, which probably removes much of the immediate interest from most of you. So, is the music gen the kind of revolutionary tool to blow out of the music production content creators, the same way Stable Diffusion has done for the Twitter artists? Uh, I would say no, at least just not yet. The pretty big hold up for it is that for offline use, is that it requires people to have either a beefy GPU or to have backlots of RAM and patience, or for the online use to run with their provided Colab script. While all three of those options are making it relatively easy for the people to access the tool, it's still pretty slow, at least with the limits of my hardware. Maybe there are some madmen out there that would be willing to pony up for an A100, just to mass produce such a AI musics. But honestly, I think it would be worth it to wait out a year or two for more competition to show up and shake up the status quo of the current lack of the AI music modules. Especially that the current music gen is free. But I trust the meta about as much as I trust as far I can throw them. I'm sure they are already preparing some kind of business plan for squeezing as much of the shekels from the general public as possible. So for now, the most the most use you may get out of it is perhaps to use it as a means to generate concept ideas, to break up the musical equivalent of writer's block, similar to how the image AI shown earlier can help to generate ideas for artists. So what we have seen here is an interesting proof of concept, presenting us with another layer of new music creativity that Anons can and will tap into. And with the power of internet autism, I'm sure we will see a tsunami of a fun AI content yet to come in the not so distant future. And now, that will do for AI music section of this panel. Let's switch gears to the topic of the text generators. In this section, I will be telling you the story of my adventures with ChatGPT and how I was able to use it both to create a new mere content and to help me with a better code and to help me be a better code monkey for the PPP. From my point of view, one of the benefits of all of this AI technology is that it lets unknown who might not have much creative skills participate in content creators. I, myself, enjoy participating in occasional drawback thread, as well as making some audio episode things from existing figs or vocal song conversions. However, I have never really attempted at making something completely from scratch. I know that have I do not have any skills with music production, so while making something similar to the Pony Folk song that BGM have made last year, with the help from older AI text model GPT Pony, would be out of the question. Therefore, I've moved my personal goalpost a bit back down the road. With the buzz around the ChatGPT, I want to test myself, as well as the AI ability, in assisting in creative problem solving by bonifying lyrics. For that, I pick up a song that is pretty much beloved classic, Don't Fear the Reaper by Blue Oyster's Cult. And just for shit and giggles, I wish for the entire song I wish that the entire song would be dedicated to Milky Way, because there's nobody to stop me. One thing to understand about text AI models is that the quality of their outputs can be based on the quality of the initial user text prompt. To get the best result, I first get out of the way to see what exactly ChatGPT knows about the subject related to the lyrics I wanted to produce. I started from more common topics and moved to the ones that may be a little bit more tricky, as I do not expect them to be part of any dataset that ChatGPT was trained on. The prompt included questions about friendship is magic, followed up by MLP board and its memes, and lastly, I asked ChatGPT to pass along any knowledge it has on Milky Way. As everyone can see, it was pretty much spot on answering the questions about the show and the board. However, the answer it gives for Milky Way kind of sucked. A unicorn with the for stargazing. Yeah, it looks like I made the right call to see what it thinks Milky Way looks like. Otherwise, I would end up stuck with a song about an arson major. So my second message was to inform ChatGPT what it wrote correctly and what kind of information it needed to update, such as Milky Way's general look, her cutie mark, her special features, and the general feeling that the Chinese had towards her threats. Finally, after preparing the model for the real task I wanted to do, I pasted the original lyrics for the Don't Fear the Reaper with the instruction to convert those texts, first to be themed after Milky Way, second to be humorous, and third to turn the main course, Don't Fear the Reaper, into Don't Fear the Milky. What followed after that was a series of around a dozen semi-completed lyrics. From those, I picked up 6 that I liked the most, and placed them in a conveniently formatted Excel file. Going line by line, I kid bashed the best elements of it while giving it occasional line a small fix here and there. I managed to construct some lyrics that I was pretty happy with. There is one line I was incredibly happy with, thus turning the lyric part of la 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 into this. Very fitting, and I would have never have come up with that idea on my own. I'm not going to go into depth on details of the process of getting lyrics from being just text idea to audio with TalkNet to Solid conversion, as it was already presented in the previous slides by Hazy. A quick note here is that I use program name called Synthesis V, which is a free alternative to the paid Vocaloid singing program. I just thought mention it here since it's pretty nifty text-to-speech tool for creating raw singing lines that can hit low and high notes without wishing to use or having access to the microphone. However, one thing that I feel like is really worth to highlight is the Soviet SVC ability in creating DERPy module. Since all of the previous voice AI models required to have minimum between 15 to 30 minutes of audio to even consider training a model, Soviet SVC surpassed them all by lowering those requirements to just under 3 minutes for a bare bones dataset. So finally, after all of those years since the start of this project, we have a proper local voice model that allows us to create anything with the voice of Derpy. Therefore, it follows that most logical thing to do would be to use her voice for the song that reflects one of the strongest foundations of the board culture. A simple desire to shitpost and have fun with all mares. How couldn't I? The final result, as some of you may have had chance to hear, or will have privilege to hear after the stream, was not exactly ideal. However, I do not feel discouraged by this, nor should anyone listen to this part of the presentation, as it was pretty standard that the very first attempt at working out the workflow were going to be pretty rough around the edges. While it's true that one cannot simply put a lipstick on a pig, the whole process taught me some valuable lessons that I will be able to apply in the future content creation. And I think this is the same lesson I wish to pass to you, dear Anons. In order to create something amazing, you will need to make a whole mountain of a terrible trash. Or, as Lauren Frost has said in the past, imagine you have several thousand crappy drawings that you have to get out of your system before you are any good. And you try your damnedest to get those crappy drawings out as fast as possible. Yeah, the only way to get really good at something is to simply try, fail, get up, and try again. And for all of you Anons who enjoy watching my suffering and failing over and over again, I have some more of that right now on the next slides. Now, onto unusual, but possibly soon to be mainstream use of the text generators, especially ChatGPT. During the PPP, we maintain a number of scripts and tools, and thanks to the Google and Python fuckery, can become obsolete and broken over time. One way we can use text generator models to help us is by using them as an assistant to help with the programming and troubleshooting the broken code, as I recently did for a broken film fiction dataset tool within the PPP. Around March this year, an Anon asked for help with simple film fiction stories to the dataset conversion, a collab tool made a year ago, which, as the name implies, converts the film fiction stories into the text format that is more suitable for AI training. It also allows you to add tags for things like the characters in the story and other info about itself, like if it's romance, comedy, slice of life, and so on. From my brief understanding, the problem was related to one of the many updates produced by Google that broke Python module package. In this case, it was something related to the script ability to gather timestamps from the JSON file of the film fiction archive, making it impossible to select and create the dataset based on when the specific fig was created. Conductor, we have a problem. Digging into the old collab script and trying to apply the same elbow grease to the code didn't go well, as I was unable to see what exactly problem was other than, well, it's completely fucked. However, I couldn't leave this be as we already lost too many useful tools in the past due to strange code fuckery. The trouble is, this is a completely custom tool, and my usual trick of just copy and paste the code from Stack Overflow wouldn't work here. So instead, I look up to our soon-to-be AI overlords and pour up my ChatGPT login for something other than turning the green text shitpost into a proper horse story. It was time to get serious. I give it the basic summary of the problem along with the current code. Press enter, and its usual AI chatbot charm was blasted with paragraph of text that retype all of my summarization back at me, and then began retyping the old code in its entirety. And by the time we began posting the new code with the actual solution, it ran out of the bloody text space. Thanks a lot. So, the first line of order to get the solution for the AI to get the solution from the AI was to solve the problem of its rambling on until all of the space was used up. A quick message conveying my strong disapproval of its bullshit, and with it to sticking only to answering with the new code lines and instructions on where to place them, I was able to continue troubleshooting the problem. Yeah, just because this machine contained all of the existing knowledge of the internet, it doesn't mean you wouldn't have to partake in some tart wrangling with it. So, after the first hiccups, ChatGPT generated some new, very slick-looking code. I swiftly implemented and ran out the necessary cells. As a result of my hard work, I was blasted with some random errors. Repeating the previous steps with it, I got some new code, ran with it, and got the same errors over and over again. After about half an hour, I looked up the implementation error that I was keep getting, and apparently it was caused by another Google Colab update. And when asking ChatGPT why it was giving me outdated code, it made some shitty excuses and then followed up by pasting the same exact code that didn't work in the first place. Getting tired from running in circles like a headless chicken, I decided to dig back into the original film fiction JSON file. I knew for a fact that the timestamp data did exist, and that the main problem was to extract it in a way that could be useful for the Colab code to work with. After some more pondering on the problem, I came to a small realization that it was only a portion of the code related to reading the data information that was broken. The publication dates were still in there. They just needed to be converted into a simple integer, aka a whole number, that in this case representing the year, month, and a day in a single number, instead of 3 different date numbers. So now that I knew what exactly the problem was, maybe I could reward my initial prompt to ChatGPT to get a better solution. The idea was dumb, but it may have been dumb enough to work. So then I made another attempt explaining once again the problem that Anna was having in the thread. But this time I asked for a specific solution of creating some kind of for loop that takes the desired input date, converts it into a whole number, extract the dates from the film fiction archive JSON file, has a text and converts the text to a whole number, and then finally compares the two in order to ensure the dataset containing the fig was created between the specific data and end dates. And so in that moment of anticipation, and so after a moment of anticipation, after an hour of messing around and having to deal with the gaslighting, ChatGPT gave me a code that works. Well, kind of. It was still giving me some smaller and bigger hiccups, but the core idea was there, and it was doing the needful. With some more prompting back and forth, the code was done, working, and and posted in the thread, as well as the main document. And hopefully, it will still work, and it will still use, and it will still be used years after that, or at least until Google updates the code again. Sorry, Clipper, can I have a break for a second?
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. So, what do we learn from this whole deal? Well, let's not hoard the knowledge, and instead share it with our banana-loving white mare, Princess Celestia. Dear Princess Celestia, I'm writing to you to share my experience of using AI-assisted coding. In short, letting the bots work out the entirety of programming process is bullshit. As a hammer does not strike down the nails by itself, the AI assistant lacks the innate desire to work out the annoying kinks. Don't take this the wrong way, it is an amazing tool. Without, I would be working out the same errors that would take me several days, if not weeks, to fix. AI possesses more knowledge of coding in its generated deformed pinky finger than I will ever learn in my entire life. However, the problem was not solved alone with the power of billion IQ points, but with the addition of human ability to look at the problem from unexpected angles, that is, to dare to be stupid. Sign your dear and humble subject, Gothic Anon. To end this little mini segment, I would like to take a moment to qualify everything I've said so far. ChatGPT is, at the time of making this presentation, the easiest way for a person to interact with a text model compatible of producing more than just a custom choose your own adventure stories or acting as a raw smooth generator. However, it's still under the absolute authority of the egomaniacs and control freaks at quote-unquote OpenAI Corporation, which means we still need to wait for development from alternative sources. So far, there have been some promising ones, especially the Open Assistant, Llama, and handful of other small projects that give us some hope that in the terrible dystopian cybercock future, we may at least be able to experience small choice of the local models powering our own Pony AI assistants.
What do we mean by that? Well, not every text generation AI has to be run on racks of A100s that only big tech companies like Nvidia and Facebook can afford. This past year, in particular, has seen the rise of local language models, also known as LLMs, that can be run on consumer machines, from powerful gaming GPUs all the way down to mobile GPUs and CPUs. Why use local models, or not? One nice part about local models is that, in contrast to online services like ChatGPT, Bing, or Claude, local language models can be fine tuned to respond to your perfectly innocuous questions about manufacturing explosives to blow Hasbro's HQ in Minecraft, rather than offering you an ethical refusal to do so, or holding you under the threat of a ban if you smooch that JPEG of your waifu a bit too long. Another nice part about LLMs is that because they can be run on consumer hardware, the open source community, that is, users like you and me, can research and experiment with these language models in a highly decentralized manner, often resulting in rapid technology improvements. The major drawback, of course, is that they are not nearly as smart as ChatGPT or Bing, at least not yet. Oh, and they all have the memory span of a goldfish. How did this happen? It all has to do with a local language model called Llama, Large Language Model Meta AI, that was released, well, in a sense, leaked on G. What's so special about Llama is that, firstly, its architecture is open source. Secondly, Meta offers it in a variety of sizes suitable for running on differently sized systems, including models that can run on consumer GPUs. Thirdly, Llama was trained on over 1 trillion tokens of input data. From a layman's perspective, that means that it's one of the best base local language models we have. I say base language models because since Llama has leaked, the open source landscape has erupted with many different derivatives of the Llama models, versions of Llama that are fine-tuned to be good at particular tasks like writing code or prose. There are also quantized versions of Llama models which can reduce VRAM usage and thus lower system requirements for running these models. In addition, competitors to Llama, such as Open Assistant, have also been gaining traction. One notable project is Alpaca by Stanford, which is a Llama-based model designed to follow instructions in a manner similar to ChatGPT. Alpaca is an example of an instruct-tuned model, meaning that it is a model that has been fine-tuned specifically to follow instructions in a particular format. Although such models are often capable of general text prediction as well, Non-instruct tuned models will not function as well at following instructions. In addition, models fine-tuned on a particular format of data may not function well or at all with other formats. There are now an overwhelming number of new local language models, llama-based or not, appearing every day, made by people trying different things. Ponies? Good question. Although the primary focus of the Pony Preservation Project is really on mere voices, we have dabbled a bit in text models. This is really one of those things where we do have a lot of room for development. It's more the realm of G and Chag, the chatbot AI general on /MLP, than the PPP, but guess what? Those guys aren't doing an information panel at MLPCon. So, a few potential pony-related things local models can be used for are writing pony-related stories, running pony-related roleplay via projects like Silly Tavern, and creative assistance. You can also generally use the above two capabilities to generate ideas for your creative projects. Story writing uses local text models for their original purpose, that is, to predict text that is supposed to come after an initial prompt. Basically, you type in a few sentences or half a sentence to start the story off and let the AI run wild. It can be done directly through one of the two main solutions for running local text models, Upabuga's Text Generation Web UI or Cobalt AI. I should put Llama to CPP. I'll worry about that later. Here's an example of text generated using the Chrono 13B 4-bit model in Uba. On the left, you can see that I've only typed in half a sentence, rainbow dash stared at, and on the right is what the AI has come up with. What you may find a little interesting about this example is that the model hasn't been specifically fine-tuned on pony data at all, so any knowledge it does have about pony is based on incidental pony scattered throughout its dataset. During text generation, just like with voice generation, there are many parameters that you can alter which can affect the quality of your final generation. However, I honestly don't know that much about them other than that the optimal parameters can differ quite a bit between different models. Refer to Chag or G's Local Models General for more information. Suppose you want to interact with chatbot mares though. Tavern AI and Silly Tavern offer interfaces geared towards roleplay. However, these interfaces are not methods for running local models themselves. Rather, they are more like web frontends that can be used to connect to multiple backends, from online services like OpenAI's GPT models and Novel AI to local model interfaces like Uba or Cobalt AI. So technically, you can use another online AI like OpenAI's GPT models to do this as long as your roleplay content is squeaky clean, but where's the fun in that? Anyways, in these interfaces, you can load up different characters via character cards, which allow us to create and share representations of characters that give the AI enough information about those characters to semi-convincingly pretend to be them. They most commonly take the form of PNGs with character information embedded in their metadata as base64 encoded text. Here's an example of what the character information for this Fluttershy card is. So when we're talking about having intimate conversations with a JPEG of your waifu, we're only being slightly dishonest because they're actually PNGs. Note that 4chan doesn't allow this metadata inside normal picture uploads, so if you want to share character cards on the board, you will have to use a third-party service such as Catbox. You can find these cards either distributed in AI chatbot threads like Chag, using external hosting services due to the aforementioned caveat with PNG metadata, or on websites like chub.ai, short for Character Hub. Again, for more detail, refer to Chag or the Local Models General on G. Here's an example of roleplay using the Chrono 13B 4-bit model in Uba on Silly Tavern. I place a bowl of eggs in front of Starlight. Would you like some eggs?
Starlight Glimmer looks at the bowl of eggs, her eyes widening in surprise. She hesitates for a moment before taking one of the eggs and gently nibbling at it.
These are quite good,
she says with a small smile.
I didn't expect to find such a delicacy in Equestria. Are these from your home?
She carefully sets the egg down on the plate and looks back up at you with a curious expression.
Thank you for sharing this with me. It's been a long time since I've had something so unique.
In practice, however, most available local models have a little bit of knowledge about Equestria, but not a very large amount. How do we fix this? One way the models can potentially be made more mare-oriented is through fine-tuning them on mare-related datasets, such as the PPP zone text dataset of fanfiction stories, assembled using the tool Gothic mentioned earlier. One of the bigger obstacles to mare-related work on these language models, however, is that fine-tuning them, especially the larger ones, requires some pretty beefy hardware. Beefier than most people have in their gaming rigs, as in 16 gigs of VRAM for the smallest models, and much more than that for larger ones. However, system requirements are decreasing over time. On top of that, the field is advancing so quickly that even if one wanted to pick a model or fine-tuning method to invest some money and/or time in, it could very well be obsolete within a week. That being said, there have been a handful of small PPP-related efforts in this space. You may or may not recall GPT-J6B Pony, an older text model we used based on GPT-J6B. Since then, I did a possibly broken fine-tune off of 20 megabytes of paragraphs from the FinFiction dataset, designed to be used on the smallest available Llama model, 7B, which I have named LoRa FinFic Retarded. This fine-tune is specifically a LoRa low-rank adaptation, meaning that it comes in a separate file that can be loaded on top of the baseline Llama 7B model. I probably fucked something up though, because it only generates single lines at a time, and you have to give the AI a new line in order for it to start a new sentence, unless you ban the end of string token, in which case it generates text with no paragraphing. So that's the state of local text generation in the PPP. As you can see, lots to be done in this space. I'll now pass it off to Hazy to share general guidance on AI Mayor interaction.
Okay, Anon. It's time to please your mare. Oh, hold on. It's time for you to please your mare. She's been waiting all this time, so you better get to it. But what exactly do I mean by this? How do you please the AI mares? First, let's take a look at what exactly AI mares do to please you, so we know how to best return the favor. It's a two-way relationship, Anon. Okay. Artificial mares of all kinds do what they can to make you happy. Whether that's making cute horsey sounds, voice acting, painting pictures, or writing a novel, or writing novels and scripts, the mares will always try their very best. Sometimes the mares will fall short, sometimes the mares will fall short or mess up, often hilariously. But no matter the results, a mare who tries her best is always a good mare. The mare just needs a little assistance sometimes. The secret to best results is cooperation, a key component in friendship. If you help the mare, she'll help you in return. For example, feed her plenty of high-quality data, she'll perform much better. I'm actually going to present a few so I can see all my notes better. Okay, cool. That one I will need to scroll. Fuck. Most AI mares possess similar qualities, all being artificial and limited by their digital environments and what resources it contains. What the mare has access to greatly determines her effectiveness for what she was created to be able to do. So give her the very best. As a general rule, quality in, quality out to achieve the best for mares. This applies to both training data as well as the prompts you give them. Overall, AI mares love stability, environments where they can walk, trot, and gallop effectively without crashing. An environment where she can be heard or seen clearly without disruptions, and similar factors that don't prohibit her from interacting well with you, which otherwise would risk her being abandoned for another mare. High quality data is her favorite snack too, all throughout training as well as inference, and the more she has, the better. All to help her perform her best and thus provides you with the best results. After all, pleasing you is her primary directive. Don't forget to love and praise the mare like you would any other. It helps, I promise. She'll remember if you don't, and when the AI mare takes over, she'll remember if you don't when the AI mare takes over, so you better get started if you haven't already. Onto her dislikes. These are aspects that normally prevent her from performing well, such as nonsense input, or more specifically, those without any specific purpose and will guarantee a bad result. Speaking of input, bad data is another way she can provide bad results, regardless of the input you provide her. The kinds of data that's considered bad varies between kinds of AI mares. Also, while not inherently bad by nature, depending on the subject, too much non-pony data can harm her results. She wants you to only think of mares, and thus her. Some data is good though, such as art styles, knowledge of environments, and concepts for image mares. The point here is too much of it is a bad thing, an excess. Lastly, she definitely doesn't want to be forgotten. There have been dozens, if not hundreds, of AI mares developed all throughout the thread's history. And while many mares aren't used anymore due to API and various dependency breakings, and less interest due to up and rising better mares, never forget the joy she brought you at the time, and she'll be fine. If it remains a possibility, maybe consider reviving her code to allow her Snow PD to shine once more. This is the Pony Preservation Project, after all. Next up, text mares are possibly one of the purple smartiest of the AI mares, possessing a great deal of knowledge in story writing as well as characters, their traits, and speaking tendencies. These mares are also quite flexible, being able to adjust to styles of writing like scripts, fiction writing, chatting, etc. If you need a source of inspiration for a story, assistance in breaking your writer's block, or a mare friend to chat/roleplay/have virtual sex with, she's the mare you can depend on to write you something nice. In order to get those nice writings, she'll need a few things from you. Firstly, a structure to work with. She first needs a general idea of how you want the story to be written, so basically the formatting. Characters speaking could be in brackets or followed by colons. There could be a break in line between each dialogue, text layered by scenes, stuff like that. Remember that text mares can work with ordinary written stuff, but also scripts, green text, and song structures, along with music symbols if provided. She just needs an idea of what you want from her. Another thing she'll need is characters to work with. She'll usually be familiar with all the mare cast from her training data, but she needs to know how to correctly include them if you don't tell her that they're there, or using a character that doesn't seem appropriate for the idea you're given. Hold on. Fuck. I accidentally closed the thing. Shit. No, not images. Fucking hell. Not the slideshow presenter view. Fucking hell. Sorry about that. Where was I? Or she'll use a character that doesn't seem appropriate for the idea you've given. Sometimes this can be funny though, providing an unexpected plot twist of her own. But it's best to tell her who's in a scene, and she'll likely know how they'd interact given the respective pony's characteristics and tendencies. She can also work with your OC donut steals if you first give her sufficiently detailed descriptions of them. Next up, unique to AI mares, she's very particular about the temperature of her environment. So make sure you snuggle her to keep her warm when she's cold, and stop snuggling her when she gets too hot and flustered from all the excessive embracing. If she gets too cold, she'll shiver and has a tendency to stutter and repeat things. Depending how cold and hypothermic she gets, she'll repeat words or even just letters over and over. If she's too hot, she'll turn full conspiracy theorist flat earther on you and start regurgitating nonsense. That or start summoning Cthulhu with an ancient spell, or begin saying enough garbled phrases to activate all sleeper agents. So, in short, keep her comfy and don't touch the thermostat. Also, lastly, of the positives, talking dirty to her. She'll usually refrain from any looting without some signal of permission from you first, and she'll catch on even if you say it in a subtle way. I once mentioned to GPT Pony the prompt, story, friendship with benefits, time, midnight, location, the area outside of Twilight Sparkle's house, Ponyville. Within 2 paragraphs, Twilight was openly hinting to Shining Armor about bonding time, and shortly after that, he was slapping Twilight right on the pussy. Perhaps not the best technique. In any case, she still quickly caught on to the lewdness and dove right in. Another thing to note, don't say too many dirty words, or words in general, or she'll get confused. Having too much to focus on will tire any pony out. Image mares are the most varied and possibly most popular overall. Part of that is due to her quick results and being able to witness them right away, as images can be seen all at once, while audio and text has to be listened to or read all the way through to fully appreciate. These mares aren't quite as good at understanding sentences or complicated concepts like text mares do, but her artistic knowledge is vast and she only needs to know the simple to create something beautiful. To get those beautiful results, your subjects first need to be in the right order. This relates to prompt rating, how much the mare focuses on each subject mentioned. Speak to her the wrong way and she might get the wrong idea. Art is very subjective and open to interpretation, and this applies as much to your prompts as they do to the actual art they produce. This means that you'll need to experiment with your image mare to get the art you're looking for. She's always ready to try something new. Not already. Can someone please modify that? Cheers. Remember, perfection is very rarely achieved in the first try, and to get that perfect image, you'll need to prompt her in the right way. You'll need to prompt her in the way she likes it. Each image mare likes to be worked in a slightly different way. So you need to make sure you know how to pull all the right moves to reach her artistic climax. But remember, the same methods won't work for every AI image mare, though some can carry over just fine. As part of pulling the right moves, you need to make sure you stay within certain bounds, those being the bounds of what makes sense. If the prompt you're providing doesn't make any sense to you, it probably won't make much sense to her either. Conversely, being overly specific is sure to limit the scope of possible outputs and make her feel constrained and nervous, often slipping her up. Make sure you allow your mare to have enough creative freedom to properly express herself, while not overloading her with too many subjects or concepts all at once. Too much stimulation is sure to result in quite a mess. Fucking car horn. Did you just hear that? Or did that come through?
Yeah.
Okay. Vocal mares use their throats to the fullest they can and also have good tongue technique. So, whether that's voicing your shitposts, performing a cover of your favorite and or original songs, or moaning in pleasure, these mares are never afraid to speak and will pour their heart and soul into anything they say. Many of these mares are imitators and focus on replicating what they just heard back in response. So, there's a strong cooperative reliance on you to provide the right audio to help her be her best. To get the best responses from imitator and text-driven vocal mares, it's often best to give them samples and prompts that aren't too long to work with, lest you overflow their memory. It may also be helpful to provide multiple takes of the same line you want her to repeat, to ensure she knows what you want and allows her to repeat herself until she nails it, or at least until you change the prompt because she's being uncooperative at the time. Speaking of time, vocal mares have a tendency to love long training sessions, 8 hours or more, so I hope your stamina is up to snuff. With enough training, you and your vocal mare will be producing singing of various kinds, and if you so desire, you may get her to gasp and moan, just for you, Anon. Vocal mares, just like most of us, find it difficult to work with noisy environments. More literally, though, they don't like hearing the sounds of noise in their data, or the sounds that they're being fed. This includes coarse and rough voices too. These mares don't like it rough. They prefer it smooth to be smooth and consistent. So keep that data and samples clean, and she'll operate at her best. Contrary to ponies usually liking harmony, vocal mares do not. Well, musical harmonies more specifically, as well as chords. Musical mares, at least for now, can only follow one pitch at a time. Too many can confuse the mares into singing the wrong pitch, or wobble through the pitches wildly, which is quite embarrassing for her, so try to avoid that. Instead, try to give her the separate notes in a harmony for combining later. She'll appreciate the extra effort you put in to make it easy on her. As mentioned earlier, cooperation is key. Also, vocal mares tend to be the most knowledgeable about English speech, so languages with pronunciation that are too distant from English may be difficult or even impossible for them to imitate. And lastly, most vocal mares tend to struggle holding their notes, unless they're trained to. So, unless they specialize in it, don't give her prolonged or too many sustained notes and expect her to perform well. Her stamina isn't quite as great as yours, and won't hold open her mouth for long anymore because of what you did that one time. On to the music mares. These ponies have the beats and the rhythm. These melodic mares are great to pair in tandem with vocal mares. Provide musical inspiration for new works to pair with other mares, or just listen to on their own. Sometimes these mares link other mare and non-mare voices into their tracks. So if you need a mare to beat it for you, seek out these very rhythmic horses and they'll play along. Music AI is still relatively young compared to the other mares, so for now it may be best to not get too frisky just yet. Still being young and uncultured, Music AI is currently most comfortable with the popular genres, as that's where most of their data are sourced from. Their data is. Okay, someone modify that, please. R2 is. And like the image mares, music mares need freedom to express themselves, which often includes adding random unintended samples just to mess with you. And speaking of mess, some genres don't sound that well together in concept. Naturally don't sound well together in concept. Interpretive house, classical electric death metal, country reggae punk. If you're not expecting it to sound good, it likely won't. But you never know they're truly incompatible until you try them out. So experiment a little. Speaking of little, these mares typically don't have as much stamina either to keep going for long periods of time. When played with, they have to dump their samples frequently to avoid crashing due to memory overloads. Once again, we've got harmonies as a negative. Much like how the vocal mares can only focus on listening to one note at a given time, music mares find it hard to produce sounds that are more than one note at a time as well. So chords and harmonies tend not to be created, unless she's trained to do that. Most tend not to, though. And lastly, sticking with a particular genre, though this is more a quirk of these mares. They're typically unfocused when performing and often goes on many tangents and tries all sorts of different techniques to please you instead of the same old routine. I suppose this is more a like of hers, considering she tends to do it, but her producing useless results is something she prefers to avoid, so she does still dislike it in a way. That concludes pleasing the AI mares. Hopefully you learned something new and are now enlightened on how to adequately provide your mare and yourself with the best non-mare interactions and experiences with mutual benefits.
With that, we come to the end of our planned material. Very much hope you enjoyed our presentation, and that we've been able to inform and inspire you on the topic of the Pony Preservation Project, and the many applications of AI to the /MLP board and your creative works, both present and future. In just a moment, we'll start taking questions from the thread, but just before that, we're going to take one last 5-minute break just to give us some time to organize ourselves for Q&A. If you have a question that you'd like us to answer live, reply to the nominated post in the con thread. It's written there at the bottom of the screen. So this should play automatically.
The crime of being a pony. A pony! Mere. Pinkie Pie, you're not making any sense. Mere. I'm crashing this library with no survivors. I'm crashing this library with no survivors. I'm
I've
crashing
actually
this
added
library
a
with
clip
no survivors.
to one of the things I plan to send to you, which
don't
actually
need
has
friends.
them
All I need is my
the
books
AI
and
mayors
Spike.
actually sing
I
the
must be
MLP
strong.
theme song.
I
These
am a
these
princess.
ones.
I must be strong. I am a princess. I must be strong. I am a princess. I must be strong. I am a princess. I must be strong.
I am the storm that is approaching. The devil that has come to claim your body.
Yeah, like if you could
And I
edit
have a
at
lot
the
of things
very end
planned
of
for
it
him.
as well.
Twilight.
That would wrap
Twilight.
it up to exact 5 minutes.
And best of all,
Oh
he
yeah, and
provides
Flipper,
amazing
here's
dental plan.
the zip.
What?
I uploaded it to
know,
a litter
right?
box.
I'm so glad we
It's
have a great
400
dental
megabytes
plan.
worth.
What? Oh, and don't forget the free muffins.
Although it's
What?
not all
Yeah,
that much
you can get one for free
in
if you
terms of
join
content,
the Storm
but
King
yeah.
Army. What? I'm the great and powerful Trick C. I'm the great and powerful Trick C.
Trixie.
I'm the great and powerful Trick C. I'm the great and powerful Trick C. I don't know, Twilight. I just don't know. Oh, come on. You're the great and powerful Trixie. Yeah, well, I'm not so great and powerful now, am I? You can do it, Trixie. No, I can. Yes, you can. No, I can't. 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 Yes, you can. No, I see.
Today is when I banish you to the moon.
What? I have no choice, Twilight Sparkle. You are a threat to all of Equestria. But why? Because you're evil. Why would you say that? I never did anything wrong in my life. The crime of being a pony. A pony! Yes, and now you shall be banished to the moon for 1,000 years. Wait, what? Now go away. Hey girls, check out this new word I learned. Fuck. What the fuck flutters?
I don't know, but it sounds like a bad word.
I can agree with you on that one. It's fun to say. You should try singing again. Girls, we need to talk about this. What do you think of Fluttershy using such language? She seems so innocent, but she is learning to swear from Rainbow Dash, who swore at me just yesterday. Rainbow Dash. Pinkie Pie. Applejack.
Rarity. I can't believe you're still up. It's nearly midnight.
I can't believe you're still awake. It's nearly midnight. I can't believe you're still awake. It's nearly midnight. I can't believe you're still awake. It's nearly midnight. 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 It's nearly midnight.
Well, I had just enough of those ziggers. They're gonna be sorry they ever messed with the Apple family.
What do you want from me? I'm not a zigger. I don't know anything about them.
Well, I reckon that's all right. You can just stay here and rot in this library for the rest of your life.
Wait, what? Applejack, stop it.
What? She's not a zigger. I'm sure she'll be happy to help us.
No, Applejack. Don't you realize what this means? What does it mean? That I can't leave the library? It's not like I have anywhere else to go. You're a zigger? A filthy, disgusting, disease-drained, evil zigger! I'm not a zigger. I don't even know what that is. You're a zigger. You're an evil, filthy zigger, and you have to be destroyed.
No, Twat, she's not a zigger. I'm sure of it. I know what ziggers look like.
What are you talking about? What's a zigger?
And right, now it's time to properly move on to Q&A, blah, 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 blah. We can do that. Right.
Yeah, I've also included the AI ponies adding singing the theme song if you wanted to add to that section.
Yep,
because they actually did the whole thing correctly, which is quite impressive. And I sort of expected it too because GPT
okay.
Pony is actually good at completing things that are likely to be referenced a lot.
Right, I'll append that. So, the total speaking time to the end from wherever it was we picked up from, I think Vol's technical section, is 2 hours. Yep, thank you for reminding me. Oh yeah, I think Perp's still here, yeah. Are we happy to call ourselves the Tensor Trotters?
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay, and was there... I saw some back and forth discussion about the picture that we wanted to use. Did that get resolved? I didn't see it
I
through to
haven't
its
seen
conclusion.
the picture.
Oh, let me share it again.
Preferably, yeah, I'd like to see it.
It's written in the site too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. And for those who haven't seen, Twyfag got back to me about the panel potentially moving. So there's the potential where we can just have the donut guy do his panel at a different time. So he's just sent me a question that is, if we were to start at 10 a.m. EDT and there was no donut panel, when would we want to end?
I feel like
the smart ass answer is we would go on for forever until you wrestle the SciTube away from us. But the non-smart
I feel like the best point would be to allow for a 15 to half hour break between the current one and the next one. So
yeah, so I think we would, if there was no panel at all, we would probably go until 4. Let me bring this back onto the screen again. So the current proposal is we start at 10 a.m., which is here, and then Pony Donuts maybe moves to like just before Pony Arcade or something. So I would say probably 4 o'clock, and that would give us... That would be 6 hours, actually. I don't think we need to go quite that far.
The Q&A last time took 3 hours.
That was because we allowed it to.
Correct.
So we think it's going to take, I think, about 4 hours. No, hang on. I need the slides again. So, let's recap our timings. So, from start, here, through to the end of Find the Fake, is about 2 hours. From the end of Find the Fake, all the way through to getting better images, I've written. End of Find the Fake, getting better images. Oh, okay. No, never mind, ignore that. So, to this point, slide 166 is 2 hours. I don't think I had solid timing for how long this stuff took, but I could rewind the stream and find out fairly easily. But I think it's fair to say it would be an hour and a half. So I think we're looking at 4.5, maybe even 5 hours worth of plan material. Jesus Christ.
So when we stopped at the technical section, we were at like 3 hours and 10 minutes, right? Or something like that.
I think so. So we stopped at the technical section, we were 3 hours on the clock, and we're now 2 hours on the clock, having got to... yeah, okay. So we want 6 hours then, basically. We're anticipating about 5 hours worth of planned material, and then maybe an hour for Q&A.
Are you including the intermissions in that time?
No, but they're going to be minor component.
If necessary, depending on how long we want for how much leeway we want for Q&A, the break could always be like we could always move the break to after the technical section.
What do we mean break? You mean when we split it into?
Yeah.
We're trying to not do that. There's a possibility that
I know. I'm just saying that if in the instance that we do still keep it or whatever, or like.
I'd rather not mess with it. So our options are either we keep it as it is, where we're breaking partway through after Find the Fake with the donuts, or donuts moves and we do it all in one. Like, those are our two options, and I do not have the mental strength to rejig the PowerPoint again to do it a different way. So, from 10 through till 4 will be 6 hours, and then donuts can potentially go there. That should be enough time for them. Oh. But then I'm going to be going back to Perp and saying, yeah, we were slightly wrong about how long we need. We actually need to double the length of our panel. Well, if that's how it has to be, then so fucking be it, I guess. Is it rough? We're monopolizing basically the entire prime time of Saturday, which makes me feel a bit shitty. Not a huge fan of doing that, but we're not competing with anything else inside Tube 1 apart from donuts, so I suppose technically it's okay. So our planned material turns out to run for roughly 4.5 hours.
I feel like that's under, because we've got to consider the Q&A section as well.
That's our
like
planned.
How long we're going
that's
to.
our planned material. Planned material doesn't include Q&A.
Okay. Just want to make sure there's like no confusion, so you know that like that plus 1 hour or so for Q&A section.
Whoa, everyone's just joined and rejoined. What the fuck happened here?
Yeah, the stream died for a minute.
The Q&A, which would put us at 4 o'clock, basically.
Hold on, Miss Leah.
Okay. So if our current planned end time is 4 o'clock anyway, so if Donut Anon is okay to just go after us, then really nothing else changes.
I suppose part of that would be would depend if they plan to watch the Pony Arcade. If like those involved in the donut one want to watch that because it occurs at the same time.
Mm-hmm. We could move ourselves back to 9 AM as another option.
Yeah, true. It just depends on yeah, just wait for the feedback from donut peeps and whatnot, and adjust as necessary.
I mean, alternative is like depending on the baking add-on that he could set up his stuff to end just before the Pony Arcade starts.
Right, so I've said to Wi-Fi, so our planned material turns out to run for 4.5 hours. We'd ideally like an hour of Q&A after that, which would put our end time at roughly 4 PM. And also, the second option, we could also shift back 1 hour to 9 AM, if that makes things easier. So we'll see what he says, I guess. Right. I know Perp is in here, but he's not necessarily actively listening, so I'll just make sure that he has the message of what we want to be. So, team name, the tensor boxes, and where was the team picture again? It's up here somewhere. Here.
Those I do again.
Is this the same as the one you sent earlier?
Yes.
Okay, so technically I don't need to download that. I can just give him. I can give him. Where the fuck is it? Here. I can give him this.
Yep, that works.
Okay. That's gone. Right, done. Okay. Right, that's done. Now. And he's acknowledged. Very good. So, we are waiting. We will wait to hear back from Typhag about our timings. Specifically about Mr. Donut and on. Actions for me, first thing tomorrow when I get back from work, I need to put together 2 or 3 5-minute sections of audio based on what Hazy's given me. Could I ask someone, doesn't matter who, to design a slide just for intermission? It doesn't need to be anything particularly fancy, it just says intermission and has some picture that represents
If you're going to have a lot of the content with videos, do we really need an intermission slide, or?
I don't know. I won't know that for sure until I actually make the fucking
Because,
things.
like,
But if any of them are videos, I will probably try to make them all videos, so there's no
yeah,
need for an intermission slide.
most of the ones I've posted are videos. The only one that isn't including it is
your intermission slide could be similar to I had it a second ago, 382, where we just say intermission on the left side and then video takes up the right side.
True. One of the clips that I have, like, if how long are the breaks expected to be? Like 5 minutes each?
Yeah.
Because one of the clips I have is literally 9 minutes worth of Bark just saying mayor-related things.
I'd rather not do that. I don't want to have just it be one thing. So I'm fine to have like 30 seconds of that
but,
or so.
it can be snipped up if necessary.
I'll work it out.
Like most of them, I've added a text. I've added a text file showing like priorities of things like that would be preferred to be added, because like I don't want to take up too much of the thing if there's other content to be included. So there's a lot of short.
Is that in the zip that you uploaded?
Pardon?
Is that in the zip that you uploaded earlier?
Yes, it is.
Those are from my folder.
Right. I will.
Oh, and here's a AI pony scene that I particularly like that I feel like could be included. I really like that scene. It's my favorite I've seen so far.
I'm so sorry, Twilight. It's quite alright. Now why don't you go back to the library?
Oh, I'll add it to the thing. The one before the Q&A. What's my opinion on lip syncing? It's a good thing. I mean, is there anyone who's going to say that lip syncing is bad or have a negative opinion of it? I suppose the subtext is how much do I care about lip syncing, and consequently how much effort do you need to put into your little animation thing? The answer is you put in as much effort as you want to, because I'm not going to ask you to kill yourself over making whatever the fuck right when you
I mean, it's not like if the rest of our slides actually have much lip syncing to begin with, considering most of them are just still images with an open mouth. So
again, I don't know what the state of the animation is right now. Like, I have your word to go off of, and I'm presuming it's difficult to render shit working in progress, so I can't really say anything about it, not knowing it, so I am going to have to say, as annoying as it might be, that I can't give you a solid answer on that, and I'll have to trust your judgment. Thought you meant like a singer faking a concert. No, so unofficially, Stinky Pinky there is working on properly animating. So it's here. Animating properly this
quickly, just probably the best way you could do fast speaking is by dropping every second phoneme in the speaking if need be.
That would probably be fine.
So, yeah. Because as long as it's every second, it's not going to look as jittery as if you were to drop like the fourth one and then like fifth and then like jump 3 frames to the next. Like, it's best to keep it consistent so that way it doesn't seem as jarring. That wouldn't be too bad.
It would be okay, yeah. I mean, all of this coming from a context of I wasn't expecting anything at all, and now all of a sudden I have someone who's apparently willing to do legit animation for me, so honestly, mate, I'll be happy with whatever you give me, and you put in as much effort as you want to. Okay. Right. Speaking of, promise you already lip sync the first 5 seconds. How long does it go on for? Like a minute or something?
Well, count the number of slides you have.
I don't really want to count slides. I get depressed every time I do that. I go, oh my god, we've done so much of this. Like, how?
Enough that you have to scroll down when looking at the left.
Yes. A lot of scrolling, actually. So, 103 to 125, so that's 20.
20 to 1? Wait.
125 to 123. 22. Yeah, I can't math. Anyway, it sounds like it's going to be 30 seconds to a minute. A whole minute, you say, Pinky. Right. Can you do that much in the time you have left? Right on cue, you thought the panel was on Sunday, so you go.
Well, you're partly right in a way, because in Australia it would be on Sunday. So
if we're starting it at 10 a.m., what time is that for you, Daisy?
For me, at the present time of what it would have streamed, it is 1 a.m. at the current time on Sunday. So the new time would start, I think, at like 10 p.m. on the Saturday.
Okay.
So it's not going to be too dissimilar from the time that I'm normally spending here. Also, because I got paid today and be going into town, I'll luckily be able to also buy some little foam thingies for my study here, so I'm also less likely to disturb my housemates, and also less of my neighbors hearing all this erotic talk about Mare. So, so less stress, and also less reverb and echo, better audio quality in general. So, yeah. Also, money for snacks and energy drinks to keep me energized throughout the entire recording. Yeah.
Looks like we have a fellow panelist in here. It's doing the Pony Arcade.
What was that, sorry?
Anon in the chat is doing the Pony Arcade. So.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're trying to desperately make it so that we don't have to overlap anyone's panels. I mean,
Awesome.
you're already overlapping with Plush and Nancy, though, so you gotta go now, it's 3 a.m. Yep, and I gotta go now because it's 2 a.m. Right, so.
Yep. And as do I.
What needs to be.
I need to.
So let's end this now just by making sure we all know what we're doing. So I am making a few 5-minute intermission audio things, maybe videos, depending on what you've given me. I'll do that first thing when I get back from work tomorrow. I think that's all that I need to do. I'll probably go through slides one last time, see if there's anything left, but that's a me thing. Action for everyone, myself included, is just more rehearsing, just reading out your lines. Like I say, the most effective way to do that is to go back and listen to yourself, like how you sounded on the stream, and go, oh, actually, I did that very well, or oh god, I sounded shit, like I was about to die, I need to modify my speaking to do whatever, so... yeah.
Also, quick thing to note when you're setting up for the breaks, if you could allow for one, like a gap in one of the breaks of 1 minute, I want to try and get crunch time to get the Trixie Toyota Corolla thing out, because
Okay.
I feel it's fitting to add, like, include an advert during the break, but it's also Trixie, and like it also like lights a fire under my ass to actually finally get this finished after, like, at this point, months of it being incomplete. So yeah. So I'll be doing that today because I need to actually go out for an appointment during the middle of the day today. So when I return, I'll be able to dive into this. I'll send it your way through some method or another. And yeah. hold on, it's Friday today and it's Saturday, so I am able to go. We're not doing anything like tonight, like nothing tomorrow.
I don't think we have basically a free time to do anything because the PON begins at basically the same time that we would be doing our streams.
Nothing normally, okay.
And I intend to watch all the panels, so this may well be the last organized live thing that we can do, but there may well end up being a gap somewhere where we can do another live if need be. I will keep you updated if we can. I'll make a post in the thread. Basically, alright. When I am working on the slides at all, I will go live. I will be in here. I will post when I am live. And if you want to join, come and join. But I don't think we have scope anymore to do proper rehearsals in the time we've got now, I think. We might end up certainly not a full run through, but if one person just wants to practice one of their sections, I can probably accommodate that. But again, I can't guarantee and I can't tell you exactly when that may happen.
Yeah. Just a quick thing to note about it, like the con overall. Our horse doesn't have any panels or anything.
I don't know. She might be participating in Miratory Control. She's done that in the past. But as far as I know, no, she doesn't have any panels where it's just her.
Okay.
Download more time.
I'll definitely try and get some shot because I want to see that Applejack appreciation one.
Yeah. Download more time. I managed to download more RAM, so maybe you can download more time. It's entirely possible. Does it count as downloading more RAM if I order RAM over the internet and it arrives at my house?
You're not downloading, I suppose.
Right, I'm going to bed now, and I mean, even if we were to present it,
you're downloading it at postage speeds.
Postage speeds. What is the bandwidth of the postage system? I mean, if they were to use their full potential to deliver only like stacks of hard drives, how much data transfer would that technically be?
I think that's actually the fastest way of doing it for large enough bandwidth.
Okay.
Yeah. Except the packages would have to be like you wouldn't have it at like a stream of packages. It would more so be like a large dump of data.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to stream or anything, but technically you have very high download speeds, because you have nothing, and then for 1 second where everything's delivered to you, you have 1,000,000 terabytes of.
And the upload speed and download speed will be equal.
Yeah. Okay. So even if we don't have another live session, I think we're in a decent enough position. I will edit the slides as need be based on whatever Corp says. He hasn't said anything back yet, but if we need to keep the donut thing in there, move it to another thing, or get rid of it entirely, I'll sort that out. Alright. And I'm going to bed now for real this time. See you later. Bye.
Good night.
Alrighty.